I am now prepared to rule on the point of order raised February 8, 2024 by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader concerning the admissibility of amendments made to Bill C-318, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and the Canada Labour Code, adoptive and intended parents, by the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. In his intervention, the Parliamentary Secretary stated that the 4 amendments adopted by the committee during its clause-by-clause consideration of the bill not only exceeded the scope of the bill as adopted by the House at second reading, but also required a royal recommendation, since they seek to authorize new and distinct spending not authorized by the Employment Insurance Act or any other statute or appropriation. In response, the member for Winnipeg Centre noted that since the adoption of the previous session of Bill C-15, an act respecting the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, all federal legislation must be compatible with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, a goal her amendments sought to achieve. She also indicated that the government had the power to provide the royal recommendation required for these amendments.
The House will recall that on May 4th, 2023, the Chair ruled that Bill C-318 required a royal recommendation when it stated at page 14,043 of debates, and I quote, Clause 5 adds new Section 22.1 to the Employment Insurance Act to create a new type of special benefit, namely, a 15-week attachment benefit for adoptive parents and parents of children conceived through surrogacy. The bill also provides for the duration of this new benefit to be extended for various reasons. Implementing Bill C-318 would create a new type of benefit and therefore lead to increasing public expenditures for purposes not currently authorized by the Act. As a result, a new royal recommendation is required for the bill to receive a final vote in the House at third reading, unquote. During the clause-by-clause study of the bill by the committee, 4 amendments moved by the member for Winnipeg Centre were adopted. The amendments to Clause 1 and Clause 8 apply to the Employment Insurance Act, and the amendments to Clause 14 and Clause 17 apply to the Canada Labour Code.
Amendments to Clauses 1 and 8 modify the bill to include, for the purposes of the new benefit created by the bill, a situation where one or more Indigenous children could be placed with a claimant other than the child's parents, in accordance with the customs or traditions of the Indigenous group, community, or people to which they belong. With provisions, the claimant could be entitled to obtain a 15-week benefit drawn from the Treasury, a notion which is not currently provided for in the bill as adopted at second reading. Both amendments had been ruled inadmissible by the chair of the committee since they create a new and distinct charge on the public treasury, and as such, require a royal recommendation. As indicated in House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, at page 772, and I quote, Since an amendment may not infringe upon the financial initiative of the Crown, it is inadmissible if it imposes a charge on the public treasury, or if it extends the objects or purposes or relaxes the conditions and qualifications specified in the royal recommendation. End of quote.
Bill C-318 also proposes amendments to the Canada Labour Code to extend parental leave in the case of the transfer of a child through adoption or a child born through surrogacy. The amendments to Clauses 14 and 17 create a new corresponding extended leave of absence to match the benefit established by the first 2 amendments to Clauses 1 and 8. Here, the committee chair deemed both amendments to be beyond the scope of the bill and thus also ruled them inadmissible. In the case of all 4 amendments, the committee chair's rulings were challenged and overturned, and the amendments ultimately adopted.
Knows the Speaker does not normally intervene on matters upon which committees are competent to take decisions. However, the admissibility of any amendments adopted by a committee may be challenged on procedural grounds in the House after a bill is reported back. As indicated in House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, at page 779, and I quote, "The admissibility of the amendments is then determined by the Speaker of the House, whether in response to a point of order or on the Speaker's own initiative. Lorsqu'elle doit trancher..."
When called upon to deal with such matters, the chair is guided by Speaker Fraser's explanation of April 28, 1992, at page 9801 of the debates, and I quote, "When a bill is referred to a standing or legislative committee of the House, that committee is only empowered to adopt, amend, or negative the clauses found in that piece of legislation, and to report the bill to the House with or without amendments. The committee is restricted in its examination in a number of ways. It cannot infringe on the financial initiative of the Crown. It cannot go beyond the scope of the bill as passed at second reading. And it cannot reach back to the parent act to make further amendments not contemplated in the bill, no matter how tempting that might be," unquote.
In light of the arguments presented by both the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader and the member for Winnipeg Centre, the Chair has examined the 4 amendments at issue. The amendments to Clause 1 and Clause 8 do indeed propose a charge upon the public revenue and therefore infringe on the financial initiative of the Crown. While the Chair recognizes that challenges may arise when a committee must examine a bill where the Speaker has previously determined that a royal recommendation will be required before putting the question at third reading, a committee must still carry out its mandate without exceeding its powers. As explained by Speaker Milliken in his ruling from November 19, 2009, at page 6936 of the debates, and I quote, "In my view, by adopting an amendment that infringes on the financial initiative of the Crown, even when it is directed at a clause itself needing a royal recommendation, a committee ventures beyond its mandate," unquote.
As previously stated, the bill aims to create a new benefit and corresponding extended leave for adoptive parents and parents of children conceived through surrogacy. The amendments to clauses 8 and 14 provide that one or more Indigenous children could be placed, in accordance with the customs or traditions of the Indigenous group, community, or people to which they belong, with a person other than the child's parents. This person could be entitled to an extended leave, which introduces a new concept not found in the bill as adopted at second reading. Thus, these amendments do go beyond the scope of Bill C-318.
Consequently, I must order that all 4 amendments adopted by the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities be declared null and void and no longer form part of the bill as reported to the House. In addition, I am ordering that the reprint of Bill C-318, as ordered by the committee, be cancelled. The text of the bill as adopted at second reading will stand as the official version of the bill for consideration at report stage. Given that the bill is now reported back from committee without amendment, the requirement for a royal recommendation, as explained in the Chair's ruling from May 4, 2023, stands. Consequently, I will decline to put the question on third reading unless a royal recommendation is received. I thank all members for their attention. It being 11:15, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Orders of the day, private members' business, consideration at report stage of Bill S-205, an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to another act, interim release and domestic violence recognizance orders, Standing in the name of Ms. Dancho.
There are 12 motions and amendments standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill S-205. Motions number 1 to 12 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table.
I will now submit motions 1 to 12 to the House.
Ms. Ferreri. Excusez-moi. Motion numéro 1.
Motion number 1.
Seconded by Ms. Gray, moves that Bill C-S-205 in Clause 1 be amended. A, by replacing lines 4 to 17 on page 1 with the following. 1. Section 515 of the Act is amended by adding the following after subsection 3. 3.1. Before making an order under subsection 2 in respect of an accused who is charged with an offense in the commission of which violence was used, threatened, or attempted against the accused inmate's partner, the accused's intimate partner, the justice must ask the prosecutor whether the intimate partner of the accused has been consulted about their safety and security needs. 2. Subsection 515.4 of the Act is amended by adding the following after paragraph E. E.1. Where an electronic monitoring device, if the Attorney General makes the request. 2.1. Section 515.4.2 of the Act is amended by adding or at the end of paragraph A1 and by repealing paragraph A.2. 3. Paragraph 515.6b.1 of the Act is replaced by and B by replacing line 1 and page 2. Sorry, let me repeat again. B by replacing line 1 on page 2 with the following. 4. The Act is amended by adding the following. Motion number 2. Ms. Ferreri, seconded by Ms. Gray, moves that Bill C-S-205 in Clause 2 be amended. A, by replacing lines 9 to 12 on page 2 with the following. 810.03. 1. A person who fears on reasonable grounds that their intimate partner will commit an offense that will cause personal injury to them, to their child, or to a child of that intimate partner may lay an information. B, by replacing lines 32 and 33 on page 2 with the following. 5. An order, either subsection 3 or 4, must be made in a timely manner. 6. The provincial court may commit the DEFEN trait d'union. C. By replacing line 1 on page 3 with the following. 7. The provincial court judge may add any reasonable. D. By replacing lines 4 and 5 on page 3 with the following. Or to secure the safety and security of the informant, their child, or a child of the defendant, including CONDI-. E. By replacing line 20 on page 3 with the following. RECTLY, rectly, comma, with the informant, a child of the informant, or. F. By replacing lines 1 to 5 on page 4 with the following. 8. The informant may provide submissions in writing on the conditions that the judge may add to the recognizance under subsection 7. 9. The provincial court shall consider whether it is desirable in the interest of the informant's safety, or. G. By replacing lines 14 and 15 on page 4 with the following. 10. If the provincial court judge adds a condition described in subsection 9 to a reconnaissance, the judge, H, by replacing lines 22 and 23 on page 4 with the following. 11. If the provincial court judge does not add a condition described in subsection 9 to a reconnaissance, the I, by replacing lines 26 and 27 on page 4 with the following. 12. A provincial court judge may, on application of the informant or the defendant, vary the conditions fixed in, close quotation. J, by replacing lines 23 to 31, by replacing lines 29 to 31 on page 4 with the following. 13. When the defendant makes an application under subsection 12, the provincial court judge must, before varying any conditions, consult the informant about their, close quotation. And K, by replacing line 33 on page 4 with the following, open quotation. 14. A warrant or committal to prison for failure or RE hyphen, close quotation. Motion number 3. Madame Ferreri, appuyée.
Ms. Ferreri, seconded by Ms. Gray, proposes that Bill S-205, Section 2, be amended in the English version from lines 15, 16, page 2 with the following. And I quote,
1, under subsection 1, may cause the informant and the person who is the subject of the information to appear, close quotation. Motion numéro 4.
Motion number 4. Ms. Ferreri, seconded by Ms. Gray, proposes that Bill S-205 in Clause 2 be amended. A, by replacing line 23 on page 2 with the following, and I quote, not more than 2 years. B, by replacing line 30 on page 2 with the following, into the recognizance for a period of not more than 3, and C, by replacing line 35 on page 2 with the following, a maximum of 2 years, not exceeding 2 years.
Motion number 5. Ms. Ferreri, seconded by Ms. Gray, moves that Bill S-205 in Clause 2 be amended. A, by replacing lines 24 and 25 on page 3 with the following, open quotation. F, to refrain from using social media. G, to abstain from the consumption of drugs. M-EX hyphen, close quotation. B, by replacing line 28 on page 3 with the following, open quotation. H, to provide for the purpose of analysis a sample of, close quotation. And C, by replacing line 38 on page 3 with the following, open quotation. I, to provide for the purpose of analysis a sample of, close quotation. Motion numéro 6.
Motion number 6. Ms. Ferreri, seconded by Ms. Gray, moves that Bill S-205 in Clause 3 be amended. A, by replacing line 10 on page 5 with the following, and I quote, 810.01 in brackets 4.1F, 810.011 in brackets 6 and brackets E, and 810.03 in brackets 7 and brackets H. End of quote. B, by replacing line 15 on page 5 with the following. 810.01 in brackets 4.1G, 810.0116F, 810.037I, 810.1 in brackets 3.02 in brackets I, and C, by replacing line 2 on page 6 with the following. 810.01, 6F, 810.011 6F, 810.037I, 810.1, 3.02I, or 810.2, 4.1G.
Ms. Ferrari, seconded by Ms. Gray, moves that Bill S-205 in Clause 6 be amended by replacing the lines 34 and 35 on page 7 with the following, open quotation marks, directly with the informant's child, or any relative or close friend of the informant, close quotation. Motion 8.
Motion 8. Ms. Ferrari, seconded by Ms. Gray, moves that Bill S-205 in Clause 6 be amended by replacing lines 39 and 40 on page 7 with the following. E.3. Refrains from using social media. Section 801.03 of the Criminal Code.
Ms. Ferrari, seconded by Ms. Gray, moves that Bill, excuse me, I should have read off before I go there. Motion number 9. Yeah. I'm glad that members are paying close attention. Thank you. Ms. Ferrari, seconded by Ms. Gray, moves that Bill S-205 in Clause 7 be amended by replacing line 13 on page 8 with the following. 810.01 4.1G, 810.03 7I, 810.011 6F, 810.1 3.02I, and
Motion number 10, Ms. Ferrari, seconded by Ms. Gray, moves that Bill S-205 in Clause 8 be amended by replacing lines 18 to 21 on page 8 with the following. Fears on reasonable grounds that their intimate partner will commit an offense that will cause personal injury to them, to their child, or to a child of that intimate partner, and a provincial. End of quote.
Number 11, Ms. Ferrari, seconded by Ms. Gray, moves that Bill S-205 in Clause 10.1 be amended by replacing in Subclause 2 the word 810.03 Subclause 7 with the following. 810.03 Subclause 9. Madame Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari, seconded by Ms. Gray, moves. Motion number 12. Ms. Ferrari, seconded by Ms. Gray, moves that Bill S-205 in Clause 10.1 be amended by replacing, in a Subclause 2, the words, the intimate partner's safety with the following. The informant's safety.
Debate. The honourable member from Peterborough, Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. I know, people watching at home may think, wow, that is just so many amendments, and I think that is the essence of what I'm going to talk about today. And I must also always thank the people from Peterborough, Kawartha, my riding. It is always an honour to stand here and to speak on something so critical that affects Canadians and families across this country. And what we're speaking about today in particular is domestic violence. This is a Bill S-205 that was put forward by Senator Boisvenu, and I will be talking a lot about him in this speech today because it's a very personal story of what he did to put forward this bill. And we had the chance to study this bill in my committee, in the Committee of Status of Women, also known as FIWO. So before we go into this and the amendments that we've put forward in this bill, I want to provide some stats for people watching at home, many of whom are living these stats. Domestic violence in this country is an epidemic. 94 Ontario municipalities have declared intimate partner violence an epidemic. In Ontario, 30 women were killed in a 30-week window between 2022 and 2023. Compared with 2014, intimate partner sexual assault was 163% higher. There has been an increase of 72% in domestic violence in this country. And I think right now, what people really have on their mind, especially my Albertan colleagues, is a tragic story that happened just weeks ago out front of an elementary school. And the headline reads, "Man who killed his estranged wife outside Calgary school was facing domestic violence charges." The man who killed his estranged wife outside a Calgary elementary school was facing criminal charges for domestic violence and was charged with twice violating a no contact order. This woman was murdered in front of an elementary school, and her 3 children no longer have either parents. And this bill that we're talking about today, S205, could have prevented that tragedy. So let's break it down and let's talk about why these amendments are critical and why I'm asking every member in this House to support these amendments and to strengthen the bill that it was originally created in. So the Senator Story who put forward this bill, Senator Boisvenu, I always struggle saying his name correctly, so he's an incredible human. And his daughter was murdered. She was murdered in 2002. She was 27 years old. She was randomly kidnapped and killed because she was in the wrong place at the wrong time by a repeat violent offender. And to Senator's quotes, I will say, changing the system takes a lot of energy, but I had no right to miss the mission that Julie had given me. One day I will return to Julie. It will be under her, my judge, and I'm sure she'll tell me that we've done great things together, the two of us. I think it's very important that members in this House and people at home and constituents recognize that the intention behind this bill comes from a very personal place of lived experience of a man who lost his daughter to domestic violence. He did his due diligence. He went and spoke with stakeholders and did all of the legal correspondence that was necessary to ensure this bill was done properly. And what happened when it went to status of women, FEWO, is it was watered down beyond belief. The whole purpose of the bill was removed by the amendments that were put forward by the Liberals and NDP. And so today we're asking them to reconsider what they're doing to this watered-down bill and to approve the amendments that we have put forward, to leave the bill that it was, to put victims first. And I want to give you some victim testimony from the committee that verifies what we're saying here today. This is Ms. Diane Tremblay. She testified at FEWO on November 20th, 2023 about S205. And here's what she had to say. If my abuser had been required to wear an electronic bracelet under a recognizance order pursuant to Section 810 of the Criminal Code as proposed in Senator Boisvenu's bill, my children and I would have been safer and I wouldn't have had to go through these attempted murders. Believe me, you don't emerge unhurt from an attempted murder. You suffer the after effects for life. I am asking the House of Commons, the Prime Minister of Canada, the Minister of Judges, the judges, all the province of Canada, and the members to pass and enforce this new bill. It should be adopted immediately without any amendments. This is victim testimony. It's very urgent. To conclude, I'd like to add that we have a right to live peacefully and safely under the law in our country. And for those watching at home, and when you're looking at these amendments, the Liberals removed the clause that is asking for the electronic bracelet to be worn by the attacker. And that is the whole weight of this bill. That is the whole point of it, because that period of time in between when a victim is strong enough and courageous enough to even to report it, which is also another issue, they are in a very dangerous position to be attacked by their attacker or to be killed, and their children. And I think it's also really important for people at home to recognize, if you want to really think big picture and be preventative of domestic violence, how many of those attackers grew up in a home where they were children and witnessed domestic violence? You have to break the cycle. And the impacts on children witnessing domestic violence is It's profound. I want to go on to another victim testimony. This is by Miss Martine Jensen. She's the president, founder, and frontline worker of La Maison de Guéry. November 20th, 2023, she testified, and she gave very powerful testimony in the status of women, and she said, over the past 20 years, I've worked with hundreds of women who needed help. There is no way to hide them. Men can track them down at their place of work or through their family. They can follow children to school or to their friends' homes. The man will never stop stalking them, following them, harassing them, and harming them. Until an electronic bracelet is required, women and their children will never be protected. Electronic bracelets may not be perfect, but that's all we have for the time being. We have no protection. That's why we are asking you, on behalf of all women, to pass this bill unamended. This is victim testimony. Again, Mr. Speaker, I will reiterate this over and over and over again. We were elected in this House to elevate the voices of the people outside of this House. We were not elected to push our own agenda and our own ideology, and we were elected to make life better and safer. And right now, this country is not safe. You have serial killers who are eligible for day parole, re-traumatizing their victims. You have children, mothers, people who are from all socioeconomic classes afraid to go to school. These men, these attackers will find them wherever they are. They are stalkers, and they control them, and they control their life, and they ruin children's lives, and they ruin all the people around them, their lives. This should be the most simple bill. We have an opportunity in this House to fix it. And in committee, one of the members on the Liberal side said, well, we're just trying to keep it in line with how the current justice system works. The current justice system is broken. Full stop. And all you have to do is listen to the stats, read the paper. There is a CTV reporter who tweeted this past weekend who had somebody criminally charged for harassing her. She was told to contact the police the minute that he contacted her again. He's supposed to be in jail. He's out. That is the danger of this. And this bill and these amendments we put forward, the bill amends the criminal code with respect to bail pending trial and peace bonds to provide that a judge, and in some cases a peace officer, may impose as a condition of release an electronic bracelet on an accused who is released pending trial on a defendant who has entered into an 8-10 bond. Electronic monitoring creates a security perimeter between the two intimate partners. The victim can carry a transmitter with them at all times, allowing them to maintain this safety perimeter even if they are away from home, giving the power to the victim. I see my time is up, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I appreciate this. I'm asking every member in this House, please vote in support of these amendments. Let's strengthen our justice system and protect victims from domestic violence. Thank you.
Thank the honourable member from Peterborough-Kawartha. The honourable parliamentary secretary on debate.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I listened closely in terms of what it is that the member was saying, and I think that it goes without saying that every member of the House of Commons, of all political stripes, recognizes the gravity and the importance of the issue. When we think of domestic violence, I like to think that we have seen significant investments, both from a budgetary measure of investments into shelters, transitional homes, to the issues of legislation where we have seen government legislation and private members' legislation. I would remind the member of Bill C-233, which was introduced by the member from Dorval, Lachine, and LaSalle. Legislation that taken into consideration recognizing the importance of electronic monitoring and looking at specific cases dealing with domestic violence. These are the type of issues that are very much touching. It wasn't that long ago, just a week or so ago, where there's a great tragedy that had taken place in the province of Manitoba, where an individual man actually killed an entire family, wife and 3 children. And our hearts and prayers go out to the family and the members and friends of the community. Recently we had the Prime Minister with the Premier making an announcement on healthcare, where the Premier emphasized, as the Prime Minister has done, emphasized the importance of getting to some of these root causes. Let's find out what's taking place. What can we do? And I think that as legislators, whether it's at the provincial level or the national level, that we all have a role to play, as the member has pointed out. And what we have seen in the past is a great deal of cooperation amongst members that cross party lines, and I would cite in particular the former Conservative leader Rona Ambrosia, who actually had a private member's bill. And in that private member's bill, it was an attempt to provide education through our judicial system, and it crossed the party lines, where we had the support for the legislation, where it was virtually unanimously, Mr. Speaker, that it ultimately passed through. Now, there was a bit of a hiccup because of the Senate issue and so forth, and the government ultimately had to bring it forward in order to be able to see it pass. I say that because the member pointed it out at the very beginning of her comments when she said that the legislation that that S205 is talking about received quite a few amendments. And the member is right. Through those amendments, what it shows me, even though I wasn't at the committee, and I suspect she was there at the committee, is that there was likely a great deal of dialogue talking about the different amendments. And I suspect that we saw a number of them actually pass. I've had the opportunity to take a look at a couple of them, Mr. Speaker, and I do believe that the legislation was enhanced by the passage of some of those amendments. And I would think that when we take a look in terms of the work that the committee has done, and how we continue to advance the issue, that there's a great deal of merit in terms of voting for the legislation. When you talk about, because the member spent a lot of her time talking about electronic monitoring, I first looked into electronic monitoring back in I guess it would have been in the 90s. It was something that I argued back then when I was a justice critic in the province of Manitoba, as how it is that technology can enable us to improve the quality of our judicial system. And I believe today it is a very effective tool that can, in fact, make a difference in a very real and tangible way. But I think that we have to be careful when we talk about electronic monitoring or ankle bracelets. Often they are of great value, but it's not necessarily the answer in all situations. It doesn't necessarily prevent a crime from happening. It can be an effective tool, if not directly, indirectly, from preventing crimes from happening, and I acknowledge that. And that's one of the reasons why, when it came time for us to talk about Bill C-233, you will find that there was support for the legislation from all political parties, because I believe legislators at that time, Mr. Speaker, recognized the true value of bringing in that sort of technology and encouraging our courts and judicial system to be able to better utilize in certain situations the need for ankle bracelets, Mr. Speaker. And I saw that as a very strong positive. Now, I'm not too sure exactly how it is that the member feels that this legislation will make it stronger than what it is that Bill C-233 has actually done. And maybe other members that follow her would be able to provide further explanation as to how 233 is complemented by what it is that the Conservatives are talking about currently, Mr. Speaker. You know, when we take a look at the seriousness of the issue, it's important for us to highlight that victims of sexual assault, that they are treated with dignity and respect throughout this entire process, Mr. Speaker. It's one of the reasons why we have brought forward legislation in the past, government legislation, to support victims, Mr. Speaker. I can recall debates on the floor of the House where it was about public disclosure and ensuring that we protect the identity of the victims, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, what we found out is that there was a bit of a catch that was in there in the sense that you had many or a number of victims that wanted to be able to share their stories in certain situations, and how the law made that complicated. Well, the government brought in the legislation to enable victims to be able to share their stories in certain situations. Mr. Speaker, I think that there is an educational component that's there, that's very real. The member made reference to breaking the chain. And at the end of the day, the federal government needs to demonstrate leadership through actions, in which we have done that by legislative changes, and as I made reference to budgetary measures. But we also need provinces, and I would suggest to you even school divisions, to take a look in terms of how it is that they can contribute to the debate, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've always thought in certain areas of public policy that there is a great value in terms of incorporating things into our educational system, and that is through our public curricula. And this is something in which I think is underestimated in terms of the potential of dealing with this specific issue. Whether it's a family course-based curricula or looking at different ways in which education could be elevated to a higher priority in terms of dealing with this very serious issue, Mr. Speaker. I think that's important. From a province perspective, I think at the end of the day, we need to take a look at resources, and we need to ensure that we have the proper supports in place. Far too often, victims are put into a situation out of fear that often would lead to a peace bond not being issued, where legislation that has enabled family members or others to be able to look at getting a peace bond issue, Mr. Speaker. These are the types of issues in which, if you take a look in terms of what our crowns and so forth are having to deal with on a daily basis, look at our advocacy groups in terms of how it is that we can further enhance the safety of women in their homes, I think is critically important. And I look forward to the ongoing debate, but suffice to say, Mr. Speaker, all of us are concerned about intimate partner violence, and we have to ensure that the victims of sexual assault are treated, as I say, with respect and dignity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le débat continue avec l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-La Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois position has not changed since this bill was originally tabled. We are for this bill, of course, because it is consistent with initiatives to strengthen the justice and police systems to counter any type of violence, but also any recurrence of violence, any recidivism, especially victims of domestic violence, so women in particular. Gender-based violence is a scourge, and more needs to be done to prevent it. I would like to commend the person who tabled this bill, Senator Pierre-Hugues Boisvenu. I believe that everyone knows his story. His daughter was murdered by a sexual predator in 2002. After this, he dedicated his life to protecting the victims of crime in order to strengthen their rights as well. For women and those who are victims of all kinds of violence, this is his legacy to this institution. And I hope that thanks to the work of all parliamentarians, this bill will see the light of day very soon. And I hope that it will have, and I believe it will have, a positive impact so that more people are present in a very difficult legal system. Despite our divergence of opinions on many subjects, senators and myself agree on this, and it's a priority for the Bloc Québécois to protect criminal acts, and so I'm very happy to take the floor today on the matter. In Quebec and in Canada, criminal law has a duty to punish crimes and protect the public. With feminicides and domestic violence on the rise, it is important to strengthen mechanisms to ensure the protection of victims, their children, and their loved ones. This means amending the Criminal Code, and Bill S205 is a step in the right direction. It wants victims to be more involved in the judicial process by asking judges to consult them before any conditional release. The Criminal Code sets out conditions under which it would be justified to detain an accused person pending trial. 515.10 states, for the purposes of this section, the detention of an accused in custody is justified only in one of the following cases. A, his or her detention is necessary to ensure his presence in court so that he or she may be dealt with according to the law. B, detention is necessary for the protection or safety of the public, including victims and witnesses of the offence and persons under the age of 18, having regard to all the circumstances, including any substantial likelihood that the accused, if released, will commit a criminal offence or interfere with the administration of justice. C, their detention is necessary in order not to undermine public confidence in the administration of justice, having regard to all these circumstances, including the following: the fact that the charge appears to be well-founded, the seriousness of the offence, the circumstances surrounding its commission, including the use of a firearm, the fact that the accused, if convicted, is liable to a long term of imprisonment, or in the case of an offence involving a firearm, a minimum sentence of at least 3 years. The decision whether or not to detain a person pending trial depends on a number of factors specific to each situation. When it is in the public interest to detain an accused person, it is important to remember that the accused is deprived of their fundamental rights. These include the presumption of innocence and the right to life, freedom, and security. Allowing the victim to be more involved in the judicial process that concerns him or her is a laudable step forward that we can unreservedly support. Victims do not have to go through an obstacle course to obtain justice. The bill will help to reduce the obstacles that victims may face and which may dissuade them from taking the courageous step of filing a complaint against their attacker. The Bloc Québécois, of course, has always stood up for victims of crime. As I said earlier, our thoughts are with women and victims of domestic violence. Every victim is one too many. Quebec is one of the most advanced avant-garde nations in protecting victims of family and domestic violence. The Quebec Ministry for Public Safety has deployed a Quebec-wide project for electronic monitoring devices to prevent feminicides and protect victims of domestic violence or sexual exploitation. This protective measure was first offered in the Quebec City region in May 2022. It was then deployed throughout Quebec. In the Gaspésie, Maclean Islands, and northern Quebec received this service in September 2023. They are used to prevent offenders from approaching their victims, simple as. The system consists of two linked geolocation devices, one device permanently attached to the ankle of the accused or offender, and a mobile application installed on a cell phone in the hands of the person to be protected. If the offender crosses the predetermined prohibition zones around the victim, a signal will be transmitted to a central monitoring station which can see on a screen the location of each of the two people. An agent will ask the EMD wearer to turn back. If the wearer refuses or continues to approach, the officer will request police intervention. Sometimes the police are deployed immediately without waiting for the offender's reaction. The idea of this measure is to ensure the victim's peace of mind and safety. The electronic bracelet, or EMD, can be imposed on offenders sentenced to serve time in the community, those released pending trial or on parole, or those who have conditions to meet upon release from prison. In all cases, the victim must give his or her consent before the electronic bracelet can be fitted. Quebec was a pioneer in introducing this protection system and to date is the only Canadian province to use it. Isabelle Mayou, Director General of Security at Quebec Correctional Services at the Correctional Services Directorate, stated, "When I have the opportunity to speak to a victim who tells me that they've regained peace of mind, that they've started sleeping again at night, that is for me a success factor. And as for offenders, there's a certain deterrence to this when they realize that we are ready to follow them up." End of quote. She hopes that if the program is well known, a greater number of women will be tempted to take part if they ever need to. I hope that the rest of Canada will follow Quebec's example. It is time to come full circle and allow released prisoners to be subject to the same restrictions as those proposed in S205. Measures could have a very positive impact on our communities. Returning to these proposed legislative amendments, this is an added value for victims, of course. Why? Because the justice system needs to be more efficient and transparent. We need to make the judicial process easier for victims and families. When a decision is made, for example, with regards to releasing an aggressor. This bill could also strengthen the public's trust in the justice system. This so that no one who has been a victim of crime will hesitate to report it to the police. We know that too often victims do not report to the police, and statistics on that matter are worrying. That is why these legislative measures are very important. Between 2009 and 2019, there was a 7.5% increase in feminicide and domestic violence cases.
We saw a peak in 2021. 18,571 women were victims in Quebec. That's 1,788 more than in 2020. So I think as a parliamentary body, we have a responsibility to help reverse this worrying trend. So I'll just come back to the three main components of the bill. I mentioned the obligation to consult the victim prior to a release order with conditions. Also, the introduction of the notion of domestic violence, on the basis of which a victim may request that the accused enter into reconnaissance to keep the peace. And three, a preponderance of the victim's version of events, which might influence the choice of conditions to which the accused will be subject under that commitment. So the bill has worked the bloc has worked to improve this bill, and we did that at committee. The majority of the amendments made to the bill, we supported them. They generally strengthen the bill by adding additional support to victims. There was only one amendment that we were against, which reduced the maximum time for good behavior from 2 years to 12 months. We know that there are people who can recommit violence years later, so it's important to be vigilant concerning those who have a violent past. And for the rest, we continue to support this bill, which I think will have a positive impact to ensure the safety of people in our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate with the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honor to rise in support of this bill today, Bill S205, that was first introduced by Senator Boissonnault in 2021. I want to first acknowledge his work and hard efforts putting this bill forward, and also his courage in regards to sharing his story about how gender-based violence impacted his own family. I think with that in mind, I think this became, a critical bill for him to ensure is passed through the House. And in general, this bill sets out to protect survivors of intimate partner violence through various amendments to the Criminal Code. These include ensuring judges consult the accused intimate partner about their safety and security needs, allowing judges to consider the use of an electronic monitor for interim release, and establishing a new type of recognizance order peace bond for survivors of intimate partner violence, which, if granted, would allow the judge to impose conditions, including electronic monitoring and the treatment or domestic violence counseling program. Given that this bill is of great importance, especially because we know that rates of gender-based violence has increased since the pandemic, I can affirm to you that the committee worked very hard to ensure that this bill was reviewed promptly, to ensure it could be passed into law. So I'm very excited to be here for the debate today to keep this bill moving along. But we also worked in the committee to make necessary amendments to address concerns expressed by the study witnesses. So I think it's important while discussing the bill to emphasize that intimate partner violence is a national crisis. We certainly know, as I indicated, that rates of violence within the home have increased since the pandemic. We also see a connection between intimate partner violence and a mental health crisis that we're currently witnessing in Canada. In fact, every 6 days, a woman in Canada is killed by her intimate partner. And some Canadian cities, including Ottawa, Toronto, and Kitchener, have gone so far as to declare intimate partner violence an epidemic given its severity. So we know that we need to address this crisis of violence. We know that it is critical that we put in place laws to ensure the safety of those that are experiencing violence. We know that rates of intimate partner violence, in fact, have been on the rise in recent years, especially, as I said, since COVID-19 pandemic. Between 2014 and 2022, intimate partner rates increased by an alarming 20%. Intimate partner violence overwhelmingly impacts women, and in particular, young women. 44% of women, or 6.2 million women aged 15 and older, have reported some kind of abuse in their intimate partner relationship. And we often think about intimate partner violence in terms of those that are cohabiting together. But even if you look at the rates of intimate partner violence and the impact on youth, the rates are alarming. Women similarly were overrepresented in intimate partner homicides, which make up nearly 1/5 of all solved homicides in Canada. Intimate partner violence, we also know, disproportionately impacts low-income and Indigenous women, as well as women who are visible minorities, disabled women, and 2S LGBTQ+ women, and particularly with the rise of anti-trans hate that is happening in the country, including fueling the fires of anti-trans rhetoric that we saw from the leader of the opposition, the member from Carleton last week, talking about safe places that will now exclude trans women. We need to be vigilant in all areas of society to protect women. And we know that the consequences of intimate partner violence are also very costly. The Department of Justice, for example, estimated the cost of intimate partner violence to be roughly $7.4 billion. It not only costs dignity, it not only costs safety, it also costs us financially by turning a blind eye to the crisis of intimate partner violence. Now, one of the biggest concerns that I had for this bill was the impact that it might have on Indigenous peoples. Now, we know that the Liberal government throwing out the amendments to C-318, as we heard this morning, are certainly not committed. But in the last Parliament, we did pass Bill C-15, which includes Article 5, which states that all legislation that the Government of Canada must, in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples, take all measures necessary to ensure that the laws of Canada are consistent with the Declaration. Like today, for example, they could have taken all the measures necessary to pass Bill C-13 and provide royal consent with the amendments to make sure that it was consistent with United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. They didn't. But we know the Liberal government is not a champion of Indigenous rights in this country as they continue to willfully violate our rights. So when we were amending this bill, one of the concerns that I had was related to Indigenous peoples due to the ongoing legacy of colonial state policies and laws. Indigenous people, as a result, are overrepresented in Canada's criminal justice system. We must make sure that our criminal justice system is consistent with Bill C-15 and which affirms that all legislation going forward, I know that this is a Senate bill, but just for a matter of principle, is consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. In 2018, Indigenous adults made up 30% of admissions to provincial and territorial custody and 29% of the admissions to federal custody, while representing 4% of the population. Indigenous women, in fact, made up an even greater share of those admitted to custody at 42%. This type of amendment, I moved an amendment in committee to add an amendment for cases involving Indigenous people to enable judges to consider alternative, culturally appropriate Indigenous support services rather than imprisonment. This type of amendment is not only morally necessary, it is legally necessary as well. Again, Bill C-15 requires all Canadian legislation on the government side to be consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which includes requirements that states prevent discrimination against Indigenous people and respect the integrity of Indigenous cultures and traditions. The Gladue principles in Canadian law also compel judges to recognize the unique experience of Indigenous peoples, including racism, loss of language, removal from land, residential schools, and foster care. And given these considerations, judges must consider alternatives to prisons while sentencing, and such as, for example, an alternative restorative justice. I'd like to thank everybody. I'd like to congratulate Senator Boissonnault. I'm looking forward to seeing this bill move quickly through the House. And I'd also like to thank my committee for the hard discussions we had getting this bill through committee. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to address the House today on Bill S-205, a bill that comes from a Conservative senator and a Conservative member of Parliament, a Conservative initiative aimed at combating domestic violence. And before I speak specifically about this bill, I do want to pay particular tribute to Senator Boisvenu, who is responsible for putting this bill forward. Senator Boisvenu is someone who in his family has seen the impacts of this kind of violence and has turned personal tragedy into public advocacy, standing up for victims of crime, and devoted his energies in the Senate and outside of the Senate to standing for justice and for the inclusion of victims' voices in various processes. So I want to take this opportunity to recognize his incredible work on this bill, but on so many other different areas. He's now retiring, and I think all members from all sides in the other place and in this place would pay tribute to him, his commitment to public service, and his work. That Bill S-205 is one of many proposals that he's put forward for combating domestic violence and other forms of violence, as well as standing up for victims. So Bill S-205 seeks to deal with orders that go against perpetrators of domestic violence that a judge would issue in order to protect victims and control their activities. In particular, it creates a mechanism where a judge can mandate that a perpetrator would wear an electronic monitoring device, and also that victims would be consulted in the process of judges making decisions about the kinds of orders that apply to perpetrators. These initiatives make sense. They are common sense. They would give victims of domestic violence a greater sense of security, and I believe would reduce subsequent violence and would save lives. Unfortunately, what we have seen in the process of this bill making its way through Parliament is that members of the Liberal government supported amendments at committee that weaken the bill. So here we are in the House at report stage, which is when this bill comes out of committee, and Conservatives are working to add back in some of those critical sections that were removed at committee. There's a lot of discussion in this place about combating domestic violence, but when the rubber hits the road, we have Liberals voting against critical measures that would actually protect victims of crime. Victims of crime are not primarily concerned about words of solidarity from politicians. There are a lot of politicians who say, we've had enough, enough is enough, this must stop. But the rubber hits the road with the concrete legislative initiatives that we put forward that punish perpetrators of this horrible crime, and that create kinds of mechanisms such as electronic monitoring that will allow victims of these crimes to feel safer. So it is disappointing that while having words to say about the problem of domestic violence, Liberal members have not actually supported the constructive initiatives that Conservatives in the other place and in this place have put forward. Mr. Speaker, as well, I wanted to mention an issue that I've been working on advocating for, and that is more bystander intervention training. I think one of the ways that we can combat crime, combat domestic violence, other forms of violence, is empower bystanders, empower people that may be outside of a situation, see things that are going on, to know how to respond, how to intervene, what kind of tools are available to them. I've been to a number of bystander training events, including in my own community, and I think these are very powerful tools for combating this kind of violence. We focus a lot, as we should, on punishing the perpetrator, protecting the victim, but I think we can also look at other people, bystanders, potential bystanders, in terms of how to engage them. And I have put forward a motion in this House, Motion 57, that deals with promoting more bystander intervention awareness and training. So I think that's another step that we should be talking more about in terms of combating domestic violence. Fundamentally, this is a phenomenal bill. bill, a great bill, and I want to again recognize the excellent work of Senator Boisvenu throughout his life and career standing for and with victims of crime. It's unfortunate to see efforts by Liberals and others to water down these kinds of initiatives. Words of solidarity are not enough. We need action. We need policy to punish perpetrators and protect victims. Those concrete initiatives are what's going to really make a difference to vulnerable people in our society. So I hope that the House will support Conservative efforts to reverse the watering down amendments at committee and to strengthen this bill again so that we can do the work that everybody talks about, that is protect victims of domestic violence. Thank you very much.
When we return to the item, the honourable member will have 4 minutes remaining in his speech. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, consideration of government business motion number 35 on extension of sitting hours and conduct of extended proceedings.
Mr.
McKinnon Gatineau, seconded by Madame Joly, moves that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House for the duration of the session A1, a Minister of the Crown may I dispense?
Merci.
Thank you. May, with the agreement of the House Leader of another recognized party, at any time during a sitting but no later than 6:30 p.m., request that the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for a subsequent sitting be 12 a.m.
Day when a debate pursuant to Standing Order 52 or 53.1 is to take place, that such a request shall be deemed adopted. 2. A Minister of the Crown may request at any time during a sitting that a decision to extend a subsequent sitting made pursuant to subparagraph AI be rescinded and such request shall be deemed adopted. B. On a sitting day extended pursuant to subparagraph A, subparagraph I, proceedings on a opposition motion pursuant to Standing Order 81-16 shall conclude no later than 5 p.m. Tuesday to Thursday, 6:30 p.m. on a Monday or 1:30 p.m. on a Friday on allotted day for the business of supply, except pursuant to Standing Order 81-18C.
2. After 6:30 p.m., the Speaker shall not receive any quorum calls or dilatory motions, and shall only accept a request for unanimous consent after receiving a notice from the House leaders or whips of all recognized parties stating that they are in agreement with such a request. 3.
To proceed to the orders of the day and to adjourn the debate, or the House shall be moved after 6:30 p.m. by a Minister of the Crown, including a point of order, and such motions be deemed adopted. IV, la période prévue pour les heures d'amendement.
The time provided for government orders shall not be extended pursuant to Standing Orders 33.2, 45.9, or 67.1.2. C.
C, I'm trying to read. I don't know. It's just like C, during consideration of the estimates on the allotted day of each supply period pursuant to Standing Orders 81-17 and 81-18. I, when the Speaker interrupts the proceedings for the purpose of putting forthwith all questions necessary to dispose of all the estimates, all remaining motions to concur in the votes for which a notice of opposition was filed shall be deemed to have been moved and seconded, the questions be deemed put, and recorded divisions deemed requested.
2. When a supply bill is considered in a committee of the whole, if a recorded division is requested to any bill elements, may I dispense?
Thank you so much. I only had 3 pages left. I mean, I really felt I should have got to the last page on this one. Simple as that. Débat.
The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, of course, to discuss a motion that you kindly read at least a part of, put forward by our government to improve the work of this House. We are at an important point of this parliamentary session. As a government, we have an ambitious agenda to improve the lives of Canadians. And this means working hard in the House of Commons to advance legislation for the people we all represent. It means working with all parties in the House to get things done in a cooperative way, without partisan rancor or political games. Indeed, MPs from all parties in this minority parliament are here to represent their constituents, to get things done on behalf of the people they represent. Unfortunately, one party is preventing this from happening. The Conservatives, under the leadership of the member for Carleton, have behaved irresponsibly. They oppose for the sake of opposing, without proposing a responsible alternative. They obstruct the work of all members of this House, from all parties, all types of committees, solely for their own partisan interests. They prevent many bills from being voted on through filibustering and tactics. We all have seen that. And even for bills that they themselves support. They impose all-night voting marathons, and in the process, vote against the very investments Canadians count on.
That, Mr. Speaker, is the agenda of the Leader of the Official Opposition of the Conservative Party of Canada in this House. Delay, obstruct, and create chaos. And by doing so, hope that Canadians tune all of this out and don't become invested in the work that we do here, the work that impacts positively on Canadians every day. And I'll get to that in a moment. But before that, I want to talk about how they prevent the House of Commons from doing its work. Talk about never admitting to Canadians what he and his MPs are doing. And for all his claims about who he is working for, it's nothing but a ruse, Mr. Speaker.
That's for sure.
The Leader of the Official Opposition is working for himself, for no one else. And the House of Commons is paying the price. The motion we are debating today is designed to address the unfortunate place in which we now find ourselves because of the Conservatives' political agenda of chaos and obstruction. It is designed to allow the House to do its work. It is designed to provide extensive time to debate bills in this chamber, something that the Conservatives claim that they want, Mr. Speaker. It is designed to turn this place into a healthier workplace.
Right on.
No one, whether it is a member of Parliament or an employee working in the House of Commons, should be forced to work throughout the night simply because the Leader of the Opposition wants to bully others into participating in his political games. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, this motion reflects our government's view about what we should all want Parliament to be: a place for constructive debate, a place for testing ideas, a place for reasoned and civil discussions, a place, Mr. Speaker, where things get done.
Right on.
Simply put, Mr. Speaker, it should be a place that Canadians can be proud of, not look at and recoil in horror because of games playing through the night on the side of the official opposition. Unfortunately, the Conservative leader wants to prevent all of this from happening, Mr. Speaker. He wants to turn this House into a place of dysfunction. On our side of the aisle, and I believe the same goes for other MPs in this chamber, we have a different view. We have a much greater respect for this place, for Parliament. We are here every day working hard to help Canadians in a wide range of areas that touch their lives.
I just interrupt the honourable member just for a moment. We might not agree with what's being said today, but we all give respect to the person that's actually speaking. So let's just listen to the speaker. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think that makes the point quite eloquently, doesn't it? That includes making life more affordable so that Canadians can pay for their groceries and their housing. It includes protecting our environment from the catastrophic consequences of climate change. And it includes ensuring Canadian families have access to quality, affordable childcare, something these Conservatives say they want, have voted for, but Mr. Speaker, refused to allow it to come to a vote so that this House can pass childcare for Canadian families from coast to coast to coast and start enjoying that now. It includes having access, Mr. Speaker, to sustainable jobs, to dental care, to having a strong armed forces, and a strong armed forces that are helping to protect the people of Ukraine by sending equipment, by sending supplies, by sending trainers so that the people of Ukraine can resist this illegal Russian invasion.
And unfortunately, the Conservatives are playing partisan games in the House to halt this progress for all Canadians. They refuse to cooperate with the other parties. They continually obstruct the passage of legislation. And this behavior has been going on since the beginning of this Parliament. What have they blocked, Mr. Speaker? The budget, the fall economic statement, sustainable jobs for workers, childcare for Canadian families, free trade agreement with Ukraine, and a National Council for Reconciliation. Those are just 6 examples. This is stealthy parliamentary filibustering, and Canadians deserve better. The Conservatives' actions are not healthy for this Parliament or for democracy. We cannot allow members of all parties in this minority Parliament to be held hostage by the selfish political agenda of one party. We don't expect the Conservatives to change their tune. They will continue to play their parliamentary games to delay legislation. So we have an answer to this. The government has now introduced a motion to ensure that Canadians get the results they need from MPs. Our motion will allow for evening sittings to give more time to debate legislation. And my friends on the other side of the aisle say that they wish this, Mr. Speaker. And this motion is not unprecedented. This is the 3rd time we have found it necessary to propose a motion to extend the sitting hours of the House so that MPs can get on with their work. In the 2 previous cases, the House adopted motions to extend the hours for a specific period of time. And it's time to do it again. If adopted, the ability to extend sitting hours will remain in effect until the end of this parliamentary session. The Conservatives say they want more time to debate before voting. And that's what this motion would allow. Our motion, therefore, strengthens democracy. It will better ensure that one party, namely the Conservatives, don't block the work of all other parties in this House. Parliament works best when we work together, and not when one party stands in the way of progress. This motion provides for more time for members to debate in the evenings until midnight, Mr. Speaker. This is not a blanket extension for every day. It will not take place all the time, but only when necessary. The extension will only take place on a given day if the government has the support of another party for it to take place on that day. This support would represent, therefore, a majority of the members of this House.
Mr. Speaker, this motion clearly indicates that the government cannot surprise the House one day by stating that it will sit late that night. The government has no intention of using this motion at a moment's notice to extend the sitting hours. Indeed, the motion we are debating today clearly states that advance notice for a late sitting is to be given the day prior. Mr. Speaker, the motion also provides for early adjournment of the House. Before we start hearing the Conservatives claim we're trying to shut down the House in the days or weeks ahead, let's put the facts on the table. Such an assertion from the Conservatives would be patently false. The motion says that in the last 2 sitting days of a fall sitting, the government could put forward a motion to adjourn the House early for the Christmas break. Similarly, it says in the last 3 days of a spring sitting, the government could put forward a motion to adjourn the House early for the summer break. In both instances, if this is to happen, adjourning early is not something the government could do on its own. It is a votable motion. The House would vote on whether to adjourn. And it would only pass if a majority of MPs decided that the business of that fall or spring sitting is substantively complete. So let's put aside any ludicrous claims from the Conservatives about adjourning early. We have too much work to do, Mr. Speaker. If they make that claim, it's because they don't want to talk about the overarching intent of the motion, to extend the daily hours of the House so that MPs can debate bills so they come to a vote. We want more time, not less, for MPs to do their work in the House. If Conservatives have a problem with this, then they need to explain why, Mr. Speaker. And finally, I would like to address another significant part of this motion. Last December, and we all remember this, Mr. Speaker, in the final days of the spring sitting, the Conservatives tried to turn the House of Commons into a sad spectacle to fulfill their leader's basic impulses as a political bully. The House was scheduled to vote on the budgetary estimates. This is a routine part of the parliamentary cycle and should have been dealt with just a handful of votes. Instead, the Conservatives decided to vote against investments our government is making. They forced more than 130 consecutive votes through the night so that they can vote against funds in a wide variety of areas. And I would note for my friends that all of those are recorded, Mr. Speaker, for posterity, so we know exactly who voted against what in this House. Let me give you some examples. The construction of new homes, cracking down on terrorism financing, supporting communities recovering from Hurricane Fiona, something you know well, Mr. Speaker, cracking down on firearms from illegally entering Canada, ending gender-based violence, supporting Canada's dairy, poultry, and egg farmers, supporting, Mr. Speaker, the Montreal Holocaust Museum, training Ukrainian soldiers through Operation Unifier, and supporting our border guards to keep the Canadian border secure. Conservatives stayed up all night, at least some of them did,
very few,
to vote against all of these things, Mr. Speaker. But who did not stay up all night? The very person that said he was going to keep us here till Christmas, to block all progress for Canadians, to block all measures for Canadians, to block supports, vital supports, across the board.
Point of order from the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay. Always helpful.
Know that you're not supposed to stay when someone's not in the House, and it should be fair. The leader of the Conservative Party did show up in time to vote against Ukraine, and then he went home.
I will suggest to everyone as we dance on that line that we're not supposed to say whether someone's here or not in the future, in the past, even though right now. The Honourable Government House Leaders.
I would, point well taken from the member and from you, Mr. Speaker, but I would point out that votes indeed are recorded. So we'll be paying close attention to that, as we always have, Mr. Speaker. So what we went through was standing up for the kinds of things the Canadians expect this Parliament to do, standing up for the kinds of things they expect their government to do, and standing up, yes, Mr. Speaker, for the very essence of the democracy that happens in this chamber. We were determined to stay here all night to demonstrate to Canadians that we are standing on guard for the things they cherish. We are standing on guard for the programs that they depend on government for, and we are standing on guard for those things, despite the trickery and the maliciousness demonstrated by the official opposition.
Too much credit.
They joke, Mr. Speaker. They joke about these things. They joke about these things. You know why they joke about these things? It's all part of the plan. It's just a big joke for these Conservatives on the other side of the House. All this chaos and dysfunction that they bring here on a daily basis by preventing us from voting on serious matters that Canadians are looking to us to provide. That is just a part of the long list of investments where the Conservatives showed their true colors, Mr. Speaker. They voted no over and over and over again. Monsieur le Président, les
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have shown us who they really are, with the unfortunate consequence of creating a voting marathon that lasted 30 hours straight. What does this mean? MPs, their staff, and House employees had to work through the night. Why? To satisfy the petulance of the Conservative leader. This attitude was not only childish and politically irresponsible, it also endangered the health of many people who frequent these corridors. This cannot happen again. Our motion proposes that in the future, if a new voting marathon were to take place, it would proceed as follows. Voting could take place throughout the day and even late into the evening, but as soon as midnight strikes, voting must stop. MPs and staff should then have time for a health break lasting several hours. They should be allowed to sleep, which is perfectly reasonable because we are sending out billions of dollars to support Canadians. And then at 9 a.m., the House would reconvene its work and votes would continue. This way, if the Conservatives want to provoke another voting marathon, they won't be stopped in their partisan tracks, but it'll simply take longer. And the health of MPs and others who work here will not be put at risk. I find it hard to understand why the Conservatives would oppose this proposal. We need to put politics aside and recognize that the personal health of each and every one of us here in this chamber comes before partisan gain. Mr. Speaker, this motion is intended to better make this democratic place function.
Work better, to make this place more productive, and to allow members from all sides of this House to vote, as we are sent here to do, in the most democratic of ways, on things that we feel are important for the people that we represent. C'est pour ça, Monsieur le Président.
And that is why, Mr. Speaker, that I conclude my remarks, and I'll be happy to answer any questions my colleagues may have. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I'd argue it's that type of revisionist history, which is why the Liberal polling numbers are so flaccid. Listen, debate on legislation is why we're here. We're here to hold the government to account, and we're not here to make Liberals' cabinet ministers easier because they've failed to work plan. For example, Supreme Court rulings like MAID have been introduced, responses to them have been introduced into the House at the last minute, and then the government attempts to ram these things through without intervention, and that's because of their failure to work plan. And it's often the Liberals that are holding up legislation, Mr. Speaker. It's often them who are delaying Parliament. For example, last week, Liberal on the Government Operations Committee filibustered to block a Conservative motion to compel the owners of GC Strategies, a company at the centre of the Arrive scam debacle, to be questioned by parliamentarians. So my question is this. Is the real reason the Liberals that they're putting this motion forward is because their cabinet has failed to work plan due to the legions of scandals that this government is facing?
Here, here. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, here's what I can say. Every time we bring a bill into this House and we put it, bring it for debate for second reading, it doesn't really matter what it is. Yeah. It could be called the Sky is Blue Act, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives would pose dilatory motions, and for Canadians who are watching this, what they do is they say, let's concur in some committee report from 6 months ago that no one has talked about since. Let's put aimless and pointless points of privilege on the floor, things that prevent us from getting to the work that we have to do. And that member voted for childcare. Well, I would put it to her right now. Will she go to her leader and ask that we be able to put Bill C-35 to a vote today at all stages so that Albertans can have access to the child care they deserve?
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, New Democratic Party MPs come to this House of Commons to work. And as you've seen, Mr. Speaker, for pharmacare, for dental care, for anti-scab legislation, for the grocery rebate, fighting back against food price gouging with the enhancements to the Competition Act, anti-scab legislation, supports for clean energy, all of those things, and affordable housing as well, have come through the NDP, being the effective opposition in the House, pushing the government to simply put in place programs that will actually help people. Now, as you know, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have done the opposite of that and voted instead to gut healthcare funding, housing, even things like CBSA and prisons, correctional services. They have voted to cut all of those things. What this motion represents is working smarter and working harder, having evening sessions that the NDP has long been a proponent of, but stopping the kind of all-night voting marathons that have led to health issues with a number of members of Parliament and with staff. And so the NDP will be supporting this motion. My simple question to the government House Leader is why the Conservatives have been so obstructionist during the course of this Parliament.
Honourable Government House Leader.
I thank the member for that question, my friend from the New Democratic Party. You know, he asks why Conservatives have done this, and we see this around the world, Mr. Speaker. They think that by coming in and making these places, these precious chambers of democracy, so toxic, so laden with invective, so dripping with insult.
Your leader elbowed a woman in the chest. Do you want to talk about toxic?
So laden and dripping with insult and invective that Canadians will turn away, that Canadians will simply say, I don't want any part of any of that. And that's how they come to suppress voting. That's how they try and get Canadians disillusioned with their politics rather than interested in the results that politics and government can have on their daily life. My friend from New Westminster Burnaby outlines many of them. Dental care, lower grocery prices, child care, Mr. Speaker. All of these things that we work in earnest every day to pass through this House in a democratic way, but which the Conservatives spend all of their time trying to tie up in procedure and nonsense.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Greens, like the NDP, are certainly here to work, happy to stay late, to move forward with the business of Canadians and their priorities. I'd like to put to the House Leader just two examples of those that with all this extra time, he knows, as you do, Mr. Speaker, that Canadians with disabilities across the country continue to live in legislated poverty. This government has committed to the Canada Disability Benefit for many, many years. With this extra time, does that mean that we're going to see the Canada Disability Benefit funded with expediency? Secondly, he spoke about protecting our environment from the catastrophic effect of climate change. He likely knows that for folks in Ontario, as a climate no-brainer starting point is to give folks an incentive to retrofit their homes. There's a program that's been in place for 20 years. It's called the Greener Homes Grant. In Ontario, Ontarians are no longer eligible to even apply for it as of right now. Does this mean that as a result of the extra time we're going to have here, we're going to move forward with significant measures to address the climate crisis, replenishing and expanding the Greener Homes Grant being an example of that?
Honorable Leader en Chambre de Gouvernement.
Mr. Speaker, debating things that help and have positive impacts for Canadians wherever they may live, in Ontario or elsewhere, on climate change for disabled Canadians or any other matter, is precisely why we are making this place more open for debate. We can have greater productivity, debate more things, pass more measures that will help everyday Canadians.
Commentaire, questions and comments. I'm going to have the honourable member, Leonard of the DP.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague. Is this motion not an admission of failure in my colleague's speech? He attacked everyone, saying if we can't tackle our issues, it's because of the opposition. If we can't tackle Canada's worst problems, it's because of the opposition. The government is the government, and they should govern. They even have a significant ally that always supports them, even when it's against their best interests. So we have a government that can't tackle issues. There's a housing crisis. There's a climate crisis. There's a language crisis. This morning they say, oh, it's the Conservatives' fault. It's the opposition's fault. Isn't that just an admission of failure in this motion, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend my colleague for his opposition's constructive work. Sometimes they support us, sometimes they do not. What they don't do, and what I'm reproaching of them, what I reproach are dilatory tactics. What causes mere chaos here? Unproductive chaos, which stops people from being able to put forward their points of view. It stops people from being able to debate well. We need to debate here, yes, and we have to vote upon them, yes. And Mr. Speaker, we defend our positions and we accept our positions, but this motion is here so that all members in this House can debate, so that this whole of democracy functions well.
Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate the fact that we're having this debate and this discussion today, and I do believe that every member of Parliament is elected to represent their constituents, and I am really honoured and privileged to represent the good people of the riding of Waterloo. And what I've noticed, whether in this House or within committees, that each party actually does have priorities. They have areas of focus, and whether it's the Bloc, whether it's the NDP, whether it's the Greens, whether it's the Independents, there are areas of interest in which they're trying to work with a government to say, how do we deliver for our constituents? And I do echo the comments of the government House Leader that there is one party who believes that the role of the official opposition is to always oppose rather than actually constructively work with. And they find it funny, and that's fine. And you'll notice that when there's certain people speaking in this House, the volume in the House is a lot louder than when other people are speaking. And I think when it comes to this motion, I think what's important for us to actually focus on is how do we deliver for Canadians? The Leader of the official opposition lives in government-funded housing. Every member of Parliament is paid by the public purse. So how do we ensure that we're delivering for Canadians? Because government does have a role to play, and I would like to hear the government House Leader's comments on how this motion actually might be able to make us more productive if members of Parliament actually chose to come here to work constructively together rather than blindly oppose. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We are out of time, and allow the Honourable Government House Leader to respond.
Well, that's a point that makes itself. We are sent here, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that we get results for our constituents, that we participate positively in debates, that we put forward proposals and bills that help the people we represent. And when we are blocked from doing that systematically by an opposition that consistently puts up procedural roadblocks to that, then of course the government, any responsible government, has to act in the way that we are doing today.
Resuming debate, the Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Common sense Conservatives are focused on axing the tax, building the homes, fixing the budget, and stopping the crime. Well, this Liberal Prime Minister proves day in and day out that he's not worth the cost or the corruption. And what we're seeing today is a perfect example of how the government is focused on the wrong things. Well, Conservatives are putting forward tangible and practical measures that will lower costs, bring interest rates down, get homes built around the country, put dangerous criminals behind bars. This Liberal government is focused on the standing orders of the House of Commons. While Canadians are going to food banks in record numbers, while people who have moved away from home, gotten jobs, find themselves renewing their mortgages, and then are being forced to move back in with their parents, while communities once safe and secure, where people would go to bed at night without locking their doors, are now investing in security cameras and other measures because their neighborhoods have gotten so dangerous. While all of this is going on in Canada, while this Prime Minister continues to break so many aspects of Canadian society, the Liberals come in with a programming motion, with using a valuable day of House time, debating on how bills are going to be debated and how many hours this House will sit. While Conservatives will continue to raise the important issues that Canadians are facing, while Liberals want to debate and delay and have a day or two long debate arguing about how the process should be handled in the House of Commons. We're not going to let them off the hook, Mr. Speaker. Let's go through these points one by one. The government is saying that they have to do this to get their agenda through. We, in the official opposition, would happily help advance an agenda that actually accomplished these priority items. If they were to bring in a bill to cancel the carbon tax, or at least cancel the increase that they have scheduled for April 1st, we would support that. If they brought in tangible measures that would actually get homes built, we would support that. We found out just a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, that the housing minister, the current housing minister, who launched a brutal and devastating personal attack on the previous immigration minister. By the way, those are the same people. The former immigration minister is now the current housing minister. The current housing minister attacked the former immigration minister himself, blaming himself for so mismanaging the immigration system in this country that it's caused terrible consequences on the housing side of things, as this country now, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, builds fewer homes than new Canadians are added every year. He actually admitted that all their billions of dollars and their fancy photo ops and their repackaged announcement don't actually build specific homes. He admitted that at committee. We asked him how many homes his vaunted and much celebrated in Liberal circles Housing Accelerator Fund. Boy, that sounds active, doesn't it? That's one of those buzzwords. I wonder how many consultants they had to hire to come up with a name like that. That the Housing Accelerator Fund. We wanted to know. Okay, well, that sounds exciting. It sounds like that's going to really pick up the pace of home building in this country. So, simple question: how many homes is this Housing Accelerator actually built? And he said it doesn't actually build any homes. Well, you'll pardon the official opposition, Mr. Speaker, if we come to this place to defend taxpayers' dollars, if we oppose billions of dollars of spending that doesn't actually build new homes. One of my Conservative colleagues asked a very simple question to the government when it comes to the carbon tax. How many greenhouse gases are actually reduced? Can the government tell Canadians how much the carbon tax lowers greenhouse gas emissions? I believe that was my colleague from Dauphin Swan River asked that very simple question. You would think that if the signature economic policy of this government is the carbon tax, that they might measure that. They might actually count how many greenhouse gas emissions are reduced by their signature policy. The answer came back: they don't keep track of it. They don't know. They don't measure that. They impose this carbon tax on Canadians. They're hiking it year after year, after promising not to, by the way. Remember that promise going into the 2019 election when the former Liberal Environment Minister, Catherine McKenna, promised, saying, no, they're never going to raise the carbon tax. The Liberals actually attacked me for telling Canadians not to believe them, and that once the election was over, when the Prime Minister didn't need Canadians' votes, but he still needed their money, that he would absolutely raise the carbon tax. I remember Catherine McKenna's other famous quote was, if you just repeat a lie louder over and over again, eventually people will believe you. That certainly bears out in how they've communicated around the carbon tax. They promised not to raise it, and now they're forcing through a hike year after year. They promised in the fiscal update of the fall of 2022 that they would stop pouring inflationary fuel on the fire. The current Liberal finance minister said that in order to fight inflation, they had to get a grip on government spending. And there's just that glimmer of hope, Mr. Speaker, that after telling Canadians that he doesn't think about monetary policy, in the few days after that fall economic update from 2022, there's that brief moment of hope where Conservatives thought, okay, maybe he finally gets it. Maybe someone finally read that part of macroeconomics textbooks to the Prime Minister and maybe explained to him how when governments go deep into deficits and force central banks to create brand new money out of thin air to bankroll government spending, that is what causes inflation. That maybe he finally got that, and that they would work towards getting back to balanced budgets. Of course, that hope was very short-lived, as just a few weeks after that, they went right back to their Liberal ways, borrowing and spending, plunging this country deeper into deficit, and immediately afterwards, inflation started going up again. And that's why so many Canadians are cringing every time their interest rates go up. Because, of course, the Bank of Canada has to raise interest rates to fight the inflation that it caused in the first place by bankrolling the government deficit spending. And we want to stop the crime, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canadians are less safe. In fact, many areas in Canada are experiencing a dramatic spike in violent crime that we haven't seen in decades, hitting all-time highs in many areas and for many different types of crime. Now, crime, like inflation, doesn't just happen. It's not like the weather. It's not like you can read the Farmer's Almanac one year and say, okay, well, we're probably going to have an early frost and inflation might hit 3.5%. Nope. Inflation and crime are directly linked to this government's policy decisions. During the previous Conservative government, we brought in tougher penalties for dangerous and repeat offenders. We're not talking about your young person making a mistake for the first time in their lives. We're talking about hardened criminals, people who use dangerous weapons to commit their crimes, people who commit the same crime over and over again, or people who cause grave bodily harm or even death in the commission of their crimes. We toughen those penalties. What did this Liberal government do? What did this Liberal Prime Minister do early on in his mandate? He started repealing those common sense Conservative tough on crime bills, and he made bail much easier to get. So it used to be in this country, if you had prior convictions, if you had proven to society and the courts that you were a dangerous offender, that if you're accused of committing a new crime, it would be harder to get bail. In other words, harder to be released before your trial. This Prime Minister, his ideological obsession with putting the rights of criminals ahead of the rights of law-abiding Canadians, decided to make bail easier to get. He actually mandated judges to err on the side of granting bail, even for those dangerous and repeat offenders. And again, we're not talking about a young offender picked up for the first time for shoplifting, or someone who's lost their temper for the first time and maybe lashed out at someone in a restaurant or in a park. We're talking about people who commit the same crime over and over and over again. And this government decided to put them back on the streets as early as possible. Well, no surprise, Mr. Speaker, crime started ticking up, and now we are in the midst of a crime wave that we haven't seen in over a generation. And it's all directly linked to this government's agenda. Now, Conservatives offer practical solutions. We offer many different ways of providing Canadians tax relief when it comes to the carbon tax. Obviously, we would like the government to acknowledge the failure of their signature economic policy. It does nothing to reduce emissions. They don't even count how many emissions are affected by the carbon tax. It increases the cost of literally everything. Everything that needs to be produced or shipped or refrigerated or heated or sold in a store that has to have lights or any type of those refrigerators or freezers, all have to pay the carbon tax. And that is built into the price that consumers pay at the price. Now, you're going to hear from Liberals throughout the day, and you've sat in that chair over the past few months, Mr. Speaker, you hear it all the time. Liberals will say things like, well, Canadians are better off with it because of this rebate that they've cooked up. What they don't tell Canadians is that their own appointed parliamentary budget officer, the budget watchdog, the person that this government appointed to scour through all the data, to go off into the room and read all the reports and measure everything and account for everything and model everything. The Parliamentary Budget Officer, the nonpartisan, independent Parliamentary Budget Officer, has concluded that the vast majority of Canadians pay far more in the carbon tax than they hope to get back in any rebate. The reason for that is because when they designed it, they deliberately excluded the knock-on effects of the carbon tax. So the only thing the rebate even contemplates when it's being calculated is the actual line item that you might see on your bill when you fuel up or when you pay your utility. But what you don't see, and what the calculation does not take into account, is all the price increases that go from farm to plate, from forest to Home Depot, all the aspects of the supply chain where costs are added on. The carbon tax applies every single step of the way and increases that price. So we offered a common sense plan to scrap the tax. They rejected that. So then we proposed, well, at the very least, stop hiking it. In the middle of a cost of living crisis, stop raising the carbon tax. When you're in a hole, you stop digging. Homer Simpson has the idea that when you're in a hole, you can try to dig up, but that doesn't work, Mr. Speaker. And it certainly doesn't work to keep digging, to add on those costs. They are hiking the carbon tax. It's due to go up again on April 1st by 23%. The media reports say that the rebate is only going to go up 17%. So even the fact that the rebate doesn't cover all the costs, not only that, but as they hike the carbon tax, the rebate doesn't keep up with it. So Canadians are falling further and further behind. We proposed, at the very least, stop hiking it. They rejected that. So then we said, okay, well, as grocery prices are going up, as that heartbreaking scene that so many of us see when we go to the grocery stores in our communities, you see well-dressed men and women, often with children, going through the grocery aisle, and they pick up a package of beef, and they stare at it for sometimes a full minute, maybe even a minute and a half. Maybe they pick up something else to compare it. And then they put both of them back because they can't afford it, because grocery prices have gone up so quickly, so dramatically because of the inflation and the carbon tax. And what's their answer? To keep hiking it. We proposed, let's at least take the carbon tax off of groceries and farmers. Let's remove the carbon tax off of farm production so that we don't tax the farmer who grows the food. We don't tax the the trucker who trucks the food, or the retailer who sells the food. They rejected that too. They don't want the carbon tax to be lifted off our agricultural producers. That's a tangible, practical way that we could bring costs down. They rejected that. We've proposed a common sense approach to tackle car thefts. Our leader announced a signature policy to deal with this scourge that is now plaguing Canadians from coast to coast. It's becoming one of Canada's fastest growing exports, stolen cars. After this Liberal government weakened penalties and made it easier to get bail. They also diverted much needed resources from frontline border service agents who have the responsibility to inspect and track things leaving the country. And they spent it on the Arrive scam, an app that should have cost $80,000, ballooned to over $60 million because of phony invoices and work that was never done and all kinds of corruption that we're uncovering. They paid billions to consultants instead of investing in the frontline resources that would actually bring that crime. We offered to fast track that bill too. We could have easily gotten those types of things passed. But instead what the government is doing is doubling down on their failed agenda and using the coalition that they have with the NDP to ram their more of the same agenda, the very same policies, the very same ideology that caused the cost of living crisis. It's caused the inflation. It's caused the massive interest rate hikes. That's caused the crime wave that's plaguing our cities. And that has caused the housing shortage that has driven the dream of home ownership out of the reach of so many Canadians. They want to double and triple and quadruple down on that and ram their agenda through. So while Canadians are going through this cost of living crisis, as they have to pay more and more because of this Liberal Prime Minister, he's decided to put everything on pause and use this valuable House time to effectively make changes to the standing orders. Like, if you went door knocking in your constituency, how many, if you hit 100 doors this evening, how many Canadians do you think would say, I'm really concerned about how the House of Commons manages its time? Please go back to Ottawa and sort that out. They are wasting the valuable time of this House and of members of Parliament because they can't admit their failures. They can't put their ego aside. This Liberal Prime Minister cannot put his ego aside and admit that he's the reason that so many Canadians are suffering right now. They also have a coalition partner in the NDP. It used to be that the NDP and Conservatives could agree on a few things. We disagreed on many policy. I live in Saskatchewan. We know what NDP economic policies can do to a province over time, Mr. Speaker. And they promised in the last election that they would not enter into a coalition with this government. They broke that promise, Mr. Speaker. Canadians believed them when they said that they wouldn't enter into a coalition. As soon as the election was over, they started hatching their scheme. One of the things that Liberals and Conservatives used to agree on is transparency and accountability. And what the NDP have done is they have decided to protect the Prime Minister personally against political embarrassment and help him cover up his corruption. Time and time again at committee, we see the NDP voting against Conservative motions to investigate corruption and scandals, vote against our attempts to summon witnesses, and vote, in essence, to protect the Prime Minister from his corruption being exposed. Their policy agenda is not working. That's why Conservatives are holding them to account. And I'll just make one final point about the way that they're handling the changes to the way the House operates. These are substantive changes that fundamentally alter the timeline for bills to be debated and moved through the House. It gives the government incredible new power that are not in the standing orders and have not been contemplated by any of our procedural books. Now, normally, those types of major changes require all party support and go through the proper process of procedure in House Affairs, examining the proposals, studying it, allowing all parties, all recognized parties, to have some kind of say in it. The government is establishing a precedent today by using this type of motion. And I just want to point that out to the government, that they are now doing through government motions what used to be done through consensus and all-party support. If they want to talk about protecting democracy, one of the most fundamental ways that you protect a democracy is that you ensure that even when they have a working majority because of the NDP support, that they still hold that tradition of not making major changes without all-party support. Because what that does is it means that any two parties in a minority parliament or any party could work with the government and ram through massive changes to the standing orders over the objections of other recognized parties. That has consequences, Mr. Speaker. But they are choosing to do this way, and they are establishing a precedent for future governments. And they can't come to this place and start talking about the rights of members of Parliament, the ability for opposition parties to hold the government to account if they're going outside the normal process to make major changes in the House. That being said, Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to oppose their agenda because it's failed. Their economic agenda continues to drive up inflation and interest rates. Their housing agenda continues to drive up home prices by rewarding local gatekeepers and preventing new homes from entering the market. And their crime and justice agenda continues to let dangerous and repeat offenders back out onto the streets where they terrorize law-abiding Canadians. For those reasons, we're going to oppose this motion, and we're going to oppose the rest of the government's agenda. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, and I probably should have this one right off the top of my head, but I, of course, don't. The Honourable Member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was an interesting speech by the opposition House Leader, and he alluded to the fact that somehow that the Conservatives didn't win the last election, or that he wasn't the party leader anymore because of something that Liberals did. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the reason why that member is not the leader of the Conservative Party anymore was because it came out that he actually misused party funds to pay for private school for his children, to pay for clothing for him and his children. I'm just wondering if he thinks it's common sense economics to misuse funds to pay for private school for his children.
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
My colleague reminded me of something that her whip our House Leader said during a speech talking about the toxicity around this place. This is from the Liberal. This is from the Liberal Party, whose leader violently elbowed a female MP in the chest because he didn't get his own way. He threw a temper tantrum. This is the same leader who used the pandemic while Canadians were going through incredible hardship. You know, loved ones dying alone because they weren't allowed to receive visitors, businesses forced to close, people going bankrupt. And while that was going on, what did this Liberal Prime Minister do? He took the time to reward his friends. Remember the WE scandal, Mr. Speaker. He chose to use the pandemic as an excuse to funnel hundreds of millions of dollars to his friends at an organization that had paid his personal family members massive speaking fees. How about the former Liberal Member of Parliament who got a contract? He had never run a business in the medical field at all, but when the pandemic rolled around, he got a sole source contract from this Liberal government. And of course, we're in the middle of the Arrive scam hearings where we're finding out more and more sordid affairs about how a company got paid $20 million for doing IT, even though they didn't do any IT work. There are too many examples in the short amount of time I have on this debate, Mr. Speaker, to go over all the list of ways that this Liberal government has wasted taxpayers' money and tried to cover up his corruption.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Very interesting to see Liberals and Conservatives pointing fingers at each other. They're both bad in our book, and we believe what we really need is a government of New Democrats that actually put into place the kind of practices most Canadians want to see. And we've certainly proven that in the House by pushing for pharmacare, for dental care, for anti-scab legislation, for the grocery rebate, and I can go on and on and on. Affordable housing, well, Conservatives were voting to cut all of those things. But my friend was mentioning, of course, in his speech, which really didn't touch on the motion before us, the fact that he opposes the government's agenda, which is his right, and that's why he's opposing the motion. But the motion calls for extended hours, which the NDP has always called for, and I'll remind the member, my colleague, that under the Harper regime, the Harper Conservatives extended the hours in the evening for week after week after week unilaterally. This motion requires the consent of at least two parties in the House to do that. But there's also the issue, the health impacts of these voting marathons. His leader, the member from Carleton, didn't even show up for the 30-hour marathon. He showed up for 1 hour out of 30 hours. And
I've got a few point of orders. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
The member is an experienced member of the House. He well knows, and he's done it repeated times, and I think there should be more than an apology for this because he's done it twice. The NDP have done it just twice in 2 hours. You cannot talk whether a member is present or not. This is beyond the pale.
This also does extend to previous sittings of the House, whether somebody was here or not. Of course, we can see voting records because, of course, that is online. But whether someone's here or not, that's a whole other issue. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby has the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think the voting record speaks for itself. But coming back to my colleague, the issue of the idea that we would force all members to be in this House over a 30-hour period with all of the health impacts that we know that to be true. Does the member actually oppose the idea of having that health break so that when we go through these marathon votes, that our employees are respected, that all members are respected, that we can do the business of the House in a way that doesn't have that negative health impact? So in the end, why is the member opposing a motion that makes good sense, makes us work harder, and also smarter?
The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Well, you know, my NDP House Leader talks about how the Liberal government is bad. If only there was a political party that could do something about that. If only there was someone in this House who could put an end to bad government. It's the NDP, Mr. Speaker, but of course they won't because their leader hasn't quite got to the point where, who knows what their motivation is for propping up this Liberal government. It used to be that they were interested in finding out corruption and unearthing Liberal mismanagement and waste, but they've completely parked all that for their own personal political gains. They've never been so close to the reins of power, and I think that's what their motivation is. They actually just enjoy the personal trappings of getting to sit down with Liberal ministers. Maybe they're impressed by Liberal cabinet ministers and they get dazzled by things like that. Maybe it's because his leader hasn't hit his 6 years yet and he wants to get his pension vested before he goes back to the Canadian people. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to speculate as to why the NDP continued to prop up corrupt and tired Liberal government, a government that imposes higher costs and more inflation and higher interest rates, a crime wave on Canadians, a government that has failed to get enough homes built to meet the demands of Canadians. But we will continue to put forward these types of common sense ideas that will help lower costs for Canadians, bring costs down, bring down interest rates as well. He talked about previous governments extending sittings. Those late-night extensions in June are actually in the standing orders. Those are things that all political parties have agreed on over the years and years and are completely apples to oranges with what the government is doing here today, unilaterally making major changes to their standing orders over the objections of other opposition parties just because they've got a trusted partner in helping them cover up their costs and their corruption.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really enjoyed my colleague's speech. When he's talking about the point of axing the tax, the province of Saskatchewan, starting in January, told the Crown corporations to no longer collect the tax. And the inflation in Saskatchewan has actually dropped almost a full point in the month of January. I'm just wondering what his thoughts on that are.
Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Well, my colleague makes a great point, again, another great point about how the carbon tax adds to inflation. We heard the Bank of Canada governor come to committee and explain that the carbon tax was responsible for about a third of the extra inflation that Canadians are suffering under. In Saskatchewan, we saw our Premier, Scott Moe, have some compassion for the people of Saskatchewan and saw the unfairness about how this government gave a carve-out to one particular region in Canada and ignored the concerns of people in the prairies in British Columbia and in Ontario. And so our Premier has decided he's not going to do the Prime Minister's dirty work. He's not going to collect the carbon tax. And as a result, when the government of Saskatchewan stopped collecting the carbon tax on behalf of this Liberal Prime Minister, guess what happened? Inflation went down in Saskatchewan. So not only has the Bank of Canada admitted that it helps cause inflation in the first place, but now we know with empirical evidence that when you remove the carbon tax, you lower inflation.
Have a point of order from the honourable member from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Is the reference the member opposite made to about the Prime Minister appropriate in the House?
I'm sorry. I don't know what reference the honourable member is making. Questions and comments? We have time for one more quick one, and the honourable House Leader for the honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's truly amazing to watch the former Speaker, former Leader of the Opposition talk about how it is that the Conservative Party tries to play a positive role inside the chamber, when in fact what we've witnessed is a destructive force coming from the Conservative Party on the institution of the House of Commons. And my question to the member is, if he really, I don't quite understand why it is the Conservative Party doesn't want to work late into the evenings. Millions of Canadians across every region of the country recognize at times you need to work a little bit past 6 p.m. or 6:30 p.m. The Conservative Party, they don't want to work late in the evenings, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party wants to be able to continue to filibuster. My specific question to the member is, will the member commit to not bringing forward, well, let's say silly motions like the House now adjourned for the day, or so-and-so now be heard to speak, even though another Conservative is trying to speak, so it's a competition between the Conservatives, or, concurrence report after concurrence report to prevent government legislation from passing? Will he commit to get serious and start debating issues here in the House of Commons?
Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
This is what Liberals do. They attack others of the very things that they are guilty of themselves. If this member wants to talk about respecting this institution, we can talk about how the Access to Information Commissioner, has said that it has never been harder to get information from a government until this Prime Minister. How about the fact that this government decided not to fund the Auditor General appropriately so that she can do her important work uncovering Liberal waste and mismanagement? How about all the times that this government has shut down debate before many members have even had a chance to speak on behalf of their constituents? And then they come in and they blame the opposition for all of that. They are the ones that have the power to be more forthcoming with information. They fight, they redact, they try to keep documents hidden. They have to get dragged kicking and screaming at committees and here in the House to just provide factual information and copies of correspondence. They do everything they can to block that, and then they try to have some debate about when the House should adjourn, whether it should be 6:30 or midnight, and try to say that that's how they're protecting a democratic institution. It's baloney, Mr. Speaker. The real ways that you protect institutions is being open and accountable, and independent officers of Parliament have denounced this Liberal Prime Minister for the assault that he's launched against information, accountability, and transparency.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the last elections, Canadians were clear. They wanted a minority government, like was the case between 2019 and 2021. We wanted to put this government under surveillance, they said. It was the Canadians, the will of Canadians and Quebecers. But we didn't see this here in the House. They thumbed the will of Quebecers and Canadians, saying that the minority government will be pushed aside. We will create a majority with another party, the government said. And that's when we had the Liberal NDP marriage. Mr. Speaker, this marriage is very expensive, both in terms of funding and our democracy. And unfortunately, when people get married, most of the time, the bride and the groom paid for the marriage. It depends themselves. But this is not the case for us. It's Canadians and Quebecers who pay for this wedding. They pay for these expenses. What we're seeing right now, they putting more money in the balance sheet of our two lovebirds. And then this has to be justified in some way. They say we have to have, earlier the government House leader said it's filibustering that's taking place and it's total chaos. He didn't mince his words. Chaos, he said here. And I have been a leader in the government house, the House, for quite some time. But I've never really seen this because I'm concerned for the government House leader. He really didn't mince his words. He was very strong. If it's chaos, he must have had a heart attack. And then he says everything's chaotic because the Conservatives, the Conservatives and the Blocs are asking too many questions. If we spend 50 days on a bill, I'd understand. But sometimes the government comes to see me and says, hey, listen, Alain, we're tired of this muzzle. We've been debating for hours. Well, it's only been 5 hours we've been debating, I say. Well, and they say, well, we can't put up with this anymore. And these aren't for small bills. We're talking about major legislation, economic funding. And they shut things down quickly. Why? Because they come and say us and they say, well, we can't get people on their side. And they knew that the NDP would be on their side. So what happens? After 3 or 4 or 5 hours often, they shut the debate down. Is that democracy? And our only arm to defend ourselves, or to defend our citizens, that's time. It's the time we take to explain our positions, to propose amendments and solutions, and to reflect together on the best ways to be able to improve things for our communities. And that is what we want to do here in the Parliament constantly. And now, since 2021 alone, there has been 14 closure motions put forward by the NDP, supported by the NDP, 8 super gag orders, and 23 time allocation motions with the support of the NDP. Never in the history of Canada has an opposition member has been so muzzled as they are now. Well, they'll just shut down debate. That's what they say. And once again, we're talking about the motion 35, which aims to extend sitting hours. When we want to change parliamentary orders, we need consensus. The 4 parties have to say, yes, this makes sense for whatever reason. But they didn't do this here. They're constantly changing the rules of Parliament with a majority. And the government House leader even boasted about this. He said, we did it 3 times in 2 years. And I go back on something that was quite shocking that they did. It's quite embarrassing. They decided what the Parliament's rules would be on their own. We've never seen this before. They changed the parliamentary rules in this fashion. Knowing that one party didn't agree, they didn't say the bloc doesn't make sense. We weren't even consulted. And they just said, from now on, hybrid parliament, this is what it looks like. And the leader of the official opposition said rightly earlier, if we change the rules like this, it means that any majority government can change the rules of this parliament with a majority. And I don't know if you took a survey, Mr. Speaker. I have constituents, and I think that the Conservative Party will be elected, and there's a small chance they'll have a majority. And if they do have a majority, let's say, the Conservatives could say the rules from now on will be like this. And then the NDP will rise and say it doesn't make sense. It's because you did that in 2022, and the Liberals will rise and say, it doesn't make sense. But then they'll say, yeah, but you did it with the NDP. And the only party that could stand up in this House and say this doesn't make sense and could justly have some credibility, it would be us, the Bloc. So therefore, we have a issue here because they've created a false majority. They're changing the way we're proceeding. Without speaking with the opposition parties, they're going to bulldoze the discussions that will take place because they want to reduce the ways for the opposition to speak and defend their positions. And this is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. And from now on, if we want to change the rules, I think we have a perfect example here of a government that is not able to respect Parliament. They don't seem to like discussing legislation. Discussion means we have to improve legislation, and the goal of the Bloc is always this. What we want to do is to be constructive. We want to say we think about Quebec and only about Quebec, and often what happens in Quebec also people think elsewhere. In Canada, the same thing. So this bill, we could agree with it for whatever reasons, and we want to amend it to improve it in all goodwill. So these are the tools we have to convince government, is the time. And if we lessen this possibility we have, then we diminish the power of democracy in this Parliament. And it's somewhat strange that the Parliament will undermine the democratic power in its own building. And the NDP party, well, I'll say this frankly, I'm always somewhat uncomfortable with this. They rise in the House after questions, and they talk about ArriveCAN. Oh, it's horrible. And they always seem outraged. And they talk about ArriveCAN, and then they talk about how this government is the worst in history in terms of Canadian oil production. And they say they're environmentalists, and there's Liberal scandals, and the Prime Minister is caught with his hand in the bag. And then they stand up, all upset. And when the lights go out, what do we see? The Liberal Party is being supported by them. The NDP always supports them. If I was a member of the NDP, honestly, I would feel very bad in that position. So the Bloc will vote against this motion, and we will make sure we defend the interests of Quebecers by defending our right to speak. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, the member started off his speech by talking about the minority situation. Canadians elected a minority government. In a minority government, yes, there is a responsibility for government to take into consideration what opposition has to say, but there's also a responsibility for opposition. And what we have witnessed is the official opposition, its primary objective is to be a destructive force of this institution, preventing legislation and other measures from ultimately being able to pass, at the very least to slow it down. It does not take much in order to make that occur. So if the government is unable to work with an opposition party, then we wouldn't be able to get anything done. At times there's a need to work with the NDP, at times there's even an opportunity to work with the Bloc. Would he not agree that if you have one opposition, such as the Conservatives today, the government has no choice but to work with other opposition parties in order to get things done for Canadians?
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, I would like to table an amendment. Can I do so? Do I have the agreement of the House to do this? If you have unanimous consent to do so? No, you do not have it. So that's your answer to the question. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague they didn't support my amendment, but, well, we're not the official opposition. They talked about our neighbors. They make agreements. But I would say that most of the time, when we have gag orders, it's after very few hours of debate. So there was, in my little experience, I don't have as much experience as him. I've only been here for 3 or 4.5 years, but I've rarely seen situations where the Liberal government lost control of its legislative calendar because of the opposition parties. Often it's because they haven't properly managed their calendar, and they should have a look in the mirror. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for his intervention. I was listening to the Liberal government House Leader on how the Liberals believe that they're so righteous, and yet they continue to vote against common sense bills and common sense motions. And one example was the Private Members Bill and the Revolving Door Act, which would aim to get mental health supports and addiction treatment and recovery. And it was actually something that the Bloc voted for. And yet the Liberals and most of the Liberals and NDP all voted against. And so, when the Liberals talk about, being so righteous and they want to vote for good legislation, there's so many examples where, in fact, they don't. And the member that spoke did speak about how the NDP continually rises in this place and outside of this place, speaking against the government, and yet they continue to support them. So I'm wondering if the member can just comment on how, basically what the government is saying is the opposite of what they're doing, and yet they're being supported by the NDP, who continually support them regardless of what they do.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. This government, I have to say honestly, in terms of their way of managing this House, well, first they have a strategy of creating a major official government. Well, in terms of managing their agenda, I have to say honestly, I'm not sure that they deserve credit for this. They should focus more on their efficiency in managing their timetable rather than muzzling the Parliament. That would be more efficient for everyone. Questions and
the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I enjoyed my colleague's speech, as always. If I was a member of the NDP, he said, or if I was, what would I say? And of course, he would tell his constituents of La Prairie that the NDP brought in pharmacare, a better program than what exists right now in Quebec. Dental care. the anti-scab legislation that is very important. Also, bills to fight the power of major grocery stores so they can't raise prices without justification. So he could defend this with his constituents, because the NDP, as an efficient opposition party, obtained much more than we've seen from an opposition party here in the House of Commons. And this has been since our country was created. But also there was the question of time allocation and motions. He wasn't here during the Harper regime, but I'd like to remind him that there were more than 100 times when the Conservatives put a gag order on Parliament between 2011 and 2015, more than 100 times. So when he talks about 8 times with time allocation in terms of what the Conservatives had done, this really shows how the Parliament can function when an opposition party can allow them to do their work here in this Parliament. Now, the question is quite simple. I'd like to ask my friend. There are 2 components in this motion. One, to work in the evening. The NDP has always pushed and supported this principle. And another component to end all-night sitting where you vote for 30 hours. We saw that in September, and the leader of the opposition wasn't here. But for 30 hours we voted, and House employees were subject to this work. They had to work for 30 hours consecutively. I'd just like to know why the Bloc does not defend interpreters and the employees of the House and all the people who are subject to this lack of respect from Conservatives when they impose 30-hour voting marathons. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. I'd like to thank my colleague for his many questions. I'll like to answer a few of them. The member for Salaberry-sur-Loire defends the interpreters here the most. I think any interpreter will tell you that the woman who protects the health of the interpreters the most is the member for Salaberry-sur-Loire and members of the Bloc. Well, if I go to your riding, Mr. Speaker, and I say, well, you'll have dental care, well, we've had it for years. We've already have it, they would say. And you'll have 2 with the same service, so you'll pay twice as much? Oh, we'll tell them you'll get pharmacare, and they'll say, we already have it. Well, then you might have to pay for that of Canadians as well. And then they'll say, oh, and then we'll have the anti-scab legislation. Yes, but when will it apply? Well, it'll take a year and a half, and then, well, then you'll see the Conservatives on the horizon. And what will they do with this legislation? So they won't vote for the NDP.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The parliamentary secretary to the government House leader said that we have a minority government, but it's not true. We have majority government because the NDP are married with the Liberals. So the Liberals continue to try to change the House rules. And this is not the first time they've done this. In 2015, when Elbowgate took place, they tried, and now, once again. So I think that the government would like to have total control. What does the member think of this? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. First, I'd like to thank my colleague with her excellent French for asking this question. It just comes back to the logic that I mentioned earlier. If you create a majority government with 2 parties in Canada, well, this situation has never been seen before. Such a tight marriage between 2 parties. They aren't even arguing. They really get along well. We've never seen this before. And what we're seeing is the government acts like a majority government. And they have someone with a party with them that allows them to do what they want. I don't like this because Canadians and Quebecers did not vote for this. Thank you.
Reprise.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk to this motion. People are ripping themselves apart, saying that this is a terrible motion. As the adults in the room, the NDP always looks to see what's actually in the bill or a motion or what's before the House. And when one looks at the motion, there are two aspects that we have to give our opinions upon. First of all, that we can have sittings in the evening. The Leader of the Government in the House, with the mere approval of another approved party, well, it's not something that can be done unilaterally. It requires the approval of the Conservatives, of the Bloc Québécois, the NDP. The next day's sittings can be extended to midnight, Mr. Speaker. So, there could be more work in this chamber. I talked earlier about systematic roadblocks raised by the Conservatives since the beginning of this legislature. Once did the Conservatives have Canada's best interests at heart. That's when it came to banning conversion therapy, where we got an agreement between all parties. Erin O'Toole, the leader of the Conservative Party of the time, got his head figuratively chopped off in the House. The fact that we work very hard to implement what we, the NDP, have forced the government to do, for example, pharmacare, dental care, an anti-scab legislation bill, implementing a green energy plan, strengthening consumer protections. Under the Conservatives and under the Liberals, we see how big supermarkets and big companies have the capacity to fix whatever price they wanted at whatever level of impact on regular Canadians. That's just a few examples, Mr. Speaker. Affordable housing, reimbursing groceries and grocery rebates. That is what the NDP has put forward. We have bills that have been implemented to help people. The Conservatives claim that they want to help people through this. They blocked every single of the above-mentioned projects. In this motion, we would be able to sit longer so that a greater number of MPs can put forward their opinion on any given matter. So there could be long debates without each debate taking 5, 6, 7 or 8 days, for example, before it's adopted. Of course, no one in this chamber could be against a logical bill. The Conservatives would have the opportunity to speak more with this extended sitting.
Timmins James Bay.
I feel I'm very wary. I don't think I've ever used a point of order interrupting a colleague's speech, and I think his speech is very important. But I think it is important to raise the concerns because this is about a motion instructing the House to be able to get legislation finished, particularly Bill C-50, which has seen a lot of obstruction. But in the previous exchange between the member of Regina and the Liberal member accused him of getting his children's private school funding covered by the Conservative Party, which I don't think is part of the motion. But I
need the point of order. Like, what standing order are we taking? The honourable member Timmins James Bay.
And then the Conservative member made personal attacks against the Prime Minister. I think we need to focus on the motion at hand.
I think we're just following into debate, I think.
That's
the debate. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I always appreciate hearing from my colleague in Timmins, James Bay. Quite frankly, though he was elected a few hours before me, we're kind of like twins, both elected the same year. The member of Timmins, James Bay came out first. I was a few hours later, but I always appreciate hearing from his experience in the House. And so I thank him for that.
What I was saying, Mr. Speaker, is that there were two aspects of the bill. First of all, the motion says that we should work longer and we should work harder. The other element, and I'm surprised when I see opposition against this, is the matter that follows. If the House sits and has recorded divisions, and we've seen how Conservatives have voted to block funds for many things like food safety. They've blocked votes on food inspection. The Conservatives wanted to cut this. They wanted to cut in affordable housing. They wanted to cut all systems in fighting coronavirus. All these elements, the Conservatives voted against. This marathon lasted 30 hours. The Leader of the Opposition were here for 1 out of 30 hours. We had 30 hours of voting. And the Leader of the Conservatives, the member for Carlton, was here for a mere 1 hour. 1 hour out of 30 hours of voting. I will try my best. We know that we can look online to see how everyone voted in the House. What we can't see is if someone was sat here for 1 hour or 30 hours or not at all. It gives us an idea to see if someone is here or not. And so the Honourable Member can talk about the number of votes done or not, but cannot say whether the member was in the House or not. So what you're saying, Mr. Speaker, I respect you a lot, that the fact that he voted only 6 times in person and the other 124 times remotely, the Honourable Member knows full well
for sure that it doesn't show online whether you voted virtually or if you voted in the chamber. So that's another issue that we need to find the line on whether we're underlining who's here and who's not here. So it doesn't show.
The same point of order, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to commend my colleague for the quality of his French. He uses Quebec expressions even. J'ai mon voyage. And so, clearly, he has lived in Quebec. Well, Mr. Speaker, fundamentally, he errs because one cannot distinguish between in-person and remote voting. A vote is a vote is a vote. Yes, that's what I said. The Honourable Member for
Hamilton.
Hamilton Raid and Hamilton Center, Mr. Speaker. I do have a bit of an observation that when folks are tuned into Parleview, it is very clear by who's voting here and who shows up in a little picture. So I'm just wondering through you, just to seek advice and direction on if it's already public in its broadcasting, does that then not make it fair play for us to be able to reference things that are already made available to the public in that space? And we certainly look to you for your wisdom and certainly the table, but given the hybrid nature of the way in which we engage with the voting, I should state for the record, it is very clear that indeed they could see who rises from their seat and who is a little profile picture as presented on the television. Thank you.
And point of order, we'll do a call around. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Speaker, on that same point of order, and it's a point that I have also raised just on a couple of occasions, that if the app is a representation of the chamber and a vote is a vote, as the member has just stated, it's interesting that on the virtual app, you have the choice of voting for, against, yay, yes, no, and abstaining, versus in the House, a person would not have the option of abstaining because either they would rise to vote for or they would rise to vote against, but they would not get to abstain. So I think it might be important to look at how we do make sure that that app actually reflects how the chamber operates, and then maybe there would be more of a, I don't know why I'm being chirped at. I'm just trying to raise a part of the same point of order.
I appreciate the input. How about everybody looks at the chair for a minute? We'll do that. When it comes to the app was designed in a way to show the yay or the nay, but the abstention issue was built in for the lobby so that they can understand who has voted or not. Of course, here in the chamber, if you want to abstain from something, you just don't show up or you don't rise when that time comes. But anyway, what I do want to, before I go to the next member, is that the official record does not distinguish between whether or not you voted in the chamber or via the app. And if the members are saying that we should actually underline that, then I would suggest they bring it back to Proc and they can make that determination when the time comes. I think the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton also has a point of order on this one.
Yes, on the same point of order, Mr. Speaker. I mean, it was this government that put in the virtual application and voted with the NDP to keep it. Are they trying to create two classes of citizens, whether you voted electronically or whether you voted in person? Because I don't think that's appropriate. I think both are valid, Mr. Speaker, and we shouldn't be calling out the difference. Thank you.
Well, the hornet's nest we stepped in here today. The honourable member Hamilton Centre.
Conversation on procedure. You know, I think that there are some instances, Mr. Speaker, where MPs do in fact want to be on the record to abstain. Some people may not have the information to make one decision or the other, and I've seen sometimes, I'll say on the government side, I've seen anecdotal information where a few of their mavericks every now and again, 0.5% of the time, rather than take the parliamentary walk and have a flu, they'll actually just go ahead and click abstain officially. So I'm wondering, is abstention not an official position within the standing orders of the rules of the House?
Okay, the abstentions are not recorded on the record of the House. They might show on the screens and on the video, but they're actually not shown in the official record of the House of Commons. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Point of order, if you want to show, Speaker, somebody would want to show that they were in the House and chose not to vote, you simply don't rise in your seat. And there's a video record of you not rising in your seat either for or against, thus showing an abstention visually.
Well, I will look at this, but I mean, I think I was pretty clear in what is on the official record and what is not, and that we're debating something that would be new to the chamber, that if we did want to pursue that we would ask Proc to go back and look at that. So maybe we can think about that, and we'll allow the honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby to finish up with 11 minutes and 51 seconds, so that'll bring it right to the top of the hour. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Just to clarify, Mr. Speaker, so that means that I'll be giving the other 3 minutes at the next session of the House.
The whole 51 seconds the next sitting of the next time we come back, because there's 11 minutes and 51 seconds left. Oh, there's only 8 minutes. Okay, I'm not doing my math. I can't see the other 3 minutes will be after. The honourable member in New Westminster Burnaby.
Exactly what I was asking, Mr. Speaker, and I did want to, just in reply to the member from Sarnia-Lambton, remind her that 2/3 of Conservatives voted virtually with the app to vote against virtual Parliament. Unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. Unbelievable that you would have 2/3 of Conservatives say, oh no, we don't like the virtual Parliament, but we're going to vote virtually to end it, they said. Unbelievable. So I think it's really important to raise that very important point, Mr. Speaker. Yes, yeah. Conservatives just sometimes you really have to wonder if why they think they can pull the wool over the eyes of their constituents in acting that way. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to continue. If they want to raise a point of order, they're welcome to it. Mr. Speaker, Juste pour conclure en français, je vais...
Just to finish in French, I will continue in English afterwards, but the reality of the fact is that the second part of the motion has to do with the fact that we voted all night in the past, and we saw the impact this had on staff, the impact on our interpreters who do huge work and who are forced to work all night. The member for La Prairie said it earlier. The member for Salaberry-Soulanges is someone who strongly defends the situation, the working conditions, the health and safety of interpreters. But the reality of the matter is that if the Bloc truly believes in that, the Bloc should vote for this motion, because the reality of the matter is that House staff are being forced, interpreters are being forced to work all night, which jeopardizes their health and their safety. That is the reality of the matter, and I hope that, given that we are studying this bill, this motion rather has two aspects that should be supported, and I hope that for these two we will have a consensus from all parties, apart from the Conservatives perhaps. We'll all vote for this motion so that we work more whilst protecting workers, interpreters and staff in general, those who are subject to these decisions made by Conservatives. Gestures that show a complete lack of respect for House staff.
So the motion that we're talking about are working harder, working evenings, but this is not something that the government can impose. There has to be a support of another party, another recognized party in the House to have the evening sessions. What evening sessions mean, Mr. Speaker, is more members of Parliament being able to speak out on legislation. This is something that should be a no-brainer. This is something that should pass by consensus, that we believe that we need more time to debate pieces of legislation, then the idea of having evening session makes a great deal of sense. And then secondly, Mr. Speaker, the issue around these all-night voting sessions. Now, we've had the discussion, and I know you'll be taking it back and bringing it back to the House, of whether, if the member from Carleton triggers votes, and 6 of them are in person and 124 of them are virtual, I know we can't question whether or not a member has been in the House, but the reality is, by fiat, by caveat, that somebody can stand up.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Once again, the member, with all of his experience, knows that you cannot distinguish a difference between a vote in person and a vote placed remotely. A vote is a vote is a vote.
Hey, with the same point of order.
Say that my Conservative colleague is correct, and it is unfair to make these comparisons. The leader of the Conservatives was in the House to vote against Ukraine.
Honourable, okay. The Honourable Member for Elmwoods Transcona.
Order, Mr. Speaker. I think it would be useful to mark a distinction between reflecting on the presence virtually or in person of members in the past. I don't think that precludes a member from speculating as to whether a member may in the future choose to participate virtually or in person. It seems like an odd thing not to be able to talk about at all, although I respect the rule that says we can't talk about what has in fact happened. It's not supposed to be a prohibition on speaking about the future.
I appreciate the intervention of the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona on this one. It is hard for us to envision what someone will be doing in the future, but at the same time, we really need to watch whether we're underlining whether someone's here or not, whether they're virtual or not, because that is not shown in the transcripts of the House of Commons. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe I only have 2 minutes before the cutoff, and then I have 3 minutes and 51 seconds later on, and I would delight to come back to that. But I did want to leave the House with this, and people who are interested in this debate that is taking place today, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned 101 time allocations, a closure imposed by the Harper regime in 4 years, a record that no other government or parliament has ever come close to. But I actually neglected to give the full weight of the Harper regime and its imposition and ripping apart of our democratic structure. They actually moved 111 motions of closure. 111 in 4 years. Wow. Now, what that means, Mr. Speaker, is that every week the Harper regime, over its 4 years before they're thrown out because of their bad governance, because of the corruption we saw in the Harper regime, their incredibly bad financial management, their mean-spiritedness, forcing seniors to work longer, ripping away affordable housing. They were moving every week closure. Every week, on average, over the course of the 4 years. And we lived through this. The member from Timmins, James Bay, and I lived through every week of the Harper regime, the most dismal decade in Canadian history. And so, Mr. Speaker, I think it's fair to say Conservatives have no lessons to give to anyone. And I'll look forward to continuing my speech at a later session. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to say for the honourable member, because of the interruptions that we were getting, the honourable member has 5 minutes and 21 seconds left when he does return to debate on this bill. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, since October 7th, hatred has been marching on the streets of Toronto and within our city's post-secondary institutions. Rather than fight hatred, some institutions have turned a blind eye or pretended it falls under the rubric of freedom of expression. Mr. Speaker, hatred and violent threats have no place in any freedom. The failure of OCAD University to combat the surge in anti-Semitism is unacceptable. OCAD has become a cesspool of hate. Jewish students feel so unsafe that Samantha had OCAD donors fund private security just so she could go to school. She's had to deal with death threats, her name etched into stairwell walls, and the threats of sexual violence towards her mother. Mr. Speaker, the Ontario government will be providing post-secondary funding to compensate for lost revenue due to the federal government's cap on student visas. As OCAD has failed to address hate, it should not receive funding from any government until its campus is safe for everyone and that Canadian law is respected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, this Black History Month, I would like to recognize African Canadian Association of Ottawa, serving about 115,000 Canadians of African heritage in Ottawa-Gatineau. It's a flagship for 53 organizations representing African diaspora from countries spanning from Morocco to South Africa and Guinea to Somalia. In addition to their affordable housing initiative, other programs extend to food security, community development, mental health, senior care, youth engagement through hockey, and innovative ACAO radio, underscoring their comprehensive approach to community support. I would like to recognize and thank the current leadership team, including President John Adefa and board members Hector Addison, Shahada Alolo, Valerie Usoy, Serge Banyojan, Franklin Ipape, Catherine Kizotto, Doris Nigha, and Godlove Ingfusi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
For over 2 weeks, millions of litres of raw sewage ran unimpeded from Winnipeg into the North Red River and Lake Winnipeg, and this Liberal government was missing in action. The sewage is polluting our iconic Lake Winnipeg, which is home to Manitoba's thriving inland commercial fishery, beautiful beaches, and is a source of drinking water for many communities. These Liberals failed to support the province and the city of Winnipeg to mitigate this environmental catastrophe. Canada's Conservatives have long fought to keep our waterways, lakes, and oceans free from untreated sewage. As government, we brought in stringent guidelines for municipal effluent, and in opposition, we brought forward a bill to prohibit the discharge of raw sewage into our waterways by municipalities. Meanwhile, within days of forming government, this Prime Minister approved a dump of 8 billion litres of raw sewage to be discharged by the City of Montreal into the St. Lawrence River. It is disappointing to see the lack of urgency demonstrated by Liberal MPs in Winnipeg to this prolonged spill of untreated sewage. This is unacceptable. The Liberal government must stand up now to protect the Red River and Lake Winnipeg from future breaches.
The honourable member from Surrey Centre.
Happy Black History Month, Mr. Speaker. This February, Canadians across the nation have joined together to celebrate Black Canadians and their countless contributions to Canadian society. In my riding of Surrey Centre, there are several Black-led organizations that focus on fostering a safe, inclusive, and equitable community. Just last week, the Minister of Small Business and I met with the Black Business Association of BC to discuss ways to grow their entrepreneurial and enterprising spirits. Others, like Solid State Community Society, will be bringing Black youth together to discuss anti-Black racism in high schools and examine possible solutions. Nuru Training Association has a long-standing roots in Surrey Centre. This month, their organization is creating opportunities for our community to learn about their history and contributions of Black Canadians. There are so many incredible organizations like these in Surrey Centre, including the Kingdom Dak Foundation, Zamoja, Great Life, Healing Community Services, and the African Women's Empowerment Society. Services like these continue to show Canadians that diversity is our...
The honourable member for Salaberry-Surwa. I have the great pleasure today to celebrate 150 years of history for the city of Salaberry de Valleyfield. 150 years of Camp of Valencian pride. That means, first and foremost, generations of citizens who've enjoyed the shores of Bay Saint-François, the people who hold the secret to our famous grilling spice, and the hardworking people who never miss an opportunity to celebrate. Salaberry de Valleyfield is also 150 years of solidarity, inherited from the workers at Montreal Cotton, the Sisters of Bon Conseil, and all the others. The 150th is an opportunity to remember that life is really good on our island. I'd like to thank the organizing committee who've prepared an incredible program full of activities to honor our city and its talents. It's co-chaired by Denis Lapointe and René Demers. I'd also like to thank all municipal employees who've contributed. This year we'll be eating, discovering, playing, dancing, and celebrating Salaberry de Valleyfield. Dear Campies, have a great sesquicentennial.
The honourable member from Markham-Stouffville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Yi Hong Centre for Geriatric Care provides high-quality and culturally appropriate services to enable seniors of different backgrounds and needs to live their lives to the fullest. Recently, a very special person, the former CEO of Yi Hong, Florence Wong, passed away. Arriving in Canada in 1987 from Hong Kong, she discovered her executive experience wasn't valued here, but that didn't deter her. Hired by Yi Hong in 1994, Florence led the expansion from one site to a network of long-term care centres and support services across the GTA, including one in my riding of Markham-Stouffville. I sat on their board for a number of years and feel part of the Yi Hong extended family. As Yi Hong's founder, Dr. Joseph Wong, said, her impact on the senior care sector was unmatched. I was always impressed by her hard work, resilience, and positive attitude. Sincere condolences to her family and all her many friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
After 8 long years of this Prime Minister, everything feels broken and Canadians are struggling. Rent is up, housing costs have doubled, resulting in the rise of tent cities, and crime runs rampant on streets across the country. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the chaos, and there is no end in sight. Just last week, the leader of the NDP signed on to prop up the Liberals for another 16 months. While the NDP Liberal coalition continues to thrive, Canadians are struggling to survive. New scandals continue to break about government spending and Liberal insiders getting rich. Glaring mismanagement, gross waste of taxpayers' money, reprisals and cover-ups all speak to corruption. The buck stops with this Liberal Prime Minister. He is not worth the cost of the corruption. It's time for him to be held accountable to Canadians.
Yeah. The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the coldest night of the year events that happened in 190 communities across Canada on Saturday. Each year, thousands of Canadians walk in February to support local charities that serve people experiencing hurt, hunger, and homelessness. My family, my constituency team, and friends walked together to raise money for Lion Hearts in Kingston this year. It was truly heartwarming to see over 150 walkers, 30 teams, hundreds of donors, and dozens of volunteers contribute locally. Thanks to the collective efforts, over $70,000 was raised to date, and that number continues to grow. A huge shout out to the team at Lion Hearts for their outstanding work in what they do, in partnership with other organizations to support the most vulnerable in our community. And congratulations to all participants for stepping outside of the warmth and comfort of their homes to help charities that serve our communities with compassion every single day. Thank you.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years of this government, the Bloc Liberal coalition is costing Quebecers a lot of money. They're working in cahoots with this government, which isn't worth the cost. The Bloc is claiming that they're outraged by the ArriveCan scandal, but they voted in favour of cost overruns to fund ArriveCan 8 times. And now they're defending themselves by saying, and I quote, "Look, we're not going to scrutinise every single nickel the government spends. Our message to the government is, go ahead, spend the money, Mr. Speaker." End of quote. Voting Bloc is expensive. Even the Premier of Quebec has been wondering what the Bloc is for. And that's saying something, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ArriveCan is an application that's cost an arm and a leg. It's made a company rich and made things harder for all Canadians. ArriveCan just joins it's another in a long list of bad decisions, mismanagement, lack of ethics, and a lack of transparency from this worn-out government. While the Liberals mock Canadians, common-sense Conservatives continue to fight to defend their interests. We will cut taxes, build new homes, fix the budget, and stop crime, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis because I called her name a little bit earlier.
St. John's East. Member from St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, tourism in my province of Newfoundland and Labrador exceeds $1 billion in annual expenditures, fueling employment prosperity across all communities. It embodies our identity, traditions, and the stunning natural wonders around us. Moreover, tourism fosters environmental stewardship, preserving our ecological treasures for future generations. This past week, alongside the Minister of Tourism and the Minister responsible for Atlantic Canada's Opportunity Agency and Rural Economic Development, we attended the 2024 Hospitality Newfoundland and Labrador Conference. Together, we celebrated the economic success of the province's tourism industry and its profound impact on our cultural vibrancy and environmental well-being. Thank you to the event organizers. Let's continue to welcome visitors worldwide to experience Newfoundland and Labrador's magic and be part of its legacy. Good job.
The honourable member from Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, in celebrating Black History Month, we honour Black Canadians' rich heritage and achievements. We spotlight individuals like Rosemary Sadler, an advocate for Black history and women's issue, and Dr. Jeffrey K.O. Thompson, a leader in technology and community services. Their contribution enrich our nation's tapestry. From Richmond Hill, we recognize Anil Sawartstra, Marshall Simon Cordon, and Pamela Herrick for their local impacts. Anil leadership in community initiative, Pamela in philanthropy, and Marshall's legal IP leadership exemplify the spirit of Black excellence we celebrate this month. To thank Richmond Hill contributors, we've invited local stakeholders to Black Caucus networking event. This gathering is a testament to our collective efforts toward inclusivity and recognition of Black's excellence. As we continue to combat anti-Black racism, let's support Black communities and entrepreneurship, working toward a just and equitable future for all of us. Happy Black History Month, here building a better future for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Happy Black History Month.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, with the Arrive scam scandal, I can announce today that the Bloc Québécois leader has reached a new low. The leader of the Bloc openly admitted to giving it the green light without even having looked at the estimates for 2021-2022, saying, and I quote, "We're not going to scrutinise every single nickel the government spends. Our message to the government is, go ahead and spend the money." When the Liberal government didn't have the votes they needed to fund ArriveCan, the Bloc leader rode into the rescue. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc voted 8 times to give the government the millions of dollars they needed to fund this scam. Now everyone knows it. The Bloc is happy to spend Quebecers' hard-earned money with eyes wide shut. And yet, Mr. Speaker, they think they'd be able to manage a country. I can't tell you what the Bloc is for, Mr. Speaker, but I can tell you that voting for the Bloc costs a lot of money for Quebecers.
The honourable member from Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to see unbelievable hypocrisy from the leader of the NDP. Yet again, he is pretending to be outraged by the actions of his Liberal coalition partner while expecting Canadians to ignore the fact that he is the Prime Minister's chief enabler. The NDP say they are angered by the waste and corruption behind the ArriveScan app, yet it never would have happened without their support. The Prime Minister needed his coalition cohort to have enough votes to get the money through Parliament. And the leader of the NDP was more than happy to vote yes at least 8 times to give tens of millions for cost overruns and money for nothing contracts to shell companies. Clearly, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost, crime, or corruption. Their disregard for taxpayer money is appallingly consistent, and the leader of the NDP should be ashamed for not admitting his role in this boondoggle, and apologize to Canadians for grandstanding on social.
The honourable member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker, on February 12th, I had the privilege of visiting a class of grade 5 and 6 students at Maple Ridge French Immersion Elementary School in Orleans with the Minister of Veterans Affairs as part of the Valentine's program. It was really touching to meet and talk with the students who participated in the Valentine's for Vets program. They did so by making Valentine's Day cards for veterans. It was an opportunity for them to send a special message to our veterans, thanking them for their service and thanking them for what they've done and sacrificed for our freedom. I'd like to thank their teacher, Sophie Labrosse, and the school principal, Mireille Filion, for their welcome and for their interest in participating in this program, which has been running since 1996. It's a program that helps ensure that our young people never forget. Thank you very much.
The honourable member from Timmins, James Bay.
We are on the 12th anniversary of Parliament passing Shannon's Dream motion, the motion that was named in honour of the young Cree leader Shannon Coustashian, who stood up to challenge the systemic denial of rights of Indigenous children. Shannon had never seen a real school. Children in Attawapiskat were being educated in squalid and dangerous conditions. The government knew this, they just didn't give a damn. And then 13-year-old Shannon launched the largest youth-driven civil rights movement in Canadian history. Shannon never lived long enough to see the beautiful school that was built because of her work. She died in a horrific car accident at 15. But following her death, youth, activists, and educators from across Canada launched Shannon's Dream to end the systemic underfunding of First Nation schools. We have so much farther to go. Children at Ibamatung have no school right now. Children in Saskatchewan have no proper gym. Shannon reminded us the greatest resource in this country isn't oil or diamonds. It is in the potential of this young generation. Thank you, Shannon. The fight for justice continues.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. It's with great pride that I share with you today the renewal by UNESCO of the prestigious World Biosphere Reserve status for the Lac-Saint-Pierre region. It's a great honor for Berthier-Maskinongé and for all of Quebec. It's great to see the exceptional nature of our territory's rich biodiversity recognized in this way, and as it has been for 24 years. Thanks to the great work of locals, the Lac-Saint-Pierre Biosphere Reserve works to reconcile human activity with the protection of our natural and cultural heritage. Faced with today's environmental challenges, we have a responsibility to adjust our policies, regulations, and practices to ensure the ongoing vitality of the ecosystems that ensure our prosperity and our quality of life. I'd like to congratulate Henri-Paul Normandin and his team on the committee of the Lac-Saint-Pierre ZIP. You can count on my support for your important mission.
The honourable member from Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
This NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the crime, or corruption after 8 years. And the details and cost around the $60 million and counting Arrive scam app gets worse by the day, Mr. Speaker. Now the NDP are pretending to be outraged by the facts being uncovered. But the truth is, when the Prime Minister needed the votes to approve the millions of dollars, he funneled to companies like GC Strategies, who did no actual work and got $20 million of taxpayers' money. It was his costly coalition partners in the NDP and the Bloc that voted to prop up and allow this spending to take place, further enabling all this corruption and incompetence. The records show the NDP voted at least 8 times with the Liberals to allow the Arrive scam spending to continue. All these money-for-nothing contracts, it gets worse the more we know. The truth is the NDP refused to block this spending, and they're complicit in it. After 8 years as Prime Minister and his NDP buddies aren't worth the cost or the corruption.
The honourable member for Vimy. Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, Russia massively expanded its illegal and unprovoked attack against Ukraine. 2 years later, we are commemorating those who have died defending their homeland. Courageous and audacious Ukrainians who are fighting for their identity, their democracy, their history, their language.
We'll always stand with Ukraine. Besides taking in 200,000 refugees, we have provided $13 billion of military and humanitarian aid. Let's not repeat the mistakes we made before World War II. Ukrainians are fighting and dying against tyranny for all of us. To quote Churchill about the goal, it is victory. Victory at all costs. Victory in spite of all terror. Victory, however long and hard the road may be, for without victory there is no survival. We and our allies will continue to provide aid until that victory is achieved. Slava Ukraini.
Oral questions. Questions on the honourable member from Regina Capel.
While the Conservatives, the common sense Conservatives will abolish tax, build homes, fix the budget, and stop crime, this Liberal Prime Minister, with the support of the Bloc, is not worth the cost or the crime or the corruption after 8 years. The Bloc voted 8 times to give millions to the Liberals for its Arrive can overruns. The Bloc leader knew that Arrive scam would cost $80,000, but it still voted at least millions more for Arrive scam. What is the Bloc for? The Honourable Minister of Public Services. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Like we have done several times, this question has already received several answers, but we would like to thank the Auditor General once again for important support and her recommendations with respect to the Arrive Can app. The good news is most of these recommendations have already been implemented. We're going to continue to do this as long as possible. The honourable member for Regina Capel. The cost of Arrive Can't did not skyrocket all at once. The government needed votes to finance this corrupted app. And the Bloc leader came to his rescue to give him his vote, not just twice, 8 times. The Bloc continued to vote millions extra for Arrive Can, and it cost a lot to vote Bloc. Like the Bloc leader said, we're not going to look at everything the government has spent in detail. What is the point of voting Bloc? I see that the Minister of Public Services and Procurement has risen to answer the question, but I'd like to remind all members that questions must be relevant to the government or to the chair of a committee, the Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do feel rather unable to answer the question appropriately because they are for the Bloc. And I hope that colleague and the leader of the Conservative Party know who they can ask these questions to. Nevertheless, my response is that the government during the pandemic worked to protect the health and safety of Canadians in a very urgent and extreme situation, something we haven't seen in ages. And even in the event of a crisis, all the rules do have to be respected. The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, fix the budget, build the homes, and stop the crime. This NDP Liberal Prime Minister is proving that he's not worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption. Now, the NDP are pretending to be outraged by the Arrive scam scandal, but the Liberals didn't have enough votes to get the funding through Parliament, so the NDP came to the rescue and 8 times voted to keep funding no-show jobs and IT work that was never done. Common sense Conservatives voted no. Had the NDP and Bloc done the same, Arrive scam would never have happened. So does the NDP Liberal coalition deal require the NDP to fund Liberal corruption?
The Honourable Member for Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This question has already received multiple answers. The fact that it's coming from the former Speaker of the House, Mr. Speaker, is obviously a bit strange. He would know that if he needs to ask questions to the NDP, I am not, and we are not on this side of the good people, the right people to answer those questions. I would invite our colleague to ask the questions to the right people.
The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
It's his government's deal with the NDP, Mr. Speaker. And while common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, fix the budget, build the homes, and stop the crime, the NDP Liberal Prime Minister is proving that he's not worth the cost or the corruption. The Prime Minister managed to find $60 million for his Arrive scam app, but now he's going to reach into the pockets of Canadians yet again and hike the carbon tax on April 1st. Canadians are struggling with out-of-control costs, and millions of Canadians are visiting the food bank for the first time. So will the Prime Minister just show some compassion and cancel his plan to hike the carbon tax?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservatives who deny that climate change exists and want to take money away from the Conservatives, we have a question for you, for the Conservatives. In particular, what are they going to cut? Are they going to cut $1,100 from Ontario families, $1,800 from Alberta families, $1,200 from Manitoba families? Conservatives deny climate change. They're planning to take away hundreds of dollars from families. That's not common sense, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
Conservatives are going to axe the tax and not take the money out of Canadians' pockets in the first place, Mr. Speaker. And their own nonpartisan, independent parliamentary budget officer has concluded that Canadians pay far more in the carbon tax than anything they hope to get back in the rebate. And on April 1st, they're going to hike it again. And something devastating is happening in Canada, Mr. Speaker. People are starting networks on social media to coordinate efforts to go dumpster diving. There's actually one in Toronto, Mr. Speaker, and the founder said the most common answer we get to the question of why do you want to join this network is too broke to afford food. Why are they hiking the carbon tax?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, note that the opposition does not rebut the claim that they deny that climate change exists. Note that they are not standing up for future generations of Canadians by protecting sustainability and acting on climate change. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, the inflation numbers have come down below 3%. Yes. Our government is continuing to put money back in the pockets of Canadians, and we will be there for Canadians, offering supports to the most vulnerable Canadians while the Conservatives vote against every single time.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Those who were worried about the love affair between the Liberals and the NDP can rest assured it will continue until 2025. Weddings are expensive, no question about it. But above all, it's all about pleasing Quebecers, not Quebecers' priorities. Quebecers didn't ask for daycare. We already have them. Quebecers didn't ask for federal dental coverage. We already have that. Quebecers didn't ask for drug coverage. We already have that too. How much more is it going to cost us to insure our two lovebirds for programs that aren't even Quebec's priorities? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, better off if Quebec has been a leader in social coverage. Yes, we've taken inspiration for health cares from Quebec, and in terms of dental care, yes, we've taken inspiration from Quebec every time we take initiatives that will bring Canada to have more services for Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, what surprises me when I hear the Bloc this morning is not to talk about investment or like the one in Laval this week. Canada will have the most modern factory here in Quebec, and we are concerned about the safety and security of Canadians. The honourable member for La Prairie. If only Liberal NDP health insurance improved health care. But a year since the forced agreement on health transfers, not a penny has been paid to Quebec because Ottawa is imposing its conditions. 11 months since Quebec demanded the right to opt out of federal dental coverage, and still nothing. Today, our lovebirds are adding a third long-term squabble over drug coverage. And meanwhile, not a single Quebecer is getting better care. Instead of scheming to stay in power, why not put money back in the pockets of Quebecers so we can treat our people? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, clearly the Bloc is trying to create squabbles, but we are looking for solutions. And that is the reason why we're having good conversations with Minister Dubé and the Quebec government. It's a question of enhancing healthcare transfers, and it's clear. It is essential for all Quebecers to have access to dental care, for a solid healthcare system. And this is possible with a spirit of cooperation and not with squabbles like this or debates like this.
The honourable member from Burnaby South.
People are getting ripped off by corporate grocery stores in this country, and in the north, it's on another level. 1 liter of olive oil costs $36. Now, the federal government subsidizes corporations working in the north with a program called Nutrition North. The Nutrition North gives millions of dollars of subsidies to these companies. These companies take a third of it and don't pass it on to consumers. So will the Liberal government reform Nutrition North so the benefit goes to the people, not to the CEOs of corporations working in the north?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for that very important question. Our government is absolutely committed to ensuring that 100% of the subsidy, the retail subsidy, is passed directly to Northerners. We know that prices are too high in the north, and we have worked, we'll continue to work with territorial governments, with Indigenous partners, and more importantly, people who live in the north and the Arctic to make progress. Progress has been made, but there's a lot of work to do.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Program is an abject failure. C'est clair que les entreprises.
Clearly, big grocery in the north are ripping people off, and the government, through its subsidies, is giving money to these companies. And these companies, instead of helping people, are giving big gifts to CEOs and big grocery chains. So my question is simple. When will the Liberal government solve this program, fix it, so it's helpful for people and not CEOs? The Honourable Minister. Thank you. I'd like to thank the member for his question. Our government is committed to make sure that 100% of subsidies will go directly to citizens of the north. We know that prices are too high in the north, and we're working with the territorial government and with our Indigenous partners and people who live in the north and the Arctic to make progress on this file. And it's such an important subject, and there's so much work to be done, and we're going to do it. Thank you.
The honourable member from Foothills.
After 8 years, this Liberal NDP Prime Minister is not worth the crime, the corruption, or the cost. Common sense Conservatives will axe the tax because the NDP Liberal Carbon Tax Coalition has failed. They have not hit a single emissions target. But do you know who has succeeded? Farmers. According to the Global Institute for Food Security, the carbon footprint for wheat grown in Saskatchewan is 67% lower than the rest of the world. So why is the Prime Minister punishing Canadian farmers for this incredible accomplishment? Instead of blaming farmers for his carbon tax failures, will he not axe his plan to increase the tax on April 1st?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you very
Mr. Speaker. And being a farmer, I fully understand the importance and the effect of climate change, Mr. Speaker. And we understand how important it is to take care of the land. That is why we as a government have invested $1.5 million to help farmers and processors reduce their environmental footprint and stay on the cutting edge. We will continue to fight climate change and work with farmers and ranchers right across this country, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Foothills.
The fact is, farmers are succeeding where the Liberal NDP carbon tax coalition is failing. And what is farmers' reward for this? A 23% increase in the carbon tax on April 1st. Common sense Conservatives will axe the tax and reward farmers for those accomplishments. Did you know that wheat grown in Canada can travel around the world 3.5 times before it has the same carbon footprint as wheat grown in Europe? Wow. Canadian farmers have accomplished this through innovation, not carbon taxes. Will the Liberals finally admit they were wrong, pass 234 unamended, and axe their plan to increase the carbon tax on April 1st?
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just last week, in fact, I was visiting a farmer in Peterborough who is working on regenerative agriculture, but I find it...
Colleagues, order. The chair is having great difficulty hearing the response from the minister due to other folks taking the floor. I'm also hearing the member who'd asked a question having difficulty even hearing in his earpiece. So I'm going to ask all members, please, to keep it down. The honourable minister from the top.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do find it quite ironic to be lectured by the Conservative Party on support to farmers when at the end of last year they voted against On-Farm Climate Action Fund to support sustainable agriculture. They voted against Dairy Innovation and Investment Fund for farmers, Mr. Speaker. They voted against funding in support of dairy, poultry, and egg supply management producers. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we believe in our farmers, we support our farmers, and we help them to fight climate change.
Doesn't make sense.
The honourable member from Lethbridge.
Common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, stop the crime, and fix the budget. That's what our commitment to Canadians is. Meanwhile, the NDP Liberal Prime Minister can't help himself but skyrocket the crime, increase the corruption, and of course he's just not worth the cost because he's causing it to go through the roof. But he's incredibly hypocritical because for him pollution is free. He can just jet set around the world while Canadians continue to pay. On April 1st, they'll see an increase of 23% on the carbon tax. My question is simple. Will the Liberals finally side with Conservatives and scrap the tax?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the most appropriate question is, will the Conservatives actually look at the data? The data will tell you that 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back and that it is actually an affordability measure. If the Honourable Member would actually look at the research done by the University of Calgary, she would know that. But, Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians really need to understand that the Conservative approach to climate change is to let the planet burn. It is to leave an impoverished environment and an impoverished economy for the future of our children. Shame, shame, shame.
The honourable member from Lethbridge.
The contrast could not be more stark when it comes to the Liberals versus the Conservatives and their opposition to the Canadian people.
Once again, colleagues, the chair could not hear the question being asked by the honourable member, and that honourable member is actually close to the chair. The honourable member from Lethbridge, from the top.
It's shameful that my colleagues across the way would clap for a 23% increase in the carbon tax when Canadians are lining up at the food bank. Insurmountable numbers. Millions of Canadians cannot afford to put food on their tables, and these folks over here stand and clap. That is shameful. When will they grow?
Go on.
Whoa. You must stop it.
You can call them to account.
Mr. Speaker.
You can call them to account. You can call them to account.
time has come awfully close to the end of the honourable member's question. I'd like to reassure the honourable member the chair nor the table had heard a comment that was unparliamentary. So this is why it is very important to all colleagues, it is very important for members to not comment while a member has the floor. The recognized member has the floor. I'm going to ask the honourable member, please, to restrain himself while I try to give an explanation to all members. As I was saying to colleagues, is that it's so important for us to keep our voices down and to restrain ourselves while... I'm going to ask the honourable member once again to please, and ask him, please follow the good example of his whip and restrain himself while this chair is talking. It is so important for colleagues to be quiet so that the chair can hear the question, and if on occasion that members say something that is untoward or unparliamentary, that the chair or the table can hear that comment to making sure that things happen within an appropriate parliamentary tone. The honourable member from New Brunswick Southwest.
You didn't get an answer.
I'm terribly sorry. The honourable member, the honourable minister, to resign. So, again, I'm going to ask all members, please restrain. So I'm going to give the honourable member from Lethbridge 10 seconds to put her question left, if she chooses to exercise that, to allow 10 seconds left to ask her question. Would the honourable member from Lethbridge like to have those 10 seconds?
Mr. Speaker, the minister across the way had something to say to me before. Perhaps they'd say it on the record. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we agree that the contrast could not be more stark. Could not be more stark, Mr. Speaker, because of the Canada Carbon Rebate. We are putting money back in the pockets of Canadian, in the honourable member's own province, Mr. Speaker. $1,800 will go back to Canadian and Albertan families because of the Canada Carbon Rebate, Mr. Speaker. $1,200 for Manitoba.
Just I want to remind members to be very judicious. If they're going to quote from something, but otherwise it could be perceived as a prop. So I'll ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to continue. She has 6 seconds left on the clock.
Mr. Speaker, I'll close by saying that the Leader of the Opposition's climate denial would axe all of the rebates that we are giving.
The honourable member from New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, while common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crimes, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption after 8 years. Canadians are paying higher prices because of sky-high taxes. Today in New Brunswick, we pay over almost 60 cents more for gasoline per litre than they do in neighbouring Maine. On April the 1st, the carbon tax is going to go up again, 23%. Will the Liberals axe the carbon tax and give Canadians a break? Yeah.
Great job. The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, what do you call someone who says one thing and does the other? You say they are acting hypocritically. Mr. Speaker.
Order. Order. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you would say that they are acting hypocritically. The Conservative Party says they have principles. If you don't like, they have other principles. In their 2021 platform, on which every one of those members of Parliament was elected, the platform said, quote, "We recognize that the most efficient way to reduce our emissions is to use pricing mechanisms." The Conservative position is not only devoid of facts, Mr. Speaker, but their position is the height of hypocrisy. How can Canadians believe anything these folks say?
The Honourable Member from New Brunswick Southwest.
Mr. Speaker, let's remember, these Liberals promised they would never increase the carbon tax by more than $50 a ton. It's skyrocketing up to $270 a ton. It's going to go up again on April the 1st. And voters in my district see that every day they cross the line to buy gas in Maine, 50 cents less a litre cheaper. On top of that, they're now collecting the HST and the GST on gasoline and energy prices, another $5 billion. When are these Liberals going to stop punishing Canadians and give Canadians a break?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
My colleague, the Minister of Natural Resources and Energy, just asked this member a question.
Order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
In the category of God forbid, Mr. Speaker, look, this member went around like all of his colleagues. Every single person who has asked a question in question period today went to their constituents' doorsteps with a brochure that says, "Elect us, we will have a price on carbon." How do those members now stand up with a serious face in front of Canadians and say they're not misleading them today?
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, this government already owed Quebec $470 million for services rendered to asylum seekers. The debt has now climbed to $1 billion. And these aren't projections, these are bills. Spending incurred to guaranteed asylum seekers rapid access to social assistance, temporary housing, health care, and schools. Ottawa's refusal to pay money it owes Quebec sabotages our ability to not only integrate these asylum seekers, but also to serve the entire population. When will this government reimburse Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Immigration and Refugees. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Like the member knows very well, since 2015, we have paid $5.2 billion to Quebec as part of the arrangement we have with the Quebec government. We're ready to do more. We're ready to help Quebec, to sit down with them. Ideally, we'll do this publicly, but we know we have a good relationship with Quebec, and we are working with public servants to know what our responsibility is and what is that of Quebec. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. A very nice relationship, Mr. Speaker. For months, the minister says he's been at the negotiating table with Quebec, but there isn't one. And the Quebec minister confirmed it on Thursday. The federal government has been wasting our time for 2 years. Fortunately, we know that the premiers are scheduled to meet in coming weeks. The Quebec budget, as a reminder, is due on March 12th, and we're asking for $1 billion here we're talking about. So is the federal government going to announce today that it's reimbursing Quebecers? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, you know who's not at the negotiating table, who will never be? The Bloc. It's strange to hear such a statement from the Bloc. We are sitting down with Quebec public servants this Monday, and we are talking. We're in discussions and negotiations. It's important to work on both sides, to know who does what. We're going to sit down with Quebec. We have a nice relationship, and we're going to continue that. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. It's not because you're 6'3" that you're up to the task. The federal government must also share the reception of asylum seekers amongst the provinces. Everyone has to do their share. Last year, the federal government finally started to do this, and yet last time we asked them to start again, the minister accused us of wanting to deport people, which would be a crime against humanity. Were the Liberals guilty of a crime against humanity when they did work last year? Of course not. So why don't they get back to work before Quebec's public services collapse? Before the minister answers, I'd like to remind all members to be careful to make sure that there is no targeted comments to a person. The Honourable Minister of Immigration, that's very kind of the member to say that I'm 6'3", I'm barely 6'1", but the question that Bloc has asked is clear, that they are seeking once again to squabble with the federal government, and they're looking to squabble with the government of Quebec, and they found one. So it's easy to conclude that the Bloc is not looking for relevant answers or reasonable solutions. They're just looking to fight with people. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives, the common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop crime. But this Prime Minister, after 8 years, is not worth the cost or the crime or corruption. And the Bloc leader has shown his true colors. Not only does he want to keep this Prime Minister in power for some time, he voted 8 times to spend more money on the corrupt Arrive Scam app. The app, as he knows, was supposed to cost $80,000, and he and the Bloc voted $24 million in additional spending. Does the Prime Minister recognize that he and the Bloc are just not worth the cost? The Honourable Minister of Public Services. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question, which has already received several answers in the past. If my Conservative colleagues perhaps are wondering, they could ask, how come Canada has seen the highest vaccination levels of all comparable countries? How come we are amongst the strongest of the G7 countries? How come Canada has more than 1 million new jobs over the COVID period? And how come we have been able to reduce poverty by 40% because of the CCB? The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Can the Minister tell me, with this Prime Minister, with the support of the Bloc, has indebted this country more than any other Prime Minister have done combined? The Bloc leader chose to vote for $24 million in spending for the PM's Arrive Scam app. I'm not the one who said this. The Bloc leader himself has said this. He said they're not going to go over with a fine-tooth comb everything the government has spent. They said, take the money, we believe you. It costs very expensive, a lot to vote for the Bloc. Does the PM recognize that he and the Bloc cost Quebecers way too much and that they're not worth the cost or the corruption, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, thank you. When the Quebecers and Canadians watch TV, they can see the attitude of the Conservatives. They're denying the investment that has been done by our government, and we are envied by many countries worldwide. Just last week, I was at the opening of the first Moderna factory, and it's going to make 100 million vaccines to ensure the health and safety of Canadians for future generations to come. Abroad, we're going to continue to work in invest in our country. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we knew that the Bloc wants to radically increase the carbon tax, and now we learn that the Bloc doesn't want to do its job. They voted 8 times to increase the Arrive Can budget, And then they said, we're not going to scrutinize everything the government spends. Not only do they want to radically raise taxes, they don't want to do their job. And last week, the Premier of Quebec asked, what's the block for? Let's let the Liberal government answer this question. What is the block for? Once again, I see, and as I've repeated twice before, that questions must be addressed to the government or directed on the work of a committee. The Speaker's having a hard time identifying which member to answer the question, but I see that the Minister of Public Services and Procurement is rising to answer the question. But I'd like all members, when they ask questions, make sure that they are pertinent to the work of the government. The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We understand the conclusion that we're facing because my colleague is very experienced and seems to be having a hard time identifying who is the right person to answer the right question. But I do have a question for my colleague from Quebec. We know that having a policy of hatred or angst is not a good one. When will he go to the town hall next week and explain to Quebec why the Conservative leader said that they were incompetent and insulted everyone?
The honourable member from Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Everyone deserves fair pay and to be treated with respect by their employer. Yet for flight attendants, they have to work up to 40 hours a month with no pay. That's 3 months a year. All while CEOs of Canada's biggest airlines rake in millions of dollars plus bonuses. And the Liberals, they're doing nothing about it, letting CEOs get rich off the backs of unpaid work. Will this government stop the exploitation of workers and address unpaid work in the airline industry?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Speaker, we have been there from the get-go for Canada's workers. And in fact, we've introduced legislation in concert with the NDP on replacement workers. And we will continue to be there for workers every single step of the day. We have continued to change the legislation to make sure that there's a level playing field, and we will continue to address issues that the member has just brought up, as well as a whole slew of other issues. Thank you very much.
The honourable member from Courtenay, Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, for almost 3 years, the Liberals have let a shipbreaking company in Union Bay bend the rules, putting locals at risk. A boat filled with asbestos is being broken apart in sensitive fish and shellfish habitats, which could cause irrevocable harm and cost 500 people their jobs. The BC government, local First Nations, and residents say the Liberals are failing to protect Union Bay. When will the Liberals finally stop allowing this dangerous activity and further develop shipbreaking regulations to protect our local jobs and our environment?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. Mr. Speaker, this is something that we've been working on for quite some time, actually with the NDP, both through committee as well as with certain members. And we will, Mr. Speaker, in fact, continue to work on this issue and ensure that a lot of the concerns that the member has will be addressed shortly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, global inflation disproportionately impacts low-income seniors living on fixed incomes. That's why it was so important that we reversed the Conservatives' plan that would have raised the OAS eligibility from age 65 to 67 that would have abandoned seniors. We went further to increase OAS benefits for those once they reach age 75. To show how else we're there for Canadians, we launched our new Canadian Dental Care Plan, which will support dental care for up to 9 million low-income Canadians, including seniors. I guess we should not be surprised that the Conservatives are against this support too. Can the Minister of Citizen Services update Canadians on how many seniors have applied and will lose their dental care plan if the Conservatives got their way?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to advise my colleague from the North Shore that as of yesterday, more than 1 million Canadians have successfully enrolled in our dental care program. In 4 days, applications will open up to seniors aged 70 and higher, and in the coming months, we will open up eligibility for all Canadians.
Excellent.
This is a life-changing program, Mr. Speaker, not only as an essential part of oral health, but overall health and economic productivity, and I expect that children getting checkups and seniors getting dentures is going to put a smile on everyone's face, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Leeds Grenville, Rideau Lakes, Thousand Islands.
On one hand, common sense conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. On the other hand, after 8 years, we have an NDP Liberal Prime Minister who isn't worth the cost, the crime, or the corruption, but he needed support for his $60 million Arrive scam. And where did he get it? From the costly cover-up coalition NDP. Right. Now, what Canadians want to know in this scandal that cost them millions is what did these Liberals promise the NDP in exchange for their vote to support the corruption of this government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the issue of allegations of misconduct in the procurement process, we take that very seriously. On the other hand, you see the Conservatives contorting themselves to come up with catchy slogans. While they do so, we're actually doing the work to get to the bottom of what happened here because, Mr. Speaker, anyone who acted inappropriately, there will be consequences, and we have already committed, the President of the CBSA has already implemented changes, but the Conservatives can stick to their slogans.
The honourable member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, it won't fit on a bumper sticker, but that member and everyone over there voted against the common sense conservative motion calling for the Auditor General to investigate their corruption. And corruption is exactly what they found, and that's what they get on that side of the House. On this side of the House, they have common sense conservatives who will axe the tax and build the homes and fix the budget and stop the crime. So why did the NDP support these Liberals with the $60 million Arrive scam that saw Liberal insiders working in their basement getting paid millions while Canadians line up at their food banks? What did the Liberals promise the NDP?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, we support the work being done by the Auditor General, including the Information Commissioner. We want to get to the bottom of what happened here. Mr. Speaker, the CBSA President has been very forthright in sharing information with the committee. The Minister has spoken with her as well, ensuring that information is being shared because we welcome this work. And as I have said many times in this House, Mr. Speaker, any misconduct in the procurement process will come with consequences.
The honourable member from Brantford Grant.
Mr. Speaker, while common sense conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, the NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost, crime, or corruption after 8 years. Canadians are sick and tired of seeing the NDP leader pretend to be outraged over the Arrive scam. Let me remind the House that the Prime Minister needed votes to keep funding his $60 million Arrive scam, and the NDP came to their rescue. Joining Conservatives and voting no would have saved Canadians tens of millions of dollars.
Hear, hear.
Does the coalition between the Prime Minister and the NDP require them to fund the Arrive scam?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
I think it'd be useful, Mr. Speaker, if we just move on from the slogans written in the Leader's office for one moment while I address another issue that would actually help Canadians today. On this order paper, Bill C-35, which will guarantee lower child care costs for every single mother and father in this country. That can pass on a voice vote today. Well, that member, instead of taking his orders from the Leader, walk down the office to the Leader's office and tell him, pass C-35, bring down child costs today for Canadians.
The honourable member from Brantford Grant.
This member stands for the rights of Canadians and getting to the heart of this $60 million Arrive scam. They voted yes at least 8 times to give tens of millions of cost overruns, money for nothing contracts to shell companies, including $20 million contract to a two-person basement business that wrote the terms for their own contract. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost nor the corruption. I'll ask again, What did they have to do to get them to require them to fund the Arise scam?
Hear, 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 hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, I see that answer had a little effect, but I would again encourage my honourable colleague, instead of taking all the inbound invective and all the rage farming from the leader's office, that he trudge back down that long hallway to his leader's office and say, Mr. Leader, you know what we can do today? We can bring down dental care costs for Canadians by passing the bill of the fall economic statement that will help seniors, that will help poor families, that will help children in this country. We can have an impact today on Canadians' lives. Stand up and vote for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Let's go back to Arrive Can. The government set up an $80,000 application to simplify traveller declarations. Nothing to alarm the Prime Minister or the Cabinet. It was just a small, unimportant expense that's glossed over when summarising the department's actions. And then it went from 80,000 to 10 million to 30 million to 59 million. It seems to me that when I believe it should have been mentioned to the Prime Minister. When exactly were the Prime Minister and the Cabinet notified of these unacceptable cost overruns? The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague asked a very good question. She no doubt remembers that there was a pandemic over the past few years, the worst pandemic since 1919, with the worst economic crash since 1930. She knows that public servants had two directives, the first of which was to act rapidly and efficiently to save hundreds of thousands of lives and millions of jobs, and the second was to act in a good way by following rules, which was unfortunately not done. The Auditor General noted this. Luckily, her recommendations have, for the most part, already been implemented. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. The Liberals seem to want to pass the buck to civil servants, but it is unthinkable that a cost overrun of this magnitude was not reported. It is unthinkable that no one warned the government that it might be in trouble. The Prime Minister and the Cabinet were certainly alerted, and yet they continued to spend Quebecers' money as if it was Black Friday. Did any reasonable person in this government say to themselves, well, that's enough, or did they hope that no one would notice? The Honourable Minister for Public Works and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I already answered that question earlier. What I'd like to add, however, is the importance and the value of the Auditor General's work. I'd like to thank her, but also encourage her to do her work. It is an essential role for our democracy in a context where Parliament and parliamentarians need that work to force governments to do the right thing and to make sure that rules are followed by all public servants federally.
The Honourable Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
After 8 years, Canadians know that this NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost or the corruption. Right. With NDP help, these Liberals gave at least $20 million to a two-person company during the Arrive scam scandal for no work done, and Canadians want their money back. Meanwhile, the Auditor General found a stark absence of documentation. Reports now show that tens of thousands of emails were illegally deleted. Will the Prime Minister and his NDP partners responsible for this scandal stand up and tell us when they will release the documents that are missing?
Now when? I'm going to encourage all members to please not take the floor when they are not recognized by the chair, so that the chair and all members can hear the questions and the answers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives want to pretend that this is an issue that the government doesn't take seriously, we do. Mr. Speaker, we are very concerned about these documents, and that is precisely why we support the Information Commissioner's decision to review this matter. And Mr. Speaker, CBSA has already indicated that they will work with the Information Commissioner on providing any information they have. As I've said before, we want to get to the bottom of this, and any wrongdoing will come with consequences.
The Honourable Member from Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, a very simple question. When will the government release the Winnipeg lab documents to this House?
The Honourable Minister for Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The short answer is imminently. It's going to happen right away. But I want to thank all parties because it is through cooperation and working together, the mechanism that we set forth. Remember, it is the Public Health Agency of Canada that makes decisions around redactions. We set forward a collaborative process that all parties participated in. And as a result of that, this is exactly why additional information will be deposed before this House. And that additional information was exactly the intention in setting up that committee. And that means that Canadians will have additional views on the information therein.
The Honourable Member from Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the 4 MPs on the Winnipeg Lab Committee found that most of the information the government withheld from Parliament was withheld to shield the Prime Minister and ministers from embarrassment rather than to protect national security. These 4 MPs, including a Liberal member, recommended that the majority of the information withheld by this government be made public. Will the government finally admit that its decision to withhold documents from Parliament wasn't to protect national security, but rather to protect itself from political embarrassment?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course, the honourable member across knows very well it is the Public Health Agency of Canada, not the Government of Canada, that makes a decision with respect to redactions. And those decisions have to do with national security and also with the protection of employees. And what we said, and by the way, it was initiated by this government, is we said there were questions that parliamentarians had, wishing to see additional information. We then, working, and I would remind the Conservatives didn't want to participate in this process. They actually were against participating in the process that produced the documents. It was the NDP, then the Bloc, and then the Conservatives all participated, and that's exactly why this information is available.
You want to split that hair?
Ask order. Order. Colleagues, it is important for this conference. If I could ask the member from Ajax and the member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, to please take their conversation outside of this chamber, or to ask questions and to receive responses. Colleagues, the honourable member from l'honorable député de Laval-des-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic, we entered into a historic agreement with Moderna to create life-saving vaccines in Laval. Can the Minister tell us about the progress of this facility and what it means for jobs, for growth, and for success in Canada's biomanufacturing sector? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister for Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague for Laval-des-Îles and all my colleagues. We've delivered. Last Friday, I was with my colleagues to celebrate the end of the construction of the Moderna factory, the most modern factory in the world. It'll be here in Canada. We'll be able to build produce 100 million vaccines. Mr. Speaker, this is great news for Laval, and excellent news for Montreal, excellent news for research, and excellent news to make sure that we continue to be at the forefront of scientific progress in the world. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, in the Chaudière-Appalaches region, an upsurge in violent crime is creating a great deal of insecurity. These violent crimes only confirm the appalling increase in violence in the country, which under this government has seen a 39% increase in violent crimes and a 61% increase in assaults with weapons or bodily harm. That's a sad record after 8 years of this Prime Minister. When will he reverse his laxist policies on crime and send criminals to prison where they belong? The Honourable Member. The Honourable Minister for Justice. I appreciate my colleague's question. What I would like to highlight for all Canadians is that crime in our community is a priority for every single parliamentarian in this House. That being said, with Bill C-48, which has just been adopted 2 months ago. With that bill, we have been able to target violent offenders that have used a firearm or weapon in their crime. And we will target them in particular so they remain in prison. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government's policies allow violent criminals to serve their sentences in the comfort of their own living rooms, courtesy of the Bloc-supported Bill C5. Another story of this constant blunder has been made public. A teenage girl was lured by an ex-policeman who is serving his sentence at home. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker, at a time when violence of a sexual nature has jumped by 71% since this government took office. What does the Prime Minister have to say to the victim who had the courage to speak out and who is seeing this sweet sentence served by her attacker at home? The Honourable Minister for Justice and Attorney General of Canada. Violent and sexual crimes are an absolute priority for our government, and that has been the case since we came to power. With regards to intimate partner violence, we targeted those actions a number of times through our bills, through bails as well, and through other sentencings. With regards to mandatory minimum sentences, we have a complete contrast with the Conservatives when we deal with the overrepresentation of Indigenous and Black communities in our prisons. We have to target that kind of measure.
Member, South Surrey, White Rock.
Common sense Conservatives will stop the crime that the NDP Liberal Prime Minister has unleashed on our streets for 8 years. Instead of enforcing the law and stopping crime, he's going after law-abiding sports shooters and hunters. Machine guns are illegal in Canada since the 70s, but last week, caught on video, violent attackers with machine guns opened fire at a home in small city White Rock. Why does the Prime Minister prioritize billions of dollars going after hunters and lawful gun owners instead of the real criminals?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our government has been steadfast and focused when it comes to going after serious criminals, something that the Conservatives can't actually talk about. As they yell out, Mr. Speaker, it'd be interesting for Canadians to know that during their time in office, they cut 600 RCMP employees from being able to operate across this country. Mr. Speaker, the so-called common sense Conservative means cuts to policing. We are cleaning up the mess they created.
The Honourable Member from Balpec.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Investments in infrastructure like roads, highways, bridges are crucial for our supply chains, local economies, and traditional industries, commuters, and all Canadians. Last week, our government, along with the province of Prince Edward Island, invested over $21 million to improve local roads, benefiting islanders and building on significant infrastructure investments. Can the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities share with this House the government's policy on projects like this and how they benefit rural communities?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for an excellent question, for his advocacy to get roads built in his community. This announcement worth more than $21 million is going to help build or improve 149 kilometres of road on the island. We continue to fund different road supports across programs, whether it's the Canada Community Building Fund, the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund, National Trade Corridors Fund, or the Invest in Canada Infrastructure Plan, which included specific eligibility for rural roads. We've got programs in Calgary and my own constituency in Nova Scotia and on the island. We're going to keep doing what it takes to put people to work in good paying jobs that build communities.
The Honourable Member from Churchill-Kiewatnik-Askey.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians across the country are struggling with the rising cost of food, and it's even worse in northern and Indigenous communities, where the lack of competition has allowed Northmart, often the only option, to jack up the cost of food without consequence. The Liberals are choosing to stand with wealthy CEOs instead of helping families afford food. In addition to competition, First Nations like Garden Hill need reliable all-weather roads to be able to bring in food and supplies. When will the Liberals stop subsidizing CEO profits, take on the grocery giants, and stand up for Northerners?
The Honourable Minister for Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her important question. We are working with provincial governments, with territorial governments, with Indigenous governments, with communities of the North to address the very real challenges that are in the North: isolation, lack of infrastructure, the high price of food and the high price of absolutely everything. With the partnerships we have, I'm confident that progress is being made, but there's so much more to do, and we will get it done.
Next on the list is the Honourable Member from Spadina, Fort York, but I understand that the member is having a difficulty. I'm going to ask him if he could just make sure that he could select the right microphone on his screen so that the interpreters will be able to have the proper sound. And I'll give the Honourable Member a couple of seconds to do so. Gonna just hold on for a second. I'm afraid we're going to have to come back to the member on another day for him to ask his question so that we could work out this technical difficulty. And so brings to the end of question period. If for honourable members who would like to listen, I have a ruling which I would like to make, or a statement. La présidence.
The chair. Sorry, I'll just wait for all members to leave quietly.
And if I could ask all members who could hear my voice to say shh. The
chair would like to take a few minutes to share with the House some reflections on the deliberations since parliamentary work resumed at the end of January, and it's very relevant today. Since I was elected to the chair, I've had as a mission to work collaboratively within this location, and I have received feedback and support from the whips, which has allowed me to improve the situation a bit, and I am grateful to them for their efforts.
I've also noticed that the vast majority of exchanges during the sitting day are productive and worthy of our institution. And for this, I express my gratitude to all, as it is incumbent on all of us to elevate the quality of our proceedings. That being said, there has been a slow but steady increase in language and expressions that have been perceived to be inflammatory. The Chair wishes to address this as we move towards the spring session. During key moments, remarks have at times gotten too close to the limit of what is considered respectful and courteous, or even of good taste. Other interventions have clearly crossed the line of unparliamentary language. As a result, proceedings were often interrupted by a chair's interventions or by points of order generated by the conduct of members from all sides of the House.
In some cases, the Speaker has felt that expressions or statements were non-parliamentary. They demanded the withdrawal of the offensive language or apology to be made. In these cases, the Chair judged that the file was closed and the House resumed its work. There were other instances when the Chair issued warnings to encourage members from not using some terms, even these terms were not unparliamentary in themselves. They encouraged disorder. It would be useful for all to avoid them.
On other occasions, the Chair has ruled that something was considered a matter of debate. When a Chair rules that a particular statement is a matter of debate, the Chair is saying that there is a debatable point in the balance, as opposed to a personal attack, the use of an easily identifiable unparliamentary term, or an exchange that results in disorder. Insofar as debate can on occasion be sharp and tense, even sometimes causing some members to take offense, it can still fall within the realm of an acceptable discourse in the House. The Chair will continue to make these distinctions when necessary.
even when actions or terms are not unparliamentary in the truest sense of the term. The chair and persons who observe our deliberations have noticed this type of behavior multiplying, and this clearly has a negative impact on our work. Since January, the chair has heard terms that were excessively provocative and insulting. Such comments upset our deliberations and hurt members and slow down our work. They also throw discredit on the high functions that we have as members.
2012, one of my predecessors had observed at page 13,215 of debates, and I quote, "The House is also an inherently adversarial form that tends to foster conflict. As a result, sometimes emotions get the better of us, and we quickly find ourselves in situations marked by disorderly conduct. Tone and gestures can cause as much of a reaction as the words used in debate. Lately, it appears that at different times the mood of the House has strayed quite far from the flexibility, accommodation, and balance that ideally ought to exist in this place." End of quote. Peu importe que la présidence.
Whether the chair deems it or not, or whether terms are unparliamentary or not, it is up to us as members to carefully choose our terms. I'd like to reiterate the observations that were made in October on page 17,888 of debate, and I quote, "The House is a place where freedom of expression is fundamental, where opinions are defended vigorously and with conviction. The chair has to allow for expression of a large array of opinions, of the largest array of a personal opinion. Nevertheless, some members need to weigh their words and actions. End of quote.
And by this I mean myself and my fellow presiding officers, therefore encourages all members to take part in our proceedings, even vigorously and passionately, as the case may be, but to do so in a civilized and respectful manner in accordance with our own rules. The chair will continue applying the rules fairly and forcefully when required, but in the end, it is every member's responsibility to exercise a reasonable degree of self-discipline and restraint while exercising their privilege of freedom of speech. I thank all members for their attention and for their continued efforts in improving decorum in the House. I am also now prepared to rule on the question of privilege raised on February 8, 2024 by the member for Regina Louvain concerning allegedly misleading statements made in the House by the Prime Minister and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. In raising his question of privilege, the member alleged that the Prime Minister and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change had misled the House during oral questions on February 7 and 8, 2024, when they implied that he said there is no link between the carbon tax and food prices. The member quoted one of the statements he made in the House on February 6, 2024, to assert that, in fact, he had made such a link. In the member's view, this misrepresentation rose to the level of a prima facie question of privilege.
The question of privilege the chair is being asked to rule on can be summarized as follows. Determining whether the statements of the Prime Minister and the Minister contain inaccuracies that would show they knowingly misled the House. When the member raised his question of privilege in the House, he rightly referred to the three conditions that must be met for the chair to find a prima facie case of privilege. In my ruling of February 15th, 2024, I laid out those three conditions, and I would encourage members to review that ruling.
One of my predecessors said in a ruling on April 30, 2014, which can be found on page 4,753 of debates, and I quote, "Thus, it is not sufficient for members to simply make allegations based on their perceptions of what is or is not factually correct. Members must recognize and accept the existence of differences of fact and interpretation, which have always been a part of the normal cut and thrust of debate at question period, unquote.
As for the question of privilege before us, I reviewed the statements of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change during oral questions on February 7th and 8th, 2024. The Chair could not find in those statements any grounds to conclude that those members knew their answers were misleading or that they intended to mislead the House.
The member for Regina Leuven was able to correct the record by explaining his intent and his point of view. In my opinion, we are therefore dealing with a matter of debate. Consequently, the Chair cannot find a prima facie case of privilege here. I thank all members for their attention. Daily routine of business, tabling of documents, introduction of government bills. Mr. Virani, seconded by Mr. Beach, moves to leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Enact the Online Harms Act, to amend the Criminal Code, the Canadian Human Rights Act, and an act respecting the mandatory reporting of Internet child pornography by persons who provide an Internet service, and to make consequential and related amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Virani, seconded by Mr. Beach, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Standing order I have the honour to present in both official languages the 60th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the 60th report later this day.
Thank the Honourable Member. The Honourable Member from Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 14th report of the Standing Committee Government Operations and Estimates, also known as the mighty OGO, of course, in relation to the motion adopted on Wednesday, February 21st, 2024, regarding a question of privilege. And the House gives its consent. I intend to move concurrence in this report later this day.
I thank the Honourable Member. The Honourable Member from Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Finance entitled Shaping Our Economic Future, Canadian Priorities. And I want to thank the Finance Committee Clerk, Alexandre Roger, Analyst Joël Malo, Michael Lambert-Racine, Brett Capwell, and Mirab Karsi, Committee Assistant Linda Goudreau, the whole team of interpreters, technologists, and staff of the committee, and of course, all the members of the committee, witnesses, department officials for their hard work in getting this report complete. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are presenting a dissenting report because in this report, it doesn't recommend reducing the out-of-control deficit spending by this Liberal NDP government that drove up inflation and interest rates. It doesn't address Canada's declining GDP that's been declining since September 2022, and it's lower than it was in 2018. It also doesn't recommend axing the carbon tax scam or reversing any of the Liberals' other tax increases. Canadians are in a cost of living crisis and are getting poorer. After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, this Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. We would like to thank the committee staff, the clerk, the analysts, and witnesses for their work on the pre-budget consultation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Honourable Member. The Honourable Member from Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the following 3 reports of the Standing Committee on National Defence. The 8th report is an increase in rental housing costs for Canadian military personnel in relation to a motion adopted Wednesday, February 7th. The 9th report is donation of surplus CRV-7 rockets to Ukraine in relation to the motion adopted also on February 7th. And finally, the 10th report is on the front lines of democracy, Canada and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization responding to aggression in Europe. Mr. Speaker, may I say that the last report takes note that we are 2 days past the recognition of the Ukrainian war, February 24th. And there's nothing like going there to see the contribution of Canadians to this war effort and to the other allies. And so I recommend this report in particular to the reading of my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the honourable member. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Mr.
Virani, seconded by Mr. Beach, moves that Bill S13, an act to amend the Interpretation Act and to make related amendments to other acts, be now read a first time. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Motions. The honourable member from Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the good people of Waterloo. And also just to note that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee is on their 60th report. So if the House gives its consent, I move that the 60th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier this day be concurred in.
All those opposed to the honourable member, what they're proposing, the motion, please say nay.
D'accord.
Agreed. The House heard the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
The honourable member from Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I note that all parties in the Government Operations and Estimates Committee have agreed to this motion so we can get to the bottom of the ArriveCan scandal. Therefore, I ask that the House gives its consent. I move that the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations Estimate presented earlier in the day be concurred in.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. I'm afraid there is not unanimous consent. Thank you very much. That is not. I'll ask the honourable member to please take his seat.
Madam Chair.
Oh my. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke for Saskatchewan. He was first.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Hopefully there will be time for other members to present petitions by the time I'm finished. I do have a number of petitions to present to the House today. The first petition is in support of parents being able to make decisions about their own families without the interference of the federal government. Petitioners call attention to how the Liberal government is trying to involve itself in decisions that should properly be made by parents and by provinces. These petitioners particularly reference the policy in New Brunswick of having parental consent involving the changing of names and pronouns for students under 16. Petitioners note that in the vast majority of cases, parents care about the well-being of their children and love them much more than any state-run institutions, and the role of government is to support families and respect parents, not to dictate how they should make decisions for their children. Petitioners therefore call on the Government of Canada to butt out and let parents raise their own children. The next petition is in support of a private member's bill, C-257, that would add political belief and activity as prohibited grounds of discrimination in the Canadian Human Rights Act. Petitioners note that Canadians should be free from political discrimination, that this reflects a broad opposition to Canadians facing arbitrary discrimination, but also protecting people from political discrimination ensures that Canadians will be able to express themselves on important issues of the day without fear of employment or other reprisals. Petitioners call on the House, therefore, to support Bill C-257. The next petition responds to a policy of this government that would restrict access to natural health products, products that Canadians rely on every day for their health and safety. Petitioners note that Liberals are threatening access to natural health products through new rules that would mean higher costs and fewer products available on the shelf, and that so-called cost recovery provisions would impose massive costs on all consumers of natural health products and undermine Canadian access to these products. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to reverse the changes made in the last Liberal budget regarding natural health products. The fourth and final petition that I will be tabling today is regarding the ongoing persecution of Falun Gong practitioners in the PRC. Petitioners draw attention to a decades-long campaign of persecution targeting Falun Gong practitioners and call on the Government of Canada to do more to support Falun Gong practitioners and all those facing persecution, violence, and human rights violations within the PRC. Thank you very much.
Presenting petition, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Milton.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. There is a crisis of domestic violence, violent crimes right across Canada, and these petitioners indicate that it's well established within this House that risk of violence against women increases when they're pregnant. Currently, the injury or death of a preborn child as a victim of crime is not considered aggravating circumstances for sentencing purposes in our criminal code. You know, Canada, they say, is only one of all the countries in the world that has no abortion laws, and this legal void is so extreme in this House that it doesn't recognize preborn children as victims of violent crimes. And justice requires that an attacker who abuses a pregnant woman and her preborn child must be sentenced accordingly, and the sentence should match the crime. So they are calling on this House of Commons to legislate the abuse of a pregnant woman and or the infliction of harm on a preborn child as aggravating circumstances for sentencing purposes in the criminal code. And Madam Speaker, one more. Individuals as well are very concerned about sexually explicit material, demeaning material, depicting sexual violence that can easily be accessed on the internet by young people. Young people as young as 8 sitting at a computer. A significant proportion of the sexually explicit material is made available for commercial purposes, and it's not protected by any effective age verification method. Anyone who makes sexually explicit material available on the internet for commercial purposes has a responsibility to ensure that it is not accessed by young persons, and online age verification was a primary recommendation made by stakeholders during a 2017 study by the Standing Committee on Health, and so they call upon the House of Commons to adopt Bill S-210, Protecting Young Persons from Exposure to Pornography Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Madam Speaker, I rise for the 33rd time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The community of Swan River is overwhelmed with the alarming levels of crime because of this Liberal government's soft-on-crime laws like Bill C-5 and Bill C-75. Jail has become a revolving door for repeat offenders, as Bill C-75 allows violent offenders to be in jail in the morning and back on the street the same day. And Bill C-5 allows criminals to serve their sentences from home. The people of Swan River are calling for jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Madam Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to present 2 petitions. The first one is geared towards assisting in the recruitment of volunteer firefighters, and it calls on, it is from undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, calling on the Government of Canada to support Bill C-310 and enact amendments to the Income Tax Act subsections 118.06, subbracket 2, and 118.07, subbracket 2, those portions of the Income Tax Act, in order to increase the amount of tax credits available for volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers from $3,000 to $10,000 per year. The second petition I rise on today from 69 residents of the North Okanagan Shuswap, calling on the Government of Canada and the House of Commons to give citizens a voice on the subject of electoral reform and the right to make recommendations, and to support motion M86 calling for a citizens' assembly on electoral reform. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Go Fylance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising today with a petition of deep concern to residents of Saanich Gulf Islands, and I dare say of all of our ridings across Canada, with the crisis of home affordability. The petitioners point out that key problems that have caused the problem, the causes of rising home costs, have to do with the financialization of homes, treating housing as an investment, and worse than that, as a matter of some speculation and gambling, the use of Canada's housing market to launder money and evade taxes. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to redefine affordable housing, to have an updated formula to better reflect the current economic conditions, to ensure that excess profiteering by corporate interests and real estate investment trusts are brought to heel, to require restrictive covenants on affordable housing that were units built with taxpayer support, to ensure that they're not flipped for personal gain. The petitioners call for a number of very sensible measures to prioritize the funding for nonprofit and co-op housing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my honour to present in both official languages a petition signed by the advocates of a basic income guarantee. The petition calls upon the Government of Canada to begin immediate negotiations with the Government of Prince Edward Island to develop and implement a basic income guarantee demonstration program in the province of PEI that will be administered, monitored, and evaluated for at least 5 years. The petitioners note that the 2020 final report of the PEI Special Committee on Poverty recommended initiating these negotiations. The report has the support of all political parties in PEI. The demonstration program will benefit all of Canada, as poverty is the primary social determinant of health and requires bold and creative approaches to understand and address its root causes and consequences in Canada. Thank you.
The member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to present a petition signed by Canadians. The petitioners observe that for the past 8 years, this Liberal government has put the rights of criminals consistently ahead of the rights of victims, including when this government failed to respond to the Supreme Court's unjust Bissonnette decision that struck down a common-sense Harper law that gave judges the discretion to apply consecutive parole ineligibility periods to murderers convicted of multiple murders to take into account each life lost. The petitioners call on Parliament, as a modest response to the Bissonnette decision, to pass Bill S-281, which would prevent convicted murderers from applying year after year after year for parole after completing their minimum sentence.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you know, one of the fastest growing communities in Canada is our Indo-Canadian community, and through that, along with the wonderful trade and economic ties and personal ties between Canada and India, there's been an increased demand for direct flights between Canada and India. I'm tabling a petition of many constituents that would like to be able to see a direct flight from Winnipeg ultimately to India. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I think it's fairly well established that through that wonderful relationship between the two countries and the airliners and the idea of competition, that we will hopefully see more direct flights. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. An honour to rise to present a petition on behalf of folks across Waterloo Region who are calling upon the House of Commons to not only demand an immediate ceasefire in what they call the Israel-Palestine conflict, they also call for Israel to lift the blockade of the Gaza Strip, authorize the creation of a humanitarian corridor, and emergency humanitarian intervention. They go on to call for this House to call for Israel to meet its commitments under the Geneva Convention and international humanitarian law. They go on to call on this House to call for all measures necessary to protect civilian life, both Israeli and Palestinian, and to help foster a climate conducive to building a lasting peace. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, if a revised response to question number 2064, originally tabled on January 29, 2024, could be made, an order for return. This return would be tabled in an electronic format immediately. And then I would add on to that, Madam Speaker, at this point I would then ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Plaît-il à la Chambre que les questions sous-mentionnées soient transformées?
Does it please the House that the matter be tabled immediately?
Ordonné. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills comments, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-58, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code and the Canada Industrial Relations Board Regulations 2012.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley has 6 minutes and 25 seconds to complete his speech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Workers coming together in solidarity, negotiating collectively, and at times making the very difficult decision to withhold their labor is something that has raised the material condition of working people in this country for generations and generations. This isn't a tactic or a strategy, Madam Speaker. This is something that is defined in our Constitution. It's a constitutionally protected right, and yet we've seen again and again consecutive Liberal and Conservative governments undermine the rights of workers in many ways. Of course, one of those ways is through back-to-work legislation, which we've seen repeatedly in this place. But another of the most pernicious ways that workers' rights are undermined is through the use of replacement workers. And that is the topic of the bill C-58 that I rise to speak about today on behalf of the good people of Skeena-Buckley Valley. Of course, replacement workers are workers that are brought in by the employer during times of work stoppage, during lockouts and strikes, and they're brought in to do the work of unionized workers. And when employers use replacement workers, or as they're colloquially referred to as scabs, when they do so, it undermines the ability of unionized workers to negotiate and to secure improvements with their employer through the collective bargaining process. The use of replacement workers also, Madam Speaker, has a profound impact on communities, especially small communities like the ones that I represent. It increases the risk of violence on picket lines. And of course, most significantly, it removes the incentive on the part of the employer to bargain in good faith with the employees. And of course, Madam Speaker, the use of replacement workers has been documented as lengthening the duration of labor disputes. So all of these are reasons why we need to pass this historic legislation that's before us. This is a very significant contribution to the long legacy of codifying workers' rights in Canadian law. It's one that is going to allow workers to improve their lot at a time when working people in this country are falling farther and farther behind. People are having trouble putting food on the table. People are having trouble accessing the services that they need, whether those are services like pharmacare or dental care, things that we're also fighting for in this place. I'm exceptionally proud, Madam Speaker, that it's the NDP that once again has forced this historic legislation before us. In fact, the NDP has brought forward legislation to ban the use of replacement workers, not once, not twice, but 8 times over the past 15 years. And each time that it's come forward for a vote, both the Liberals and the Conservatives have voted against it, most recently in 2016. And now we've managed, as a party born and founded by Labour, we've managed to create the conditions whereby the government has had a change of heart, that they have seen the value of banning replacement workers and have chosen rightly to work with us to make sure that this historic legislation passes through this place. I can't say the same for my Conservative colleagues, Madam Speaker, and I think they're at a very important juncture when it comes to this legislation because, of course, they're a party that wants the support of working people. And here we have a bill before us that is supported by all of the unions in Canada, by the vast majority of working people who are working under collective agreements. And they have a choice to make, whether they stand with those people to give them an important tool for ensuring that their collective bargaining rights are upheld, that their constitutional rights are protected during times of labor dispute, or whether they're going to side with the employers that wish to continue with the status quo, wish to continue with a situation whereby they're able to bring in non-union workers in order to continue production at their facilities. And of course, if production is allowed to proceed with the use of replacement workers, the leverage, the negotiating power of these unions is greatly undermined. This, of course, is legislation that has already been put in place in my home province of British Columbia, something that I'm very proud of, that we have a progressive provincial government that has seen the value of banning replacement workers. And the reality is that the sky hasn't fallen. We've had this legislation in place for some time, and we've seen collective bargaining proceed. We've seen workers manage to negotiate in good faith with their employers and secure benefits that they so rightly deserve. Madam Speaker, I had a chance to attend the press conference on the day that this bill was tabled in this House, right out here in the foyer of the House of Commons. And standing there listening to labor leaders who have been working on this for decades and decades, hearing them say that this is legislation that working people have been trying to secure for almost as long as Canada has existed. It was an emotional moment. It really underlined the significance, the historic significance of this bill that's before us. I'll end by recognizing the hard work of my colleague, the member for Rosemont-Le Petit-Patrie, who worked hard with the Minister of Labour to hammer out this bill that we have before us. We want to see it brought into force as quickly as possible, and I sincerely hope, Madam Speaker, that it passes through this place unanimously. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to correct the Honourable Member on one point. In 2021, the Liberal election platform did specifically mention that we are going to bring in legislation to prohibit these replacement workers, and the mandate letter issued to the Ministry of Labour in December 2021 also included this specific thing. I would like to ask the member, I'm glad that British Columbia and Quebec have got similar legislation in places. Does he agree with me that it's time all provinces and territories, all provinces should also bring in similar legislation to protect the interests of the workers?
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you to my colleague across the way. On his second point, I very much agree that every province should bring in similar bans on the use of replacement workers for provincially regulated workplaces. Absolutely. British Columbia and Quebec have led the way, and it's time for other provinces to follow suit. On his first point, I'm always open to being corrected, but usually more when I'm wrong, and the point that I was making is that his party has voted against anti-scab legislation again and again. Yeah. He mentioned the Liberal platform, and I recognize that there was a commitment in the Liberals platform. His party commits to a lot of things in their election platform, and that does not always result in them moving those things forward when they form government. So I'll leave it at that, Madam Speaker. The key difference here is that this legislation applies to both strikes and lockouts, while the election platform commitment by the Liberal Party did not. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
It's clear that the member from Skeena-Buckley Valley is passionate about this legislation and talked about how he was able to talk their coalition partners with the Liberals into it. But I'm interested to know why the Liberals didn't include in the scope of this bill the federal PSAC workers, because they had 120,000 of them go on strike, and you would think if they thought it was such a terrific idea that they would want to extend this bill to cover not replacing those workers. Does the member have any thoughts on that?
Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
I thank my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton for the question. I think it's a good one, it's a fair one, and it's a good question to pose to the party across the way when they speak on this topic. It's something that we support, absolutely. Now, when we drag the governing party kicking and screaming to see the value of the legislation that we've been fighting for decades and decades, that's a negotiation. And when that negotiation doesn't go as far as we would like it to go, we're still going to secure wins for working people. And the question about why it doesn't go as far as it should really rests with the folks across the way. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like my colleague mentioned, there are civilian employees in the armed forces who are in a lockout situation. They see scabs replacing them. The government seems to be doing nothing about it, despite the current bill. In the port of Quebec City, there are people who have been in lockout for the past 2 years, I believe. This bill does not include those who are currently in a lockout or strike situation. Is that a failure in the bill that my colleague would like to see rectified as rapidly as possible?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague from the bloc raises an important point, which is that this legislation, which is still being debated and still has to make its way through the other place, does nothing for workers who are right now facing conditions that could be alleviated by this legislation. I think that underlines the importance of passing this bill through this place as quickly as possible and not waiting 18 months after the time it's brought into force for its terms to take effect, but to ensure that workers are protected by its provisions as soon as possible, as quickly as possible. That's something that I believe we share as a priority, and I hope it's something that we can see strengthened in this legislation before us.
A very brief question from the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
From Skeena Bulkley Valley, given the history of trade unions in this country, can he make the case quickly for how passing C-58 is good for economic stability in Canada?
Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to my friend from Saanich Gulf Islands. Her question was about economic stability, and I think the fact that without replacement worker legislation, work stoppages have been longer than they have been in provinces that have legislation like this in place. So bargaining in good faith with unionized employees that have the protection of legislation like this will create stability. That's what the evidence suggests. And when workers do better, everyone in our country does better. That is what stability looks like.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in this House and speak. Today we're talking about C-58, which is the legislation that would ban replacement workers. And so I think I do have some relevant experience on all sides of this issue. Being the daughter of somebody whose mother was a teacher who went on strike, and whose father was a member of the Canadian Auto Workers Union, who went on strike. My daughter is a nurse. My other daughter is a teacher. I was married to a union welder, a proud member of Local 663, one of the 5,000 union members in Sarnia-Lambton. We are well known worldwide for our high quality, high safety performance, and it is certainly considered to be a union town. At the same time, I worked for many years with Dow Chemical. And in the late 80s, there was a strike. And I was a scab in the strike. So I did security and lab testing and had to cross the picket line and had the experiences of how things can escalate, during those strike experiences. And so I bring all of that to my speech today. But I guess I'll start out by saying I'm very surprised to see the Liberal government come forward with this legislation. Because you think about how they handle their own business. They have increased the use of contractors and consultants by over 60%. It's in the billions of dollars. And so isn't that really replacement workers from the PSAC union workers that do the work? And when I think about the Arrive scam situation, there's a whole IT department in the government that's full of their federal union sector employees. And yet, they decided to get 2 guys in a basement from GC Strategies and give them $20 million so that they could outsource for other replacement workers to the tune of, I think the Arrive can is north of $60 million in cost, but the 2 guys in the basement that did no work on it got $20 million. Certainly there's lots of people that can outsource and procure within the government, so again, aren't those replacement workers? And further, I would note that the government has failed to include the federal sector employees in this legislation as part of the scope. There was 120,000 PSAC workers that went on strike. So if the government thinks this is a terrific idea, in conjunction with their NDP coalition partners, shouldn't they have said, well, if it's great for everybody else, we should put that in place here? So, those are just some of the considerations that went through my mind when I started to think about what we needed to do here. The other example that I would talk about would be the government taking $40 billion of taxpayer money to put into the Stellantis plant and the battery plant in St. Thomas to create 3,000 jobs, and then turn around and we find out in the contract it's going to be 1,600 Korean replacement workers. So again, the hypocrisy of the government in the way they act versus the way they bring this legislation forward makes me really ask the question whether they really do support this concept or whether they're just having to do something to pacify their NDP marriage partners. Now, one of the things that I think is missing in terms of what's in the legislation is something to do with essential workers. We've had a lot of strikes in Canada. Do you know there was 147 work stoppages alone in 2023? It's to the point where we get rail strikes, we get port strikes, we've got all these different strikes, and our partners in the U.S. are starting to consider that Canada is not a reliable supply chain. And so there needs to be something done to address that. And I fully am behind the right to collective bargaining. I'm fully behind having people with the ability to negotiate fairly. But what's happening is people are not negotiating, and then all of a sudden at the 11th hour, the impact is felt by everyone. It's felt by businesses. When CN Rail strikes happened, it's thousands and thousands of dollars to businesses. It's inconvenience to travelers in many cases. The ports, we've all seen empty shelves as a result of port strikes. And so what they do in the United States is they have legislation for essential workers. And the way it works is they define what is considered an essential service or an essential worker. So things like that are essential infrastructure for supply chain or nurses and medical professionals kind of thing. And what they put in place is they have between their terms of, let's say it's 4 years between every negotiation. 1 month before you would come into a strike action place, you would have to go to binding arbitration. And what that causes is people to get more serious about negotiating early on and not wait till the 11th hour and have an impact. Think of the parents that every year are threatened with strikes from teachers, and then all of a sudden they have no place, there's no childcare. It's fine to say $10 a day childcare, but if no spaces exist, that doesn't help you. And if your kids can't go to school, that doesn't help you either. So there's huge impacts that we're missing, and I would have liked to have seen something in this legislation to address that in a similar way that they're addressed in the U.S. The second thing that I would say is that there's a couple of things technically that I don't think have been well considered. As I said, I worked at a chemical facility. I've worked at petrochemical facilities. I've worked with nuclears, mining sector. These are facilities that you can't just shut down on a dime. Somebody comes to the strike date and it's time to shut the thing down. It's not safe to do that. And the language in the bill talks about the only time that you could have replacement workers in the case of a strike would be if you had identified a specific harm that would occur. Now, the problem with chemical plants and nuclear facilities and whatnot when there's a strike is that you don't know exactly what thing is going to leak, catch fire, impact the environment, or whatever. something will go wrong. You just don't know specifically what it is, and it would be impossible then to justify any replacement workers with the current phraseology. So I think that that is something that will definitely need to be addressed. And then I would say that in terms of what would be an improvement to the bill, there are ways of carving it out so that the manufacturing and transfer of substances that are covered under the transportation of dangerous goods, that would really take care of this whole area where you can't define exactly what is going to go wrong, what the impact would be. If you said exemptions could exist if there was a harm related to the manufacture or transfer of substances covered under the transportation of dangerous goods, that might be a reasonable amendment to see. And so, hopefully when this bill gets looked at, people will weigh the balance of things and try to come to a place where we're protecting the workers' right to collective bargaining. I think we need to make sure that we are protecting society and the public from, undue harm. And I think that the supply chain issue is a real and present danger. I think with the number of disruptions that we've had, we already lack capacity at our ports. We are lacking rail connectivity in this country, and it's not getting better, it's getting worse. I think between all of those kinds of disruptions, we need to find a way to incorporate essential worker, essential service as part of this legislation. And hopefully, at the end of the day, then, what we would find is that people are bargaining in good faith, they're bargaining faster. If they don't bargain in good faith, then before they're in a strike position, it goes to binding arbitration that will come to a resolution that maybe neither party will be fully satisfied with, but at least it will not be an impact to families, to Canadians, to businesses, and to our export partners. And so I look forward to the debate and listening to the ideas that my colleagues have. But certainly, as I've said, I'm from a union family. I certainly support union workers. I certainly support people's right to collectively bargain. And I've certainly been on the other side and can tell you it's no fun crossing a picket line. So, Madam Speaker, with that, I would look forward to the comments and questions from my colleagues. Thank you so much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's been many years that I've had discussions in regards to issues like anti-scab legislation, final offer selection. Actually, I can go back to 1990, a very hot 1990, very hot debating topics inside the Manitoba legislature. And I like to think that I have been a strong advocate for anti-scab legislation. And the question I have for the member is I appreciate a number of the comments that the member has said. I have to look in terms of British Columbia or Quebec to what degree public servants are incorporated into legislation. I don't necessarily know the details. I think it's a legitimate question. I'd like to see maybe it addressed better in detail as it goes to committee. But the question I have for her is the Conservative Party supporting the passage of this legislation to go into committee?
Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And what I would say to the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, first of all, is that I did actually ask the Minister of Labour when this bill was first introduced whether or not the federal sector was included, and he indicated it wasn't. So I think that is an opportunity. If it's sauce for the goose, it should be sauce for the gander. Certainly, the Conservatives are going to take a look at what amendments are happening. As I said, there are some areas where I think the bill needs improvement, and so we'll be looking for that. And at the end of the day, we'll look forward to what happens at committee. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the impression that today, even though we are in favor, we've stood up for this idea 11 times, but I have the impression that we are seeing smoke and mirrors happening. And we are totally in favor of this. Since 1977, Quebec has had an anti-replacement worker law, but we have a bill before us that talks about an exception that's pretty vague for a threat to life or security. What does that mean? Is that not undermining the right to strike. We'll need to clarify that. And then the 18-month period before it comes into force after royal assent, even if it's adopted tomorrow, we wouldn't have it before the next election. So I have the impression that the Liberals, who've broken anti-scab laws a number of times, they're buying the NDP off, saying, don't worry, in 18 months, the Conservatives will take it off the table once they're in power. Does my colleague share that opinion? The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question. The member knows that I worked hard to put in place a bill to protect pensions for unions, for other workers. So I want to have a bill that is strong, but there are problems. I will say that I agree with the elimination of the 18-month period. Because if something is good, it's good immediately. So that is my opinion. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just waiting for the mic to turn on. I thank the member for her speech. I found it really interesting. I don't necessarily agree with all the points, and I think she may be confused on a few issues. But I know the facts are that anti-scab legislation has existed in Quebec and British Columbia for quite a long time. And as my friend said earlier, the sky hasn't fallen. So I hear all of these conservative arguments that are really catastrophic. But we know that so many people in this country want to have their labor matter, so that when scabs walk in, it takes away their power to negotiate. This is what this is. So I'm just wondering if this member is going to support this moving forward, and if we're going to see maybe some ideas that they want to bring forward. But at the end of the day, I hope that every party in this House supports workers.
For Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, absolutely, Madam Speaker. As I said, I do support workers, and I do support people's right to collectively bargain. What I have a problem with is when people don't come to the table in good faith, and things go on, and all of a sudden there's impacts to Canadian families, to Canadian businesses, to our export partners, and things that could be eliminated. So I think there are better ways of doing it. I think we need to look to other countries that do it better. And I'm very interested to hear in the legislation in Quebec about what exactly they've done, because I know that there are some facilities, like chemical facilities, et cetera, that would need that kind of protection. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before we resume debate, the honourable member for Edmonton West is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to try this again. That if the House gives its consent, I move that the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, the mighty OGO, presented to the House earlier this day, be concurred in.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. La Chambre a entendu les...
The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those who are opposed will please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you.
Oh, no,
Speaker.
no, désolé.
I'm sorry.
L'honorable...
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I went a little too quickly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sorry. I'm sure my colleague will make an excellent speech just after me. I'm sorry to be taking her spot. She was expecting to make a speech that we will listen to carefully after mine. So before I begin, I'd like to highlight something that happened over the weekend, which hasn't been mentioned in this House yet. An important event, an artistic event. I know it might not seem related, but I'll show you how it is. And it's important to note it. Over the weekend, 2 Quebecers won prizes internationally in film. Monia Choukri, yes, it's important to highlight this. Monia Choukri with Simple comme Sylvain, which won the César for the best foreign film at the César ceremony in Paris on Saturday evening, which beat, can you imagine, it beat Oppenheimer. It beat Oppenheimer. So it was a sentimental comedy by a Quebecer, a producer. She's worked with Xavier Dolan, and in Paris, she won big. People were surprised, but once again, Quebec abroad is doing very well. Its works are being seen everywhere, and in Berlin, Saturday evening as well. Philippe Lesage, a 40-something producer, he's got a few titles under his belt. In Berlin, he won the International Jury Prize with a film called Comme le Feu. So once again, I've said it many times before, but if it was still Canada, it was the best foreign film. But these are Quebec creators, producers, artists who have Canada do well internationally, like in many areas. We've talked about this in the House before, but soon we won't have that opportunity. We'll be independent within 4 or 5 years, and our artists, when they do well at the César or at the Oscars or at Cannes, will be in the name of Quebec that they will prizes. But we'll still mention you when we're on the international stages. We'll say, thank you, Canada. You contributed a bit to, how would I say it, to our international reach. So thank you. So to get back to what we have before us, I'm always a little uncomfortable with this type of bill. Quebec is about progressivism. We've said it before, and we'll say it again. An anti-replacement worker law has existed in Quebec for 50 years. We settled this 50 years ago for workers who aren't under federal jurisdiction. 50 years. If Quebec were independent, all Quebec workers now would be protected by this law. There wouldn't be any replacement workers, any scabs. But once again, like in many areas, I've said it before in this House, Quebec is the province where there is the most social housing. There's a housing crisis. Why? Because the government of Quebec, when the federal government stepped out, the government of Quebec stepped up and created a social housing program. And so today, the crisis is a little less bad than elsewhere in the country. There are collateral effects. This will be one of the main causes of inflation in housing in the coming years. Interprovincial immigration. People who leave from Vancouver, from Toronto, who come to Gatineau and then Montreal, because it's a little less expensive to find a place to live. We have a housing crisis in Quebec as well. There are 10,000 homeless people on the street. 10,000. I'll talk about that a little later on too. Because homelessness has gone up. It has doubled over 5 years. The government opposite, the only program it has to help homeless people will be cut by 3%.
3%. You'll say it's not so bad, 3%. It's just a little. But when you think of the housing crisis and you think of single mothers who are sleeping in their cars in Trois-Rivières and immigrant families who thought that it would be heaven here, but who are sleeping in a tent near a river in Saint-Jérôme, how can you accept that? Can't accept it. And there'll be 3% taken away. Why? Because they want to show the Conservatives that they can be rigorous when it comes to the budget. And that's why they're failing the most vulnerable. It makes no sense. Which province in Canada is there the least greenhouse gases produced? Which province? In a very poorly performing countries, when it comes to all the indicators, Canada is coming in last. We're a failing student here. We think of the IMF study in 2022 that said that Canada spent $5 billion on the oil and gas, 50 direct and indirect invested in the oil and gas industry. How can this happen at a time when there is such homelessness? We have to build thousands of social housing units, but then there's huge profits at the CIBC. People are sleeping on the streets at the same time. Single Parents and single mothers are victims of domestic violence. Students are sleeping in their cars, and they're even considering giving up their studies. There are workers of tomorrow. They have nowhere to sleep. And at the same time, Canada, with the support of the Conservatives, are giving $50 billion to oil and gas, which made egregious profits in 2022. How can we accept that? Talking about progressiveness, Canada is one of the countries in the world where there's the highest number of women working. And why is this? Because we're talking about child care workers. There was a visionary woman in Quebec, Pauline Marois. She created $5 a day daycare spots. And this allowed two things to happen. First of all, to allow women to have access to the labor market, as well as to ensure that Canada, there is the least child poverty in Quebec in Canada. This is not an us thing. We looked and saw that Canada is becoming more and more progressive. The National Daycare Program was adopted last year. Great. We can't be opposed to that. We already have it. Dental care, we're not opposed to that either. We already have it. We can't be against other programs either because we have it. All of the things that come from us in Quebec, the Bloc Québécois members were here, and we talked about the bills and the battles that have already been won in the past. They've already been won and waged. Quebec is taking Canada behind it like a ball and chain. We are prepared to move forward. We're prepared to see progress, but we're being slowed down all the time by Canada. Canada is just stalling, not moving forward. Inflation is out of control. There is a lot of problems for seniors. They're being abandoned. Climate change, we're not where we should be. There's no progress being made by Canada. So how do you want Quebecers, how do you expect Quebecers who are watching us and seeing the bills that we have and saying, how can they pass this? This hasn't been resolved yet. How can we trust this country? How can we want to be part of that country? Quebec workers who are looking at this and they're saying, hey, wait. Let's just say they didn't know about this situation and thought, well, scabs, why? Why is this still happening in Canada? How come this hasn't been fixed yet? No, it's not been solved yet. My colleague said it earlier. We tabled 11 bills on this subject. We've been talking about this for a long time. Every time the Liberals have blocked it, it makes no sense. And the government of Canada has to come into the 21st century and now protect workers. It's essential to give them some power in the relationship with the employers. It makes no sense otherwise. They have no negotiating or bargaining power. And I forgot to say this, but in Canada, we're the province where the highest rate of unions. It's in Quebec. We have understood the importance of standing together, of having unions, and ensuring that we're stronger together than alone against the employer. It's time to... We must move to questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Maybe like you, I was so involved in listening to the Honourable Member, I was wanting him to go on. I wonder if he could maybe mention the recent impacts on the Port of Montreal and the labour disputes and how this legislation might help to add balance there so that we don't have prolonged disputes as we've recently seen in Montreal at the port.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I will answer with another answer. At the Port of Quebec, in Quebec City right now. My colleague said it earlier. It's been 200 days now, 200 days that the workers can no longer take it and they have to find another job to continue with their negotiations. 200 days. How can this be acceptable in Canada? They don't have any power at all. This bill, I forgot to say this, but this bill will come into force only 18 months after royal assent. What could happen in 18 months' time? There could be a federal election. And what could happen if there's a federal election? The Conservatives, do you really think the Conservatives will vote in a bill that came from the NDP and then went to the Liberals? I don't think so.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech, and I agree that we need to follow in Quebec and BC's leadership across this country and make sure that workers are protected. It's been very concerning for me to hear the Conservative rhetoric that somehow the workers are disrupting the flow of goods, which is absolutely shameful. When you think about the workers, what they're really doing is fighting for their rights to work collectively and make sure that they're safe. So I'm just wondering if this member could talk a little bit about why it's important for workers to have rights and what that does for the economy and for the good of all people when those unions are respected.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I want to thank my colleague for the question. I think that I mentioned in my speech that respect for the rights of workers to bargain and the rights of workers to have power, the employees to have some power in their bargaining with employers, is the very essence of work and their relationships. And as she mentioned, if we want working conditions to be negotiated that are fair and to see that there is fairness in terms of what is happening right now with inflation, I think this is absolutely essential to resolve this issue. Thank you. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert for that passionate speech. I would like him to ask him a question that really bothers me. In December, I got a letter from an organization called the Artisans de la Paix, and they had lost a significant part of their budget. We see homeless people increasingly on the streets. There are many of them. It's very distressing. You can see it. I'd like to ask my colleague, when we see the letter from the Director General of these Artisans de la Paix, it seems very irresponsible to cut this program. What could I say to Robert Cardif when it comes to this 3% cut? The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I want to thank my colleague. He's raising a very important question, and I talked about it in my speech. It's shameful. It's shameful that the government will cut the only budget to help. I saw it. I traveled around last year, and I saw the tent cities and the families that were living in there. Single mothers with their kids were living in those tent cities. There were students in these tents. Other people sleeping in their cars. It makes no sense that we accept this. It's the middle of winter. The government is slashing. It might only be 3%, but we should be increasing this budget to fight homelessness. My colleague is right. I will come out soon with a report on this trip that I did around the province to look at this issue.
And comments? The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader, a brief question.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide his thoughts in regards to province of Quebec, province of British Columbia, now the federal government moving towards anti-scab legislation. If he can give his thoughts in regards to how this can actually provide national leadership, so hopefully other provinces will look at the legislation, what other provinces are doing, and look at bringing in more anti-scab legislation across the country.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, 15 seconds. I would invite all the provinces in Canada to follow Quebec's example. You will excuse me because it's not going so fast. I think in a few years, Quebecers will make another choice. So we don't have to keep fighting the same wars as in the past. We already know this in Quebec, and with Quebec's sovereignty, we'll be able to achieve this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before resuming debate, my apologies. À l'ordre, conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to the Standing Order 38, I will inform the House of the questions to be addressed tonight at the hour of adjournment.
Sexual violence taxation. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, Royal Canadian Mounted Police. The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry, Housing. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, et merci à député.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the block member for his very friendly introduction and a great speech. I would like to say that this is my first speech on this bill, C-58. The Green Party is in favor of this legislation. It's necessary, and I'm very pleased that we have the opportunity to hold a debate, and I hope a vote in favor by all members in this House. It's very important for the rights of workers and the relationship between workers and employers.
I had the experience, Madam Speaker, before ever becoming involved in partisan politics. I had the real honor of working on behalf of organized labor, trade unions, in that I was a lawyer in Halifax with a firm, the only downtown firm in those days, that in doing labor law only represented union side labor law. All the other downtown firms in Halifax represented the employers. And I had the great honor of working on behalf of the Longshoremen's Union, the Nova Scotia Government Employees Union, and others. So I understand something about labor relations and the importance of having leverage, having some way in which workers have tools to create balance so that the employer doesn't hold all the cards. So we know that when a union goes into a legal strike position, it's very important that they're able to exercise those rights because they are rights. The difficulty we've had in Canada over many years is that it's the common parlance, the terminology, is that employers will use scab labor. And scab labor translates to the legislation, the language of this legislation, replacement workers. C'est la même chose, les travailleurs.
And replacement workers, or scabs, as they say, is a serious threat to the rights of workers.
A long time coming to this legislation, as my colleague from the Bloc Québécois who just spoke pointed out. The province of Quebec has had legislation to prohibit the use of replacement workers during a legal strike or lockout. That legislation has been in place in Quebec for 46 years. Félicitations encore comme.
Congratulations once again. To hear it again and again that Quebec is the first in doing taking such an important action for the rights of workers, as well as for daycare.
In February, debating this legislation at second reading before a vote that was first tabled in November. And Madam Speaker, while I was waiting for this opportunity to speak this afternoon, I've been going back over Hansard, trying to find any evidence of any speech from any Conservative member of Parliament that would let us know whether they favor the legislation or not. We just tried again with the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton. I can't find any clear indication, which means I live in hope that my Conservative friends will be voting in favor of getting this legislation passed at second reading and to committee where it does need some improvements. I've needed to see, yes, I know that my friends across the way say they want to keep me in suspense. That's okay. Suspense is lots of fun. But I do hope that everyone in this place across all party lines will vote for this legislation. It does need amendments. I see that the United Steelworkers has made it clear that they would like to see that that the exemptions and loopholes in this bill be removed. There are some exemptions that would allow certain categories of workers and volunteers to continue their activities during strikes and lockouts. That certainly undermines the core purpose of this legislation. C'est le but fondamental.
That is the goal of this bill. That is to stop the use of replacement workers. And not to have loopholes for these replacement workers.
Close them up and tighten them up when this bill gets to committee. Another place that I hope we can see improvements in committee is to get rid of the 18-month delay before the bill comes into force. We have seen, and I mentioned the province of Quebec has had this legislation for 46 years. The province of British Columbia also has this legislation. A stable set of labor union or union employer relations, a system of collective bargaining that's respected really matters. Both sides have their tools and they need to have access to those tools. It's an unbalanced and therefore less economically secure situation for our economy when the tools to one side are removed. Strikes and lockouts actually last longer when scab labor is used. There is greater stability and greater security for our economy when scab labor is eliminated. And I'd urge the government to amend the legislation to make this stronger. But in looking at this and going back over Hansard to try to find any indication of how my Conservative friends were going to vote, I found that friends from South Shore, St. Margaret's, Megantic-Larab, Essex, Calgary Nose Hill, Calgary Rocky Ridge, Chilliwack Hope, Provencher, Battle River Crowfoot, and Sarnia-Lambton made repeated reference to things that have nothing to do with this legislation. So if I may take a moment just to clarify, when we talk of replacement workers, we mean one thing only, specifically one thing only, the use of scab labor when a union is in a legal position to strike or there is a lockout. Those are the situations in which replacement workers in this legislation, C-58, are referenced and banned. It's unfortunate then that so much of the debate in this House, and we've had very limited debate, we basically had 3 days with a number of speakers, where over and over again, Conservative members have raised the Stellantis battery plant and its use of federal dollars, and that they are also subcontracting with South Korea. And numerous speeches have made the mistake of referring to workers in that context, workers from South Korea working at Stellantis battery plant in part of a trade agreement that was put in place by the previous Conservative government, that somehow those workers are replacement workers. They are emphatically not replacement workers. Use of workers from other countries under agreements that have been made, and certainly Green Party prefers that all workers in Canada are Canadian workers and live and work here, but we have many, many agreements with large multinationals to use workers from other countries. Just to be very, very clear with people watching from home, those are not replacement workers. They have nothing to do with this legislation. So despite repeated references to that somehow the Liberals are violating their own Bill C-58 by allowing 900 workers from South Korea at the Stellantis battery plant. Those are, and actually I made a note of one quote from one of my Conservative colleagues, quote unquote, essentially replacement workers, unquote. Let me just be very, very clear. Those are essentially nothing of the sort. They have nothing to do with Bill C-58. They are not replacement workers. They are, in fact, workers from another country who've been brought in under the kinds of deals that have been organized between transnational corporations and various governments in this country. Not my favorite thing to see workers come in from other countries, but let's not mix up our concepts because I think it creates confusion in the public. This legislation is pure and simply about one thing and one thing only, and that is to defend the rights of workers within trade unions, to support organized labor in this country that has given us so much from work hours that are reasonable, from banning child labor, to many social improvements right across this country, we can thank organized labor. And workers who go out on strike should never have to see their colleagues crossing a picket line to continue to support the unfair practices of an employer when a union is in a legal strike position. And with that, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank this House for its time and allow the Green Party to go on record strongly in favor of C-58 and strongly in favor of improving it and strengthening it in committee. Merci beaucoup, Miigwech.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member from the Green Party for her support of this bill. Madam Speaker, I wonder if the Honourable Member could talk a bit more about the maintenance of activities agreement that is proposed in this bill, where we would be working with the Canada Industrial Relations Board prior to any strike action to establish what maintenance activities are required for safety or environmental protection, and that this goal of having prior agreements would also help us to have less strikes and shorter strikes if they do occur.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
My honourable colleague from Guelph, there are reasonable elements to the proposition that before a strike there's an agreement on what's absolutely necessary to take place, but I am concerned by the criticisms from Unifor, from the United Auto Workers and others, that these represent potential loopholes. From the steel workers, United Steelworkers, I would want to make sure that in expert evidence in committee, it's absolutely nailed down that such provisions do not constitute loopholes that weaken the rights of workers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Ms. Jones, you've got questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
And although I have the utmost respect for the member opposite, I just want to clarify for her, because in my riding, with respect to the Stellantis deal and the 1,600 replacement Korean workers, they went down to see what the work was. And it's carbon steel welding that all of the welders in my riding can do. So it actually is replacement workers, contrary to what the members opposite would say. Thank you.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I'm sorry to my honourable colleague from Sarnia-Lambton. I respect so much her pioneering work in engineering, but I went to law school, and it doesn't mean I know more, but I do know that replacement workers are one thing only, and that is in trade, in trade union relations and collective bargaining. Replacement workers are scab workers, not workers who come from another country who do work Canadians could otherwise do. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like to thank my colleague for Saanich Gulf Islands for her speech. I'm not surprised that she supports this bill. She has progressive values, and she genuinely supports this type of legislation. We're very happy to hear that she does, because the Bloc Québécois strongly supports this. I also appreciated that during her speech, she recognized that Quebec was a leader in this kind of legislation. For 47 years, Quebec has had anti-scab legislation. Because of federal jurisdiction, which we're trying to get rid of in Quebec, there are two classes of workers. We were also leaders in dental care, Medicare, and child care. Canada can draw inspiration from Quebec, and we're pleased to see that. Does my colleague not think that given that Canada is drawing inspiration from Quebec, it should also not harm Quebec? It should recognize Quebec and give it the appropriate sums of money. That doesn't apply with anti-scab legislation, but it does apply with dental care and Medicare. Because this new federal program will add a new structure and harm the existing Quebec structure. Doesn't she believe that, with all due respect, we should get the money we deserve and have these new programs for Canada without harming Quebec?
Gulf Islands.
I'd like to thank my dear colleague. I agree entirely, except for one thing, which is that the rest of Canada deeply needs Medicare, and if there is a dispute over money between the provinces and the federal government,
that out. I don't want to, at this point, say that absolutely Quebec's approach should be protected in terms of the money, because we'll get a better deal in pharmacare when there is one buyer, single payer, that can drive down the price of pharmaceuticals. Mais je veux aussi féliciter.
But I would also like to congratulate my colleague on the fact that Quebec is always the first to fight climate change and against the fossil fuel industry.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I also want to say thank you to the member from Saanich and the Gulf Islands for her excellent speech. Absolutely, anti-scab legislation is necessary, and we need to get on board. The NDP has tried to move it 8 times in the last 15 years, and finally the moment has arrived. My quick question to the member is this. One of the issues that we have concerns with is not a perfect piece of legislation. However, this is what we got with the implementation date in the legislation. It is extremely long, 120 days. Does the member think that that needs to be shortened?
Very brief answer from the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
To Vancouver, my friend from Vancouver East, absolutely 18 months is too long. It makes no sense. Let's get that fixed in committee.
Je sais pas, Monsieur Turnbull.
Sorry, the honourable member for Vancouver East is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think I might have misspoken. I think I said 120 days. I meant 18 months. And so I just wanted to correct the record. Yes. This is what happens when you go to bed at 4 a.m.
Correction made. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. It gives me great pleasure today to join in the debate in the House on a matter of great significance for our workforce and the future of collective bargaining in the federally regulated private sector. Bill C-58 is an essential piece of legislation that seeks to amend the Canada Labour Code and the Canada Industrial Relations Board Regulations 2012. At the core of Bill C-58 is the commitment to create a fairer collective bargaining process by introducing a ban on the use of replacement workers, commonly known as scabs, during strikes or lockouts. The implications of this legislation are far-reaching, touching the core of the relationship between employers and workers during labor disputes. What makes Bill C-58 particularly noteworthy is the extensive collaboration with the labor movement, exemplified by the dedicated work of organizations like the Durham Region Labour Council in my riding. The involvement of these councils representing the interests and concerns of workers has been instrumental in shaping the provisions of this bill. The Durham Region Labour Council, along with other labour organizations, has a long history of being a vocal advocate for fair treatment of workers and the regulation of replacement workers. Through a series of consultations, discussions, and negotiations, the labour movement has played a crucial role in influencing the content and scope of Bill C-58. The goal has been to strike a balance between the rights of workers to engage in collective bargaining and the operational needs of employers, especially during critical periods of labour disputes. This collaborative process has strengthened the bill significantly, demonstrating what can be achieved when diverse voices, especially those representing the labour movement, actively engage in the legislative process. The provisions within this bill reflect a balanced approach, acknowledging the rights and responsibilities of both workers and employers. As Teamsters Canada President Francois Laporte put it, this is a big step forward for workers. And Lana Payne, National President of Unifor, which represents the thousands of skilled trades people at GM Oshawa's assembly plant, added, the legislation is a step forward, leveling the playing field. It will be good for the economy and good for labor relations, end quote. And to quote Labour Minister, our Labour Minister, our economy depends on employers and workers negotiating an agreement at the table. That's what this legislation does, is it provides a framework such that employers and workers and their unions will be able to negotiate better deals at the table. The legislation is a response to the acknowledgement that the right to strike can be undermined when employers resort to the use of replacement workers, perpetuating imbalances between workers and employers. The ban proposed in this bill is a crucial step toward fostering a healthier workplace and strengthening the rights of employees in federally regulated private sectors by prohibiting employers from using new hires or contractors to perform the work of unionized employees who are on strike or locked out. Furthermore, it prevents employers from allowing employees in a bargaining unit to work during a full strike affecting the entire unit. The ban is not absolute, but is carefully crafted to allow certain exceptions. The Government of Canada respects the right to strike as protected by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. However, all governments also have a responsibility to make sure strikes and lockouts do not risk the health and safety of the public. To protect the public, the rules of engagement require employers and unions to continue providing certain essential services during strikes and lockouts. Employers can use replacement workers if it is necessary to prevent threats to life, health, or safety, the destruction or serious damage to the employer's property or premises, or serious environmental damage affecting the employer's property or premises. This measured approach strikes a balance between protecting workers' rights and ensuring the essential functioning of businesses in exceptional circumstances. To enforce the ban, the bill empowers unions to appeal to the Canada Industrial Relations Board if they believe an employer is violating the ban. This independent administrative tribunal has the authority to investigate complaints and, if found valid, order the employer to cease the violation. Furthermore, the bill introduces a maximum fine of $100,000 per day for employers convicted of violating the prohibition, emphasizing the seriousness of the offense. Bill C-58 also sets clear timelines requiring parties involved in a strike or lockout to come to an agreement within 15 days after notice to bargain collectively. This agreement outlines what activities, if any, need to be maintained during the work stoppage to prevent an immediate and serious danger to the health and safety of the public. If parties cannot reach an agreement, they can apply to the Canada Industrial Relations Board to arbitrate a settlement. The board is obligated to make a decision within 90 days and can expedite proceedings if necessary. The bill mandates that parties must have an agreement or a board decision in place before issuing the required 72-hour notice for a strike or lockout. The rationale behind Bill C-58 is grounded in the recognition that the ability to form a union, bargain collectively, and strike is fundamental to a healthy workforce and democracy. The prohibition of replacement workers is a critical step toward preserving the integrity of the right to strike, ensuring that workers can act collectively without facing the threat of immediate replacement. The ban on replacement workers is a positive economic move. It promotes stability, certainty, and better collective agreements by preventing the distraction from the bargaining table, which could otherwise prolong disputes and negatively impact workplace dynamics for years. By addressing these challenges head-on, Bill C-58 aims to create an environment conducive to constructive labor relations and economic prosperity. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, Bill C-58 represents a significant milestone in the ongoing efforts to enhance the collective bargaining process in federally regulated private sectors. By introducing a ban on replacement workers and improving the collective bargaining process, this legislation aims to strike a balance between workers' rights and the essential functioning of businesses. Let us all remain focused on the overarching goal, which is to create a fairer and more equitable collective bargaining landscape. Bill C-58 is a step toward achieving this goal. Together, we can build a future where the rights of workers are protected and our economy thrives on the principles of fairness and cooperation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for North Island Power River. Yes.
Well, thank you. Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech. The NDP is very proud of the work that we've done on this bill. But I do have some serious concerns. I know that in my riding in Comox, search and rescue helicopters are flown by our forces members, but the maintenance and upkeep of those helicopters has been contracted out to IMP Aerospace, which is a private company. We are now seeing substantive staffing shortages due to the low wages. And just to be clear with this member and with the chair, it's between $10 to $20 less than the average the average standard for the industry. And so they're really having a hard time making sure that they keep everything safe, but they're working overtime to make sure that our military people are safe. So I'm just wondering, how is it possible that they are told with 46 workers they cannot strike because they are considered essential? And now they're down to just over 20 workers with only 16 of them able to work right now. This is a contract that National Defence has agreed to. Why is this government not protecting its workers through this contract?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I can't profess to know the particulars that the member opposite is referring to, but I think it's a very good faith question, and I appreciate that from the member opposite. And, I've always appreciated the member's work on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee when we served on that committee together. I'd be happy to look into that matter. I can't say that I know enough about the details of that, and I guess I would need to clarify some of those details before I could undertake to answer the member's question. And I don't want to give her an answer that is just for the sake of it, but I'd rather give a legitimate response. So thanks.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so my question has to do with the government's departments. They've got a whole IT department. They've got a whole procurement department that outsources and looks for help if they need it. So in the ArriveCan app, I want to know why the government decided to outsource the procuring of IT when they have a whole IT department and a whole procurement department.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you to the member opposite for the question. I'm not sure I see the relevance to the particular bill that we're focused on, but perhaps I can speak to, one of the questions that's come up is why does this not include the public sector? And I think that is the reason for that is that this is a particular set of amendments to the Labour Code, which is not the Public Service Act. Which is another act, and my understanding is that the public sector unions have agreements with the federal government on ensuring that during any labor disputes that essential services are able to be fulfilled and that Canadians don't see any interruption for those essential services. So those agreements have been worked out, and my understanding is that public sector unions do not use replacement workers.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I have a fairly blunt question for him. Does it not bother him that there's an 18-month delay in this legislation? 18 months before coming into force. That is longer than the current term of his government. We all know that there may be a change of government before this legislation comes into force. But this is critical. We're talking about protecting workers' rights. We've had that in place in Quebec since 1977. Canada is dragging its feet. Shouldn't this be done more quickly? I'd like to hear from him about this delay.
L'honorable Secrétaire parlementaire.
Well, thank you to the member opposite for the question, and I wish my French was good enough to respond en français, but I will say that the 18-month timeline of coming into force is something that was debated, that we did work on, and that we felt that unions and labor organizations as well as employers needed the runway to adapt, because this is a really significant change. It's arguably one of the biggest changes in terms of collective bargaining in Canadian history. I would say that that merits a bit of runway for organizations to adapt and get ready, but also the Canada Industrial Relations Board, I think, needs that time as well.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention today. A few weeks ago, I had a meeting with Perrin Beattie, who's the President of the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, Madam Speaker, and he was expressing concerns over this legislation, and I was talking to him about how we've developed the legislation. One of his concerns was in terms of the consultation process that was used, and maybe the Parliamentary Secretary could highlight how the legislation was developed in concert with union and business.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks to the Honourable Member from Guelph for the really great question, and I always appreciate Perrin Beattie's interventions and sometimes critique of the work of our government. I always find his comments very useful and helpful. But just to clarify, my understanding is that there were 57 stakeholder organizations that came together around 5 roundtables where you had labor organizations and unions sitting down with major employers. The sectors that were represented were telecommunications, air, marine, rail transportation, courier, and postal services. All participated in the roundtables, and all of the major unions participated. There were 71 written submissions, 45 personal stories, individual comments made, and then a What We Heard report, which was published. So all of the work to do proper consultation was done in the lead up to the tabling of C-58, and that's why this bill is so, I think, significant. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to bring the voices of Chatham-Kent-Leamington to this chamber. As I rise today to speak to Bill C-58, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code and the Canada Industrial Relations Board Regulations 2012. This bill would, of course, amend Part 1 of the Canada Labour Code and the Industrial Board Regulations to prohibit the use of replacement workers and improve the process of protecting against the immediate and serious danger to public health, safety, during a legal strike or lockout. More specifically, the bill would prohibit employers from using new hires or contractors to replace striking workers. In addition, they could also not use members of that very same bargaining unit that was on strike or in a lockout position. There are 2 exceptions provided for in the bill. First, employers would be able to use those replacement workers in a strike or lockout if it was necessary, and this is important, to protect the life and the health and safety and as well as destruction or damage to the employer's property or premises, or to protect against serious environmental damage affecting those premises. And secondly, of course, the employer could use employees within the bargaining unit to prevent that same list of circumstances that I just outlined. Madam Speaker, when I commute to Ottawa, I fly in and out of Windsor. And so my flight path almost always takes me, depending which way the wind blows, over the new battery plant being built in Windsor, the Stellantis plant. And in fact, on Friday, so a few days ago, I toured one of the buildings with this new plant with the leader of the official opposition and my friend, the member from Essex. This building was being erected by a local third-generation family-owned construction company, the Versatis, with a strong, unionized, industrious, local workforce. So I find it a bit ironic that we're debating this legislation today, C-58, when this government committed $15 billion of Canadian taxpayer funds for a battery plant that is hiring foreign replacement workers. You can make the argument that this is not the very same worker. The point is, this is $15 billion of taxpayer funds. And that's going to cost every family in Canada $1,000 while leaving our union workers out in the cold. And we can debate the semantics of whether that's a replacement worker or not. I also find it ironic that this legislation would ban the use of replacement workers ban the use of, ban the use of replacement workers in federally regulated workplaces, but this legislation is not being extended to the public sector unions. And in those situations, the federal government is a party to the negotiation process. Isn't that a bit curious, Madam Speaker? Last November, we also learned that the Liberals are allowing the companies like Nexstar and Northvolt to also bring in hundreds of foreign workers to help build electric vehicles in Windsor and Quebec. Not surprisingly, the government has received a major pushback from our unions on this. To quote Sean Strickland, the executive director from one of Canada's building trades unions, he has called the situation unconscionable. and said that bringing in 900 foreign workers is well beyond the standards his organization has ever seen. Madam Speaker, Conservatives will always stand up for workers, for Canadian workers. In fact, Madam Speaker, we tabled a motion in November at this House Government Operations Committee to compel the government to be transparent with Canadians once and for all and publish the contracts for the 2 battery plant deals, as well as the 3 others that have received the promise of federal subsidies. Of course, Liberal members on the committee objected. The honourable member from Regina Capel compared this situation to shareholders demanding to hold a company's CEO accountable. By shareholders here, we of course mean the Canadian taxpayer. And by the company's CEO, we mean the Prime Minister of Canada. And he said, quote, "Foreign replacement workers coming to Canada thanks to taxpayer subsidies is of interest not only to the workers in the area, but to every single Canadian family whose tax bill is underwriting this," end quote. A further example of taxpayer underwriting government overspending is, of course, the Arrive Scam Act. They gave $20 million, a $20 million contract to GC Strategies, a 2-person IT firm, or is it 4-person, doesn't really matter, that does no actual IT work. And the government cannot confirm how much the company has received. While we've learned that GC Strategies has received $250 million in consulting contracts since 2015, why didn't the Prime Minister go out and hire another 600 border guards to address the car theft that we're experiencing, or the import of handguns or drugs from across the border? Wouldn't that have been $60 billion far better spent? Madam Speaker, it's never been clearer that the Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Madam Speaker, I'm a Conservative, and so I believe that the market mechanism is the most efficient means by which to transfer the value of goods and services. And services includes things like labor required in almost every sector of our economy. But markets only function best and are sustainable over time when there is a balance of power across the negotiating table, where these goods and services are being established. Too much power on one side or the other distorts the process, leads to unfair outcomes and unsustainability over time. Collective bargaining is one of those such structures that has developed over time to bring some balance to the negotiating table. And that's just obviously used in many sectors in our economy. Prior to being elected, I served and participated in a form of such bargaining on behalf of vegetable producers, processing vegetable producers, in annual negotiations with processors to establish pre-plant contracts for the terms and conditions of sale for a particular vegetable crop each and every season. And you know what? We didn't always agree. So then what? Well, a strike or a lockout really wasn't an option for either the processors or the growers, as it's Mother Nature that dictates, through the seasonality of our Canadian climate, when the crops need to be planted and harvested. And the certainty of a pre-plant contract was vital for both processors and producers so that they were assured of a supply for the processors and the opportunity of a fair return for the producers. So an alternative form of dispute resolution was needed to be found in the event that contract negotiations were not agreed upon during the pre-approved upon deadline. It's hard to say. For many years, the industry used the final offer selection arbitration process as this dispute settling mechanism. And as unpleasant as any arbitration ever is, the system worked and worked well for many years for several reasons. One, because it was fair. And secondly, let me explain how it worked. It worked well because it drove good negotiations, which I believe is the goal of all processes to establish fair values, be it for a tomato crop or for an hourly wage. In the event that two parties to a contract talk could not agree at a specified predetermined time, they flipped final offers, and at that time both parties submitted their final offer to an arbitrator or to a panel of arbitrators of all the outstanding disputed items in the contract. Thereafter, sometimes after a period of conciliation or mediation, an arbitrator or panel of arbitrators had to pick, and here's the key to it, had to pick one party's position in its entirety. They could not, quote, split the baby in half. And herein lies the beauty of the system. If either party submitted an unreasonable or indefensible position, even on one particular aspect of the contract, they risked an arbitrator picking the other party's position. So in effect, what the final offer selection process does is that it drives good negotiations to settle at the table where the best agreements are always made, rather than risk an arbitration process. let me be clear. Canadian workers have the right to collectively bargain and to determine fair value for their work. And it is inevitable that not all such bargaining situations will end in an immediate agreement. C-58 sets out one option in the event that a strike situation occurs. Of course, unions will argue that the option for replacement workers tips the balance of power too much toward the employers, while employers will state that the lack of such an option will lengthen strikes and jeopardize so much of the critical facets of our economy and thus hurting the Canadian public. In another setting, as I've explained, I've personally experienced a different option, final offer arbitration, and that has worked to settle disputes, allow crops to be planted and harvested on time without disrupting or losing a season. Improved labor relations should be the goal of any and every government, and having good labor relations is ultimately what's best for our country, for workers and employers. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the continuation of the debate and to see if Bill C-58 is the right tool in the right circumstances, and I look forward to questions for my colleagues. Thank you.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North, the Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'm actually very familiar with final offer selection. As I indicated previously, it was a great debate during the 88 to, let's say, 90, 91 in the Manitoba legislature, where we had a sunset clause in final offer selection legislation, and it was ultimately a compromise by then NDP Howard Pauley, as opposed to bringing in anti-SCAP legislation, was to have final offer selection. It's an interesting story. Not enough time to talk about it, but I'm very much interested in the member's actual position on this legislation. Does the member support the legislation going to committee?
The honourable member from Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, what I enjoy about this place is that we have the opportunity to debate. And I've listened to speeches today, and I've actually gone back on the previous days and read through other speeches, and I am still learning about the nuances of the particular sector. As I explained, I have had experience in, it's an agriculture situation where imposed deadlines were imposed by a force that growers and processors both acknowledged, and so there was a process developed to address that. Final offer arbitration, I'm glad the member opposite is so familiar with it. I have the opportunity to meet with many groups, not just from agriculture, as they come into my office. And I've talked with labor unions, I've talked with all sorts, and what I'm exploring here and listening through the debate is no one has yet told me how the final offer arbitration process is an unfair process to either labor side or to the employer side. That's the beauty of it. It actually drives a good negotiation as opposed to, the arbitration is always unpleasant, as are strikes and lockouts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
My colleague for his remarks. I share the Parliamentary Secretary's curiosity with regard to the Conservative Party's position on this legislation. They're still studying it at this late hour, and I guess it's going to be somewhat of a surprise, maybe a good surprise, maybe a bad surprise, when it comes to a vote. But my question is whether he has consulted with labor unions in his constituency on the topic of this bill, and if so, what message they brought to him with regard to banning replacement workers in strikes and lockouts.
Honourable member from Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from across the way, across a good way across the country, for the question. And the answer, short and simple, is yes. I have had locals in my office. I have had different unions in my office, and I asked them that very, very question. I asked them, and I explained the arbitration process. Some are familiar with it, some aren't. And so I've asked them that question. Would that work in your situation? In full transparency, Mr. Speaker, the arbitration process was actually removed from the industry I spent 20 years from, not at the behest of the growers. It was actually removed at the behest of the processors, who would, in this situation, be in the employer role, whereas I actually collectively bargained on behalf of producers.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question will be simple for my Conservative colleague. In relation with this anti-strike breaker law, it seems that the Conservatives are against it. Can he confirm that if the Conservatives vote against it, it will be 18 months after that it comes into force? So if they were to take power, will they eliminate this law? The Honourable
Member from Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. No, I can't answer that question because where we're at right now, myself individually, is I'm in listening mode. I've got 2 ears and one mouth. I exercise the mouth for a full 10 minutes, and I'm now spending 2 years trying to listen and understand the various positions. So the question is speculative as to what might happen in the future. I am still listening to the debate and will determine exactly what my response will be to the question when it's put before us. Thank you.
There is time for the shortest of questions, followed by a very, very short response. The Honourable, I'm now forgetting. Dolphin Swan River Nipawin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wondered if my colleague could elaborate on any, and if he didn't get to say anything in his speech that he wanted to elaborate on.
And I thank the Honourable Member for that brief question, and to the Honourable Member.
A brief answer. I could go into my stump speech about how different resolution mechanisms are different in different situations. I'm very familiar with that in the ag situation, where different marketing mechanisms are used in different sectors based upon 4 factors, and I won't get into all of them because I'm supposed to be short. But one set of circumstances does not lead itself to the same outcome when it comes to dispute resolution. Thank the member for the question.
I see that the Honourable Member from Regina Capella is rising on a point of privilege.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am rising this afternoon on a question of privilege concerning the leak of key details of Bill C-63, the so-called online harms bill, which was tabled in the House earlier today. While a lot will be said in the days, weeks, and months ahead about this bill in the House, its parliamentary journey is not off to a good start. Yesterday afternoon, the CBC published on its website an article entitled, quote, Ottawa to create regulator to hold online platforms accountable for harmful content sources, end quote. The article, written by Naima Weingarten and Travis Denraj, outlined several aspects of the bill with the information attributed to 2 sources, quote, with knowledge of Monday's legislation, end quote. Allow me to read you brief excerpts of the CBC's report revealing details of the bill before it was tabled in Parliament. Quote, the Online Harms Act, expected to be introduced by the federal government on Monday, will include the creation of a new regulator that would hold online platforms accountable for harmful content they host, CBC News has confirmed. The new regulatory body is expected to oversee a digital safety office with the mandate of reducing online harm and will be separate from the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, sources say. Sources say some components of the new bill will be modeled on the European Union's Digital Services Act. According to the European Commission, its act regulates online intermediaries and platforms such as marketplaces, social networks, content sharing platforms, app stores, and online travel and accommodation platforms, end quote. Then today, CTV News published a second report entitled Justice Minister to Introduce New Bill to Tackle Harmful Online Content. In Rachel Aiello's article, quote, according to a senior government source, end quote, Bill C-63 would be, quote, expected to put an emphasis on harms to youth, including specific child protection obligations for social media and other online platforms, including enhanced preservation requirements, target 7 types of online harms: hate speech, terrorist content, incitement to violence, the sharing of non-consensual intimate images, child exploitation, cyberbullying, and inciting self-harm, and include measures to crack down on non-consensual artificial intelligence pornography, deepfakes, and require takedown provisions for what's become known as, quote, revenge porn. Further, while the sources suggested there will be no new powers for law enforcement, multiple reports have indicated the bill will propose creating a new digital safety ombudsperson to field Canadians' concerns about platforms' decisions around content moderation, end quote. As explained in footnote 125 on page 84 of House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, on March 19, 2001, Mr. Speaker Milliken, quote, ruled that the provision of information concerning legislation to the media without any effective measures to secure the rights of the House constituted a prima facie case of contempt, end quote. The subsequent report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs concluded, quote, this case should serve as a warning that our House will insist on the full recognition of its constitutional function and historic privileges across the full spectrum of government, end quote. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, the warning has had to be sounded multiple times since. Following rulings by your predecessors finding similar prima facie contempts on October 15th, 2001, April 19th, 2016, and March 10th, 2020, not to mention several other close call rulings which fell short of the necessary threshold, yet saw the chair sound cautionary notes for future reference. A number of those close call rulings occurred under the present government, which would often answer questions of privilege with claims that no one could be certain who had leaked the bill or even when it had been leaked, citing advanced policy consultations with stakeholders. Your immediate predecessor explained on March 10th, 2020, at page 1892 of the debates, the balancing act which must be observed. Quote, the rule on the confidentiality of bills on notice exists to ensure that members, in their role as legislators, are the first to know their content when they are introduced. Although it is completely legitimate to carry out consultations when developing a bill or to announce one's intention to introduce a bill by referring to its public title available on the notice paper and order paper, it is forbidden to reveal specific measures contained in a bill at the time it is put on notice, end quote. In the present circumstances, Mr. Speaker, no such defense about stakeholders talking about their consultations can be offered. The two sources the CBC relied upon for its reporting were, according to the CBC itself, granted anonymity, quote, because they were not authorized to speak publicly on the matter before the bill is tabled in Parliament, end quote. As for the CTV report, its senior government source, quote, was not authorized to speak publicly about details yet to be made public, end quote. When similar comments were made by the Canadian press in its report on the leak of the former Bill C-7 respecting medical assistance in dying, your immediate predecessor had this to say when finding a prima facie contempt in his March 10th, 2020 ruling, quote, everything indicates that the act was deliberate. It is difficult to posit a misunderstanding or ignorance of the rules in this case, end quote. Just as in 2020, the leakers knew what they were doing. They knew it was wrong, and they knew why it was wrong. The House must stand up for its rights, especially against a government which appears happy to trample over them in the pursuit of legislating the curtailing of Canadians' rights. If you agree with me that there's a prima facie contempt, I am prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I thank the honourable member from Regina Capella, the House Leader, for raising this issue, this question of privilege, and I will take it under advisement and come back to the House. And I see rising on the same point the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, would you just like to review the comments from the Opposition House Leader and also report or provide a viewpoint to the Speaker's office at some point?
I thank members for their cooperation in that regard. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member from Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we stand at the height of transformative change in the landscape of Canadian labour law. With the introduction of Bill C-58, an act to amend the Canada Labour Code and the Canada Industrial Relations Board Regulation 2012, we are ushering a new era of labour relations that places the principles of fairness, safety, and economic stability at the forefront of our national workforce policy. At its core, Bill C-58 seeks to reinforce the sanctity of collective bargaining process by banning the use of replacement workers during strikes or lockouts. This critical legislation mandates that employers in federally regulated sectors cannot hire new employees or managers after a notice to bargain collectively is given, or contractors to perform the work of striking or locked out employees. This move is not merely a legislative action, but a profound statement of our collective belief in the power and importance of genuine negotiation between employers and unions. Before I go further into the detail of this legislation, let me recognize the important role and success of trade unions. Trade unions have been instrumental in shaping the economic landscape of developed countries, including Canada, playing an important role in their development into prosperous economies with a high quality of life for workers. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, and industrialization accelerated, trade unions emerged as key players in advocating for workers' rights, leading to significant labor reforms. They fought for fair wages, reasonable working hours, and safer working conditions, contributing to the growth of a middle class that fueled consumer spending and economic expansion. The labor movement led to the establishment of minimum wage laws, overtime pay, and the prohibition of child labor, among other labor protections. Trade unions were central to securing workers' benefits, such as health care, unemployment insurance, and pension plans, which are cornerstone of the country's social safety net. These achievements not only improved the quality of life for workers, but also stabilized the workforce, reducing labor disputes and fostering a more productive economy. Moreover, trade unions have played a critical role in advocating for policies that benefit the wider community, such as public education and healthcare, contributing to the social and economic well-being of the broader population. Their ongoing efforts to ensure fair employment practices and equitable economic growth continue to support the high standard of living in Canada. Trade unions remain highly relevant in Canada today as they continue to address the evolving challenges faced by workers in a rapidly changing economy. In the era of globalization, technological advancements, and shifting labor markets, unions play a critical role in advocating for fair wages, job security, and workers' rights amid increasing automation and the gig economy. They provide a necessary counterbalance to corporate power, ensuring that economic growth benefits all layers of society, not just the top echelons. Let me also touch upon the importance of collective bargaining and why they are still relevant today. Collective bargaining and negotiations between employers and unions are fundamental mechanisms that ensure a balanced and fair relationship in the workplace, with profound implications for both the economy and the quality of life of workers. This process allows unions to negotiate on behalf of their members for better wages, benefits, working conditions, and job security, reflecting the collective interests and needs of the workforce. By providing a structured framework for dialogue, collective bargaining helps to prevent labor disputes and fosters a cooperative environment where both parties can work towards mutually beneficial solutions. The importance of collective bargaining extends beyond individual workplaces and contributing to broader economic stability and growth. It helps in setting industry-wide standards that can elevate living conditions and reduce income inequality. Furthermore, by giving workers a voice in their employment conditions, collective bargaining empowers them, promoting workplace democracy and participation. In today's rapidly changing labor market, characterized by the rise of precarious employment and the gig economy, collective bargaining remains highly relevant. It adapts to new challenges such as remote work arrangements and the need for continuous skill development, ensuring that workers are protected and fairly compensated in the face of technological advancements and global competition. Through collective action and negotiation, trade unions have been key to balancing economic development with social equity, making them fundamental to the prosperity and high quality of life enjoyed in Canada. While Bill C-58 mandates that employer cannot hire new employees after a notice to bargain collectively is given, it smartly delineates two critical exceptions to this rule, ensuring that essential services and public safety are not compromised. Employers are permitted to use replacement workers only when necessary to prevent threats of life, health, or safety, avoid serious damage to property or premises, or avoid significant environmental harm. Furthermore, it allows employees in the bargaining unit to work during a full strike or lockout, if it is vital to prevent immediate and serious danger to public health and safety. The bill underscores the importance of staying at the bargaining table, fostering an environment where disputes can be resolved through dialogue and mutual respect, rather than through adversarial and potentially harmful practices. The prohibition against the use of replacement workers is a significant step towards leveling the playing field during labor disputes. Moreover, the bill introduces a more structured and predictable framework for maintaining activities during strikes or lockouts. It mandates that employers and unions must collaborate to determine essential work that must continue with clear deadlines for reaching an agreement. This approach not only minimizes disruptions, but also emphasizes the collective responsibilities of both parties to safeguard the public interest. Economically, Bill C-58 is poised to instill greater stability and certainty across industries. By discouraging protracted disputes and fostering healthier labor relations, it creates a more attractive environment for business and investment. The certainty and predictiveness this legislation brings to labor relations are invaluable for our national economy, ensuring that Canada remains competitive on the global stage. In conclusion, Bill C-58 represents a bold step forward in our journey towards a more equitable, safe, and prosperous labor market. It reinforces the right to strike as a fundamental aspect of a healthy workforce, addresses the inefficiencies in the current system, and sets a new standard for labor relations in Canada. As we debate and discuss this landmark legislation, let us remember the profound impact it will have on the lives of Canadian workers, the health of our industries, and the overall well-being of our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I think that from what I've learned, this legislation has been a long time coming. The NDP has introduced similar bills 8 previous times, and I've learned as well that Quebec and British Columbia already have similar legislation like this. So there's already been a lot of great work to make sure that there are better relationships between employers and the unions. So I wonder if the member can explain why the Liberal Party decided to do an 18-month delay in the implementation of this legislation, given how important those relationships are and given how important it is to protect the rights of workers.
Honorable Deputy de Nepean.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
I agree with the member that this is a most important legislation when it comes to the labour workforce in our country. This is a fundamental change, the way in which the collective bargaining and negotiations used to take place. And because it's a major change, it requires time for all the parties involved to get adjusted to the new reality. This is a long time coming, and it is going to be around for a very long time. So the time of 18 months is required for all the players to get accustomed to the new reality and make necessary adjustment in their approach in future negotiations.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Interest to the speech of my colleague, and it caused me to reflect on the number of measures that our government has brought in this Parliament and previous parliaments that really go to the promotion and defense of unionized workers, of workers across the country. And so I'd like to hear my colleague's comments on how our government has stood for workers in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government, since it came to power in 2015, has always worked for the benefit of the labour force in our country. It has worked hand in hand with the labour unions at all levels always consulted with them and have taken necessary steps to protect their well-being. Mr. Speaker, personally speaking, my wife is a member of a union, QP union, and I see the benefits of the union, the labor force which has got the unions. Unfortunately, under the federal regulated workforce, out of 1 million employees under the federal workforce, only about 34% are unionized. And I hope this particular legislation, similar to what is already available in BC, British Columbia and Quebec, will be adopted by the other provinces in the coming dates.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With all due respect to my colleague, I'm not satisfied with the answer that was given with regard to the 18-month delay asked for by my colleague just earlier. I said that it's more time than this government might have if the Liberal government really intended to legislate to prevent the use of scabs, which violates the honest rights of workers who have the right to work. They would legislate quickly because the 18-month delay will be easy for a government. If it changes stripes, we don't know what the future will hold. However, it seems that things will happen. So if the bill is in force, it will be harder. So I'd like to ask about this 18-month period. To say that it's complicated, it's not complicated. If there's a strike tomorrow, you can't hire replacement workers for the strikers. That's not complicated in my opinion. Quebec had not accepted this for a long time. We shouldn't accept it in a G7 country. Workers under Quebec's jurisdiction have been protected for 47 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this legislation has come to this House after many, many decades. And I don't think it's a great, makes a big difference to wait patiently for another 18 months instead of putting it on the employers and the unions who are currently in negotiation or who are on the verge of starting their negotiation. Once everybody understands, it should not lead to any unintended consequences if that is suddenly brought into force. The 18 months is a good time for everyone who are involved to get adjusted to this new reality.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honoured to rise today to speak to C58 regarding labour issues in Canada. In both my former professional role as a teacher and my volunteer role as a hospital board member, I've dealt with labour strife over those years. The issue of replacement workers was always uppermost in the minds of both my colleagues in teaching and our community health care workers. One of my fellow hospital board members was Tony Silbernagle, who sadly passed away just a few months ago. But as an astute businessman and community volunteer, Tony taught me so much about compassion within our community. Sadly, though, there's been a number of dear friends over the past couple of months that have also passed away. Erhard Pogemiller was a former mayor of Kerrobert, Saskatchewan, and once he moved to Alberta, was a councillor in Didsbury up until the last election. His sudden passing was a shock to us all, but I know how committed he too was to healthcare in Saskatchewan. Two other dear friends that served as Red Deer City Councillors passed away during the Christmas holidays. My childhood friend, Michael Daw, was a treasured member of the city of Red Deer. As an historian and archivist, there was no one better. His former colleague, Frank Wong, also passed away during this time. Another icon of our community and former Red Deer alderman was Jack Donald. His philanthropy and care for our community was something that will be remembered forever. But communities have many leaders. Friends like Dave Brown, Winnie McFadden, Jean Klepper did so much for our central Alberta communities, whether in sports or agriculture. They were also leaders. Sadly, within my family, we just dealt with the passing of my wife's brother, Charles Moore. Charlie was one of the founders of Premier Lougheed's dream of rural gasification throughout Alberta. He received a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Federation of Gas Co-ops, as well as the Alberta Association of Agricultural Societies, for his unwavering commitment to community. he also was a recipient of at least 5 community, provincial, and national medals and citations. It was all for community for each and every one of these dear friends that have recently passed away. My experiences with labor disruptions started in the late 60s when I chose to remain home while my family enjoyed a trip to California so that I could look after the farm and complete a correspondence course over the summer. I just received all of my lessons when a postal strike started. It was more than 3 weeks later that I was finally able to send any lessons up to Edmonton to get marked. I only received the input from the instructors a couple of days before I had to write the final exams. Postal strikes take their toll. Coming from an agricultural community and having seen the effects of workplace actions either at the ports or with the railroad, I'm well aware of the costs that exist when Canada's supply chain is disrupted. This legislation looks at some of these issues, but there must be true certainty, especially now as we look for solutions to get our country's economy back on track. It is with those thoughts in mind that I'd like to address some of the key points of this legislation. With all of it, though, there's an underpinning of the responsibility of a federal government to ensure that everything in this country runs smoothly. The buck stops at the cabinet table. We may look at a labor minister as being the one with the responsibility to make these tough decisions. But if they don't have the strong input from ministers of other critical infrastructure, such as agriculture, natural resources, and other regional ministers, then government never gets the true picture of the pain that these labor disruptions actually have on the country, which is also why it's important for us here as legislators to be able to deal with these issues. I wonder if it should be a common goal for all of us to ensure the Cabinet could quickly deal with these issues, especially when back-to-work legislation can be interrupted by something as simple as the House not sitting. So I've been on both sides of the table when it comes to negotiations. It's never easy, but having done so, I'm well aware of the strategies that are involved with labor issues. But the reality is, either as a teacher and a member of the Alberta Teachers Association at the time, or as a hospital board representative, the real decision makers are beyond our reach. Negotiators do what they feel is in the best interest of negotiations, not necessarily the best interest of members. This is a harsh reality, but it is in fact true. But that doesn't mean that workers and companies and businesses cannot find common ground. If one looks at the results of many negotiations, once the threat of back-to-work legislation becomes evident, it's amazing how quickly two sides can get together. And unions would argue, and perhaps they are right, that is for us to see, that this type of legislation helps on the other side as well. And when they do, of course, there is a sense of pride and accomplishment if it's managed to be done without government intervention. And that's the way that it should be. And as government, we should find ways to ensure that that is the rule and not the exception. A fair and logical approach for replacement workers, one hopes, would make negotiations more meaningful. Mr. Speaker, this bill was tabled in November of 2021, and we are now here in February 2024 debating it. This Liberal NDP coalition sure likes to take their time with the legislation they table for debate. Nevertheless, moving on, Bill C-58 does two major things. First, it bans replacement workers in federally regulated industries such as banking, airports, telecommunication, but it doesn't ban them in the federal public service. Second, Bill C-58 would amend the maintenance of the activities process to encourage not only quicker agreements between employers and trade unions on what activities should be maintained in the case of a strike or lockout, but also faster decision-making by the Canada Industrial Relations Board in this connection. The provision of Bill C-58 would only apply to federally regulated workers. If enacted, the provision of Bill C-58 would enter into force 18 months after royal assent has been received. In fact, one of the concerns with rail and port disruptions in agriculture is any delays for a producer getting their product to market has a serious impact on their cash flow. In fact, it can be days or weeks of obstruction for farmers, and that ripple effect could last the entire season. Because when it comes to the movement of goods, it's not just the issue of the days workers don't show up. All the way down the supply chain, affected businesses need to adjust their schedules, and it can sometimes be weeks to get the system running smoothly again. Everyone deserves to have a safe workplace, a beneficial relationship with their employer that is built on a foundation of trust and goodwill. Just the same, businesses need to be able to operate and meet their clients' demands in a manner that allows them to continue to operate. My concern with this bill have nothing to do with workers' rights to organize or engage in collective bargaining, because Canadian workers undoubtedly have those rights. But labour legislation is always controversial in Canada. I want to be clear, there's a big difference between the boots on the ground and the suits in the union offices. The agendas are not always aligned. Conservatives believe that the government should work with unions and employers in areas of federal jurisdiction to develop dispute settlement mechanisms and encourage their use to avoid or minimize disruptions to services in Canada. But of course, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government, ironically, has put a lot of money into contract workers, and replacement workers is basically the same type of thing. GC Strategies, a two-person IT company that does no actual IT work, got paid nearly $20 million on the ArriveCamp. Well, that money could have been spent much more wisely. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I have concerns about the impact and reach of this legislation. I have concerns about whether this bill draws the right balance between employer and employee. There are mixed signals, Mr. Speaker, from this government. On one hand, they speak glowingly about banning the use of replacement workers, but on the other hand, they are investing heavily in consultants. As Canada rebuilds from the pandemic, from the imposed mandates and the economic consequences of undisciplined spending, it is vital that we rebuild our economy and workforce with sound labour policies. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We repeated today that we are in favour of such a bill. We are concerned about the fact that it will take 18 days because, of course, this government will probably not be here then, and that concerns us. When it comes to CN, the Port of Montreal, and so on, would it not have been better to take advantage of this time to help them learn French?
Honorable député de Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, it would certainly have helped if I had learned some French over the years. But I think, my interpretation is at 18 days, but it's 18 months, as we know. There are concerns, and part of what I was mentioning is if the House isn't sitting, and it's an expectation of having right-to-work legislation, when the House sits, we can deal with that when need be. But if it isn't, then all of a sudden it gets drug out. So we can always say, well, that's just allowing the process to work. However, it is because of the fact that we don't work our way through that problem. And I think maybe that is something that we should be looking at as well, because it is something that we see happens with the Ministry of Labour. And as I mentioned during my address, it's important that everybody is there talking to the Labour Minister, because there's a lot of other things that happen just rather than his discussion with businesses and employees.
Comments, questions, commentaires. The only member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I heard my Conservative friend bemoan the fact that this bill was tabled in December, and yet here we are in late February still debating it. And so I have two simple questions. The first one is, does he wish that this bill was moved through the House more speedily? And secondly, will he be voting for this bill at second reading?
Honourable Member for Red Deer Red Deer Mountain View.
Yeah, I'm on the south side of the city, sir. Well, I think what I had said, that it was first, that it was a couple of years ago when it was first proposed, and now we do finally see it come into discussions. And of course, the other question was, should we have 18 months? There will be a different government in 18 months. And so I guess the question, still comes back to what have we heard? What are we looking at? Is there any assurances that by giving the restrictions on replacement workers, that is going to speed up negotiations? That's the question, and that is what I believe everyone is talking about here today.
Question, Kamal Taher, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I posed the other Conservative speakers, it's actually encouraging to hear members of the Conservative caucus talk relatively positive about the labour movement, but they have not been clear in terms of what their actual intentions are with regards to the legislation. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member, just listening to his speech, if he could reflect in terms of how it is that he'll actually be voting on the legislation itself.
For Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of Canadians that are suspenseful right now as well, because they would like to see what would happen if we ever had an opportunity to have an election. And so I'm prepared to listen to whatever the electorate says in that regard as well. I'm sure that we're talking about three Westerners from the Liberal Party. I hope that the member is one of them.
Comments, question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, the member from Red Deer Mountain View, for an excellent speech. Also want to publicly extend my sympathies to him on the passing of his close friend and brother-in-law, Charlie Moore, who he referenced in his speech. I've gotten to know the member really well on the Natural Resource Committee. I know he's a fierce advocate for his constituency of Red Deer Mountain View, as well as for agriculture, but specifically he's an advocate and a defender of the world's most ethical energy, and that's Alberta oil and gas. And so I want to thank the member for his advocacy. But, true to this Liberal form, this is another bill that seeks to divide Canadians. We've seen it over and over, whether it's on social, economic, whether it's cultural, regional issues. This Liberal NDP government has chosen to divide Canadians. And again, in this bill, we see that federal regulated industries are included as being captured in this bill, whereas federal employees are not. What's the fairness?
Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View, quickly.
Well, when you take a look at Part 1 of the Labour Code, it talks about, it says Part 1 of the code sets out rules for unionization, collective bargaining, and labour disputes in federally regulated sectors. More specifically applies to, and then it goes through the list, federally regulated private sector includes key industries such as banking, telecommunications, broadcasting, air, rail, and maritime transportation, most Crown corporations, for example, Canada Post, and First Nations band councils, also all private sector businesses and municipal governments in the Northwest Territories, Nunavut, and Yukon. So the question becomes, why are we taking certain groups and carving them out? There's really been no discussion from what I've heard in the last couple of days about that. And I think this is something that really deserves more of that thoughtfulness.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat. Is the House now ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. O'Regan, seconded by Ms. Ng, moves that Bill C-58, an act to amend the Canadian Labour Code and the Canada Industrial Relations Board Regulations 2012, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. If a member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Request a recorded votes.
Accordingly, sorry, that's the wrong page. Make sure I get to the right one. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Tuesday, February 27, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Oh, The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent at this time to call it 6:30, so we could possibly begin the late show.
Is there unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:30? Is it agreed? It is agreed. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to be made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to address the House virtually this evening and pursue a matter that I first raised in question period late last year, 2023, October 27th. And Mr. Speaker, it deals with an issue that's of concern to many Canadians, which is that just at the time that Canadians are feeling pain at the pumps, and while I know my colleagues on the Conservative side of the House think that's due to the carbon tax, it's far more due to the excess profits that are being experienced by the oil and gas sector. Minuscule impact is from carbon pricing. But we know that ever since Putin invaded Ukraine, and I don't think I can show it there without pulling my jacket up, that we stand with Ukraine. But ever since Putin invaded Ukraine, it's had a very serious impact on fossil fuel prices globally. It's been to the benefit of large fossil fuel companies that they're reaping extraordinary profits, record-breaking profits in the tens of billions of dollars every month all around the world. It would be fantastic if our sanctions against Russia bit deeply enough to mean that selling Russian oil would become off limits, but we know that many countries continue to buy Russian oil. The modest proposal that I raised in question period comes from the honourable colleague from Kitchener Centre, who has put forward motion 92 to put an excess profits tax on oil and gas that is, as is currently done for insurance companies and banks. It's a very reasonable proposal to apply the Canada Recovery Dividend to fossil fuel companies. Now, this particular proposal, motion 92, has been reviewed, and the benefits to the Canadian Treasury have been calculated by the Parliamentary Budget Office at over $4 billion. In other words, funds we could be receiving as a nation from excess profits, which are, when we look at these excess profits, as Eric regularly in the business pages of the Globe and Mail noted some time ago, these profits aren't based on business acumen or sound planning or great management by the oil and gas sector. They're pure and simple war profiteering. That's what they are. They're making a lot of money as Ukrainians face the brutality of Putin's regime. Other countries are applying excess profits tax at much higher levels than that's proposed by my colleague in Motion 92. In fact, Motion 92 itself points out that in the United Kingdom, they're charging excess profit taxes at a level of 25%, generating £5 billion. And Europe is charging excess profit tax at 21%. This modest proposal, using the same Canada Recovery benefit that is currently being applied to oil and gas, to banking and insurance, would be at 15%. Now, when the Honourable Minister of Environment responded to my question, I can't say he answered it, but when he responded to it, he spoke of other things the government is doing. He didn't speak of the finance question at all. Why are we not taxing the excess profits of the oil and gas sector at the very time that they are reaping extraordinary rewards in war profiteering? They are also hiking prices at the pump and profiteering from price gouging. It's certainly time overdue to ensure that we bring in the profits from the oil and gas industry through proper taxation, bring them into national revenues so they can be used on such things as the disability tax credit, so the poorest of the poor in this country can receive additional financial support in this time when we're all feeling the pinch from the affordability crisis. Mr. Speaker, I hope that the Parliamentary Secretary will provide a better answer than the Minister did. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I always enjoyed having exchanges with the leader of the Green Party. I know she gives a great deal of thought to her presentations and ultimately her questions. And I think some questions are a little easier to answer than others. We have a Prime Minister, and through the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, our Deputy Prime Minister, who has taken the issue very seriously. And I don't need to tell, because everyone knows of the ethnic heritage of our Minister of Finance and how she really does have an appreciation in terms of what's taking place in Ukraine today and the impact that the oil is having in terms of supporting Russia. Because I do agree with the leader of the Green Party when she talks about this misconception about the price on pollution as being the sole source of these exorbitant prices that people are having to pay for gas. It's something that is not necessarily new. She put a great deal of emphasis on today, in particular the war, and no doubt that has had a significant impact, Mr. Speaker. But I would suggest to you that it is something that has been ongoing, and we have seen governments in the past try to deal with this, both at the federal level and at provincial levels. We've seen regulations, different provinces, both at, I think, in Atlantic Canada and out west, where there's been attempts to try to deal with some of these excess profits. At the national level, we've had in the past standing committees attempt to deal with it. I understand that the leader of the Green Party is saying that, look, let's just have an excess profit tax imposed. I don't fully understand how that works, to be honest, Mr. Speaker. What I do know is that the Minister of Finance has been very open in terms of listening to arguments, in particular that have come out of the pandemic with regards to the huge amount of profits in different sectors. And I'm thinking the financial area, where we have put in some specific taxes on companies where there was extreme wealth. And I don't know to what degree that there's a willingness to do something today on that front. I do believe that there's a great deal of discussion that is taking place. I think that we also have to factor in other elements of the debates, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, I don't think anything's off the table per se. Some might take a little longer to move forward. And when I think in terms of fossil fuel and the costs, as I indicated, it has been a frustration of mine for many years. And in fact, shortly after getting elected back in 2010, I had a presser that went out talking about how the price of gas and the collusion that was taking place that led to excess profits. And maybe one of the ways in which we can deal with that is to enhance competition or boycott one particular station until it lowered the price to a certain level in terms of a liter of gasoline. I think that consumers are frustrated. I'm really encouraged. In Winnipeg, we have a new gas company. It's 204. And that's provided a great deal of competition. And I can tell you, and where that gas station exists, the price of gas has actually been going down, and they're consistently lower than everyone else.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for a reasonable answer. I do hope that we'll see the Minister for Finance move to tax the windfall profits of the oil and gas sector, and we do know how to do it. It's not complicated. The Minister of Finance is already doing it in applying to the excess profits that have been occurring in the banking and insurance sector. Surely we can align our policies to move away from fossil fuels and ensure that we get support to Canadians without going deeper in debt, without expanding the deficit by bringing in more revenues. That's how you balance a budget. Bring in more revenues from excess profit taxes wealth taxes going off to offshore tax havens, and making sure that we deliver for Canadians affordability on a planet on which we can survive and on which our children will survive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to assure the Leader of the Green Party that the government is very much aware, and in particular the Minister of Finance, in regards to the many hardships that Canadians are actually having to endure. We've had, not that long ago, inflation rates of close to 8% back in, I think it was June of 2022. And we're finally getting inflation rates under control. The costs of providing fuel for transportation does have an impact through the gouging that we all have seen at times. And is there a policy alternative? I can assure the member that the Minister of Finances is looking at a wide spectrum of options. The idea is to have the support from Canadians and having their backs.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, today I would like to recognize an Eastern Ontario legend, George Tackaberry. Now, George has recently won the Lifetime Business Achievement Award from the Brockville and District Chamber of Commerce, and that's supported by the Thousand Islands Community Development Corporation. Now, to call George Tackaberry a legend is a bit of an understatement. A decades-long community leader, a philanthropist, and a very successful business owner. Now, starting in 1957, G. Tackaberry and Sons Construction has grown from a humble family business to a thriving operation throughout Eastern Ontario, employing 100 full-time workers and 200 seasonal workers. It's clear that throughout George's life, he has made it his mission to enrich the lives of people in our community through his philanthropic endeavors. Now, Brockville General Hospital, the Gord Brown Memorial Outdoor Rink, the United Way of Leeds and Grenville, dozens of charities, youth athletic teams, service clubs, parks, community gardens, and schools have all benefited from the great generosity of the Tackaberry family. The Brockville Airport was able to extend its runway to 4,500 feet because of George's donation of materials, time, and money. And more recently, and near and dear to my heart and everyone in our community, George and his family donated $500,000 to Maple View Landings redevelopment project that will see the Maple View long-term care home greatly expanded and retooled to become the shining example of care for our seniors and the vulnerable in Ontario. George has a big heart for our community, and he's got a big heart for all of his passions, and that includes tax toys, his extensive collection of vehicles and equipment, and among them include a limousine of a former prime minister and a former president. And what does George do with tax toys? He makes them available for tours for a donation to support local causes. George, congratulations on your award and your lifetime of exemplary service and dedication to our community. My friend, our entire community, our province, and truly our country are so much better because of all that you've done. Thank you.
Now, the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I want to hearken us back to the first time that I put this question to the government. And the number that we were dealing with was different. Because since then, we've had an Auditor General's report. And that Auditor General has told us that the cost of the Arrive scam is at least $60 million, not the $54 million that we were talking about before. You know, common sense conservatives on one hand have said that we'll axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. And on the other hand, we have a Liberal government that's lining the pockets of insiders while Canadians are lining up at food banks. And the NDP, part of their costly coalition, of course, are doing everything that they can to help them, voting 8 times to continue shoveling money out the door to insiders, including GC Strategies, a 2-person firm working out of a basement who received $20 million but did no IT work. So my question to the parliamentary secretary is very straightforward. They voted against the Auditor General conducting an audit. Will the parliamentary secretary ensure the government's full cooperation and waiving of any cabinet confidences for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police when they investigate?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to start off, a very brief comment, because what the member highlights is a success story in which I think that many of us could easily relate to within our own constituencies or jurisdictions. And often, Mr. Speaker, we talk about individuals and not enough time about small and medium-sized businesses and the type of profound positive impact that they have in our communities. And I, for one, very respectful and admire the work of those individuals, those entrepreneurs, those small businesses that invest their time and resources and ultimately take a substantial chance in terms of creating opportunities for literally hundreds, or if not thousands, of people. And I just wanted to tip my hat off to the many of those in our communities, and that principle applies, as I say, in every region where we get those entrepreneurs and business people coming to the plate and helping build a healthier and stronger community, Mr. Speaker. Having said that, I know that the member opposite and others have been very much concerned in regards to the whole ArriveCAN and what's been taking place with ArriveCAN. And interesting enough, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to the member that it doesn't really matter what side of the House one sits on, that all members are very much concerned. I don't think there's a member inside the House that doesn't have a question or two in terms of what has actually taken place. And what you have to do is you've got to put things into the proper perspective of, at the time when this was occurring, the federal government was literally spending billions and billions and billions of dollars during a worldwide pandemic in which there was a number of demands on a wide variety of different departments. Now, that doesn't justify any sort of abuse in any fashion whatsoever. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, when you spend that kind of money, when you create the type of programs that were being created, there is going to be mistakes. And this was a very big mistake. And the Government of Canada has recognized that and has taken the actions that are necessary to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that there is some justice at the end of the day. We value the tax dollar just as much as and when I say we, the government values the tax dollar just as much as the Conservative Party does. We want to get to the bottom of this issue, and we will. After all, Mr. Speaker, you'll see that the ministers responsible, either directly or indirectly, have been wanting to both the internally within and externally to see results. And at the end of the day, we expect the procurement process to be followed properly. And when that does not take place, that we have to ensure that there is an appropriate consequence. This has been and always will be the case, Mr. Speaker. This is not the first government where you see some at times things go wrong within procurement. What's important is that when something does go wrong, how does the government react? And the government has reacted very positively and very quickly on the issue, whether it's those internal reviews or the type of comments that we see that take place in the standing committees. And we will continue to ensure that there's a consequence to any sort of inappropriate behavior in this whole issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
A two-person firm working out of their basement in suburban Ottawa getting $258 million in contracts from this Liberal government starting mere weeks after they were elected. This has been reported in La Presse and elsewhere. And on the Arrive scam, of course, the same company getting $20 million. The parliamentary secretary talks about taking actions. What happened to ministerial accountability? Who's in charge over there, Mr. Speaker? Conservatives have put forward a very clear plan to axe the tax and to build the homes and to fix the budget and stop the crime. But while they're firefighting on the other side of the House, they're not tending to the most basic responsibilities to Canadians, their fiduciary responsibility. Canadians are lined up at food banks, struggling to get by, and these Liberals are lining the pockets of insiders, and their friends in the cover-up coalition, the NDP, are voting with them every step of the way. Canadians want to know why this government won't put Canadians first instead of their own friends.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's just not true. There is no conspiracy out there where you're seeing all this public dollars being funneled to one community, whether it's a political community or another community. That does not exist. It's in the minds of some members in the opposition where they like to try to tie the word scandal to everything that takes place, believing that if you continue to say it and say it and say it time and time again, whether it's social media or inside the House, that you're going to be able to successfully fool Canadians. I would suggest that Canadians are a lot smarter than that. And if you take a look at the budgetary and legislative actions that we have taken over the last number of years, the results are in the pudding. It's right from day one when we saw substantial tax breaks for Canada's middle class, to the enhancement of child benefit programs, to supporting our seniors. Mr. Speaker, proof is in the pudding, and we will continue to be there for Canadians.
Going to go to the neighbouring riding of Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canada is in a housing crisis. There is not one part of this country that has not been negatively impacted after 8 years of this Prime Minister and the NDP Liberal record. Housing prices have doubled, rent has doubled, and at a time when we need to build more houses, 5 million homes in the coming years just to meet demand, we are actually seeing housing starts and construction starts drop in Canada year over year. It is a very dangerous trend to begin with, and the numbers ahead look only worse. One of the worst problems we have in this country is with gatekeepers, and I'm going to make the argument that this Liberal government over the course of 8 years have been some of the worst gatekeepers at both a macro and micro level. At a macro level, we have the Liberals being gatekeepers because they have doubled our national debt, which has resulted in 40-year high inflation, and now we're seeing interest rates unlike we've seen in decades. So to build a new home in my part of Eastern Ontario, whether it be the United Counties of SD&G or the City of Cornwall, the cost to build and the cost to mortgage for any family who desperately needs a place to live is becoming more and more out of reach, not easier. But the micro level where this Liberal government is gatekeeping and blocking new homes and units being built is right in the City of Cornwall by the Liberals' own Transport Canada Minister and Department. Bit of a background, Mr. Speaker. For the last 8 years, Liberal candidates locally and numerous ones after that in the Liberal government have promised to divest a bunch of waterfront lands in Cornwall that want to be, well, the City of Cornwall and Akwesasne want to return those to local say and local control. And for 8 years, they have dithered and delayed and done these vague consultations, and over and over and over again, spinning their wheels, bureaucrats contradicting each other. It's been an absolute mess. And the record is very clear. The Liberals have had 8 years, and they haven't even moved any of this parcels of land forward an inch to progress. Now it's getting bad because there's one small parcel, parcel 6 as it's known, at the intersection of Water and Brookdale, where the City of Cornwall is reviewing an application to build a private developer building 506 units in 2 towers on Brookdale Avenue, a significant investment that is desperately needed to increase supply. We need more places to live. This gets 506 in the right direction. But Transport Canada, lawyers and bureaucrats and back and forth, they're still dithering and delaying even on this one parcel from getting transferred to local control between the City of Cornwall, between the Federal Bridge Corporation just south of it, to allow council to know that they own that intersection. They could put the entrance into this, and the developer can get this underway, and council could approve it once they have all the information. Months and months after the mayor, the Grand Chief of Akwesasne, Abram Benedict, are all on record. They want to see this parcel transferred. They want to see it come to local ownership so that council has all the tools and information to try to finalize a site plan and approval for this project. And Transport Canada, this Liberal government, is blocking it. They have known now. I asked my original question on this topic a couple weeks ago, didn't even get a resemblance of an answer about Cornwall and this project specifically. So now that the Liberal government has had it, they know I'm coming here for this debate tonight on this topic. What is the update from the Liberals on finally getting even this one parcel at intersection transferred so we can make a decision and try to get more units built in the City of Cornwall?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, a couple of things. First, maybe to answer specifically, the member tries to say, well, here's a project, and you know what? For 8 years, the Government of Canada hasn't done anything. I can tell the member that there's numerous projects across the country, and the Government of Canada has moved forward. It's not quite as simple as saying, well, here's a square block of land, let's click our heels and make it happen. Yes, sometimes things take time in order to take place. The member opposite didn't tell the House in terms of what are some of the complications. I suspect there are some complications, and he might even know some of those complications, but he's very selective in terms of what it is that he is saying. Rather, he just wants to pass the blame. The member started off by talking about, well, housing is such a crisis. Never before. His current leader was the Minister of Housing under Stephen Harper and did absolutely nothing on the housing. In the last 50 years, there hasn't been a government more proactive on the housing file than this government, Mr. Speaker. No government. So we finally have a government that develops a housing strategy. We finally have a government that comes in with new programs such as the Housing Accelerating Fund. We finally have a government that's working with other levels of government. And what does the Conservative Party do? They vote against every measure that we have. We have had agreements with municipalities and so forth, far superior and greater in numbers than the Conservative Party could ever imagine, let alone put into place. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, there's absolutely no consistency coming from the other side. I can tell you, as a national government, we have led very strongly on the housing file. But it's not just the federal government alone that is responsible. It takes, Mr. Speaker, provinces, municipalities. And the good news is we are not only working with provinces and municipalities, we're working with nonprofit organizations and other stakeholders because we recognize the need and the importance of housing. Unlike the Conservative Party, who wants to try to paint a picture that is not complete, Mr. Speaker. The government will continue to work where it can to provide ongoing support of housing. And our actions to date have seen and will continue to see developed. We're talking about tens of thousands of new housing units, Mr. Speaker. But every time we bring in some sort of initiative, the initial response from the Conservative Party is to criticize it. And then they wonder why. They wonder why it is that we're not cooperating or we're not doing some of the projects that they're identifying. I can assure the member that the department is aware of the request, that there is discussions and dialogues even in the Cornwall area on the issue, Mr. Speaker. I suspect, much like we waited for a while in terms of trying to get the Campion Barracks in Winnipeg, a large parcel of land that involved a great deal in the negotiations. And it took several years in order to be able to make it happen. We know that the government, through its different departments, is looking at ways in which we can enhance housing opportunities. We're looking at ways in which we can actually work with municipalities. Contrast that to what it is that the Conservative Party is talking about, or what the Conservative Party did when they were in office. And I can tell you, it's literally night and day. So it's a bit much to sit and listen to a member being critical of the government, trying to give a false impression as if we're not doing enough on the housing file. When I have witnessed for a number of years, when I was in opposition, a government that did nothing, and contrast that to a government that has had historic funding and has worked with other levels of government unlike any other government in the last 50 plus years.
The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
If you live in the city of Cornwall, if you're on council, a staff member, if you're in the a member of the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne, and the Liberals knew tonight that I was coming to ask a very specific question about the negotiations and transfer of a specific parcel that the federal government owns, and they're getting caught up in red tape. They can't get a straight answer, and after 8 years, they can't even transfer one single piece of property. I think you'd watch that answer. I don't think the member could even point Cornwall out in a map, let alone know the intersection or what we're talking about here. The bar was so low to come here tonight, Mr. Speaker, and just give an update on the timeline and the plans to get this done. The City of Cornwall's on board. Akwesasne's on board. The Federal Bridge Corporation are all on board with the solution. No wonder why housing prices have doubled. No wonder why there's tent cities. No wonder why the number of housing starts are dropping in this country. Low bar, I told them I was going to come here tonight and ask about this and what their plan was, and they couldn't even give a basic update. One more time, they've known for weeks what the question is. What's the plan? What's the update on the specific piece of property and plan to get it done?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the member knows full well he's not that far from the Minister of Housing, where he could actually cross over, or the Minister of Transport, and ask those very specific questions on the side, or he can check with the local municipality, or he can actually write to the departments, and I would be interested in seeing the correspondence with respect to that. I suspect that the municipality and the other the groups, Indigenous communities, have in fact been working hand in hand with the federal government to try to work this issue through, and I applaud them on their actions. And sometimes there is no simple answer, or at least an answer that's going to satisfy the politics that the member is trying to bring forward. And I say that only because of the manner in which he started off the discussion. The manner in which he started off the discussion wasn't, well, what about Cornwall? It was more about being critical of the national government and the national government not doing enough on the whole housing on file. That's how he started off the discussion, Mr. Speaker. And now he wants to conclude it as if he's being that strong advocate for Cornwall. This government will continue to work with Cornwall, the people of Cornwall, and others to try to resolve the problem as quickly as possible.
It being 16:28, the House will now adjourn until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.